What up, everybody? Welcome to the Trader Shop. Sorry, we were having some technical difficulties. It was all my fault. I'm blaming myself. It was technical difficulties on me, but we got it fixed. We got it all figured out. It's today is like the Super Bowl plus the NBA Finals plus the national championship of the stock market.
What's this guy talking about?
Because we had PPI this morning. That was like the NBA.
Oh yeah, this is like March Madness week right here.
FOMC, and we got Powell speaking. We got so much news today that I'm not gonna lie, but today's kind of a scary day to trade. At least for me personally, it's not scary in the fact that I'm scared, but it's not the fact that I'm scared to trade, but just the fact that there's a lot going on in the market, and yeah, we're gonna be here. I think. You want to stay for the whole thing? Because I think I'm gonna stick around for everything.
It depends. Okay. You know, I got my 3-year-old here today, so that's usually around his nap time. So I should be good to stay for the whole thing. Which I really want to stay for the whole thing because I want to see the fireworks too, right? Like I might not trade until that time, right? But you know, first off, from me, good morning, everybody. Like I said, like Justin said, welcome to the shop. You already know what it is. We are officially monetized today. So if you want to tip the barbers in real time, feel free to do that. I think Justin turned the super chats on. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like if you guys want to get the super chat game going on, great. But to us, it's just growth, right? That's all it really means. It means that we can start stickers, we can start memberships, we can start super chats, but the show goes on, right? Like I told you guys, our goal is to do this for about 12 months. You can watch our journey, you can watch us grow, you can watch us become, you know, profitable, watch us become more profitable, and then extremely profitable, and then we disappear, right? But this is just another step in our journey, right? So participate, don't participate, ain't a big deal, don't change nothing. I just want to make sure you guys know. That being said, today, all the rest of this week, like I told you since Monday. Way to go. I was like, what is WTG? Anyway, like I told you since Monday, man. This is like Justin is saying, this is the World Series, this is the World Cup, this is the end of the year rally that we've all been waiting on, right? But it's also kind of a slippery slope because today is the day that we hear from the head coach or the commish, right? He's going to either bless all of this rally that's been going on, or he's about to lay some wood to it, right? We know we got CPI that came in, you know, basically as expected, in line, nothing changed. Well, guess what? PPI came in this morning and it was about the same thing. They're all nothing burgers. But if you're looking at this from a market standpoint and how the Fed may view this, a nothing burger is not good, right? Our goal is to get inflation down to the 2% goal, right? We've heard that 1,000 times. But if inflation is sticky, right, it starts to create that stagflation. And for the last 2 cycles, well, actually the last cycle it came down, so it's sticking this time isn't that bad. But again, we don't know how the Fed is going to view this. If this Fed fund rate changes, it goes higher, that's a problem. The market is not expecting that, right? And the market will tank. No ifs, ands, or buts about it, right? If the shout out to Jonah dropping the super chat first in the building. We appreciate you, my dog.
Appreciate you, Jonah.
First person to drop a super chat, man, wins, man. We appreciate you, brother. Like I said, it's a big accomplishment because, I mean, Justin and I ran a channel together, the Crypto Shop, but we never really felt like it was our channel. We always felt like it was my channel and he came along, right? So we were hitting milestones, but it didn't feel like our thing. This channel feels like our thing, right? Whether it be through videos, whether it be through live streams, whatever it is, we built this one together, right? This was our vision in the beginning, even before the Crypto Shop. The name probably wasn't as good, but you know, this works.
The name was not as good. The name was horrible. Let's not talk about the name. It was bad. It was really, really bad.
Our original name idea for our channel was 2 vets, 1 option. Because we were options traders, right? Yeah. We were trading options at the time. So 2 vets, 1 option. But the more we said it out loud, the more it sounded like
horrible.
You know, the other two and two thing, 1 cup, right? Yeah. So the more I thought about it, I was like, man, maybe not go with the 2 things. You know, kind of got a stain on the name. But that being said, let's jump right into the pre-market plan. I haven't posted it in chat, but again, like I told Discord, I was like, look, man, the market literally did not move last night. So if you got my levels from yesterday, they're pretty much the same levels today, right? So The market overnight, literally for 12 hours, did nothing but stay in a 25-point range. We finally broke out of this 25-point range on a PPI, mind you. PPI, which used to run this market up 100 to 200 points, right? PPI ran this market up 17 more points. So to say the market's awaiting news is an understatement, right? Understatement, complete understatement. So that being said, we still have some levels that I would like to see the market return to. So first and foremost, the lows here have to be broken, right? We got to get below 592. Shout out to my man Justin, because he pretty much said this about ES. I'm kind of stealing what he said about ES, but it makes sense, right? We've been tapping these lows over and over and over and over again without breaking. So if we break these lows below 16,592, I think shorts could be valid. However, I'm not interested because the market has been so aggressively and egregiously bullish. I'm going to either wait for a return to this consolidation to play the market long, or if the market reverses bright and early and we break this low, I'm going to be looking to get long at multiple places. So my first plan that I have is on the 1 hour. But before we get to that, there's a 5-minute demand zone. And if you guys know my strategy, you know I love to play these little 5-minute demand zones. And I've started to kind of paint them orange with no tag, right? I just mark out the gap that was created and I put an alarm on them. And I drop them in the Discord. So this is a 5-minute gap fill, right? 5-minute demand zone that created an imbalance, right? So we got the gap right here, fair value gap right here. So the first place I'm looking for price to return to is somewhere between 16,568.50 through roughly 16,556.50. If we can get a return in that area and we look bullish, I'm going to be looking to long the market right there. Now, from a macro perspective or a larger perspective, to the bullish side, I'm looking at this 1 hour demand zone right here, because we also have the same setup just on a larger time frame, right? We created demand. If you remember, I was actually in this paper trade short on yesterday. And as soon as we came down to VWAP, I said, if you're looking to get long, this is a really good area to get long because of the fact we had multiple confluences here. We had a 5-minute demand zone. This was the 50% retracement. This was VWAP. And I think Justin said something about the tape in this area. So this was like a really good area to get long, and look what it created. If you got long here, what happened is sorry, from the close of this candle, we rallied for 1, 2, 3, 4, basically 5 hours, and we're still rallying. And this rallies, well, 9 or 12, basically 24 hours almost, right? Yeah. If you really think about it, like the market's been rallying from this spot that we called out yesterday live on stream, literally since that time, like 11 o'clock yesterday to basically now, right? So the market rallying from this area, that means that if we come back here, I'm pretty convinced that closing this gap would be a very good thing to be looking to be bullish, right? Therefore, I can look for buyers to defend 1 hour demand at 16503.25 through 16465.75, and we can look to target longs into the previous day high, which is 16,580.25, right? So on a bearish standpoint, to the bearish side, now this is where it gets kind of weird, right? Because there's so much structure. Guys, I can't even mark it all. It got to the point where I just put it in a daily supply zone, because there's so much structure to the left of us that could potentially stop price when we come up here, that I just had to, mark it and then just kind of like let you guys know about it, because I'm not going to mark every last one of these zones. But ultimately, this big gray box, I call it the gray area, right? Pretty punful, right? But this big gray box from 694 all the way up to the next red box, 827, inside of this, there's more supply. There's resistance at 758. There's a lot to trade here to the downside. However, if we do what we did yesterday, which is just chop through a daily demand zone, expect for the market to be very, very slow. Not because they want to mess up options, but it's because there's so much supply to eat through up here that the market will slow down as it's eating through this supply, right? And then right after it gets through this daily supply zone, there's a 4-hour supply zone at 16,827 through roughly 16,900. So if the market's going to rally to all-time high, there's a bunch of sellers that's going to have something to say about this bull run coming all the way up here. So I'm looking for weak rallies in this area, and we can look to short down to the previous day high. But again, for me, shorts is kind of an idea. I just don't know if I'm ready to trust them yet. So, Justin, you want to take some of these super chats and then go over ES? You can say.
Yeah, shout out to Jonah again, coming in with the $5 bomb. Says, if y'all forgot, there's 2 of them. We ain't splitting 250. LOL. Appreciate you, Jonah.
Appreciate you, brother.
And then Tang Emperor Clan coming in with the $5 donation says, let's get it. Congrats. Thank you, Tang. Thank you,
Tang. We appreciate you, brother. It's all because of you guys, man. So
yeah, facts, 1,000%.
Nah, hey, if you tip us $5 and you want us to send it back, we sending you back $1.50 because YouTube got to get their cut.
I was about to say, you tip at YouTube too, right?
YouTube got to get their cut.
So I just facts. I just want to throw out something. Where did I get? Oh, that's a demand zone. Okay, I just want to throw out something for NQ real fast. Is we broke over this structure finally back from the 18th of July, and so I think at some point we're going to come back and retest that structure. So I'm not saying that we're going to test it today, but at some point I think this structure somewhere in this area, right? It doesn't have to be exactly 47, but you see how wicky it got in this area, and at some point we're going to come back down and retest it. So this might be a good area to have. I got a 1 hour demand zone right here as well, but just something to have on your chart, just knowing where we're at from an overall structural standpoint. I think the market will come back here.
What level are you looking at? I need to know.
It's a 4.
We can't. It's hard to see because I'm not.
It's 46375. It's the top.
Oh, okay. I just had to maximize my screen. I can see it now.
Yeah, it's the top of it's the top wick from the 19th of July. I'm on the daily.
Oh yeah, okay. I got that area. I got that 1 hour demand right there too.
Yeah, so just something to be aware of in the future for where NQ might be coming back down to. Oh, you looking cute, girl, in your little peacoat. I see you getting off fresh. Sorry, my wife just walked in.
It's Malik. You know it's Malik. Yeah, order fill, baby. Order fill. Short.
But because Malik is in here. But for ES, so for ES, we have not broken over that main structure yet. So we're right at a daily supply zone right now on ES, and ES is basically the same thing as NQ for me. I've got a line of least resistance. Let me go to. So you can see ES did the exact same thing NQ did. We just consolidated here all night long, and I think there's going to be a lot of stops placed right here, right? Because anybody who tried to get long overnight, where I would place my stop long would be right here because we couldn't break it. Right, so if we are able to break this area, I think a lot of longs are going to get stopped out. They're going to have to cover, and there's not a lot of demand coming down here. Like if you go to the 15-minute, there is a lot of like little 15-minute demand zones, but I think sellers will have enough strength, or at least I'm hoping sellers will have enough strength to kind of bring us down. Let me get rid of this comment. Okay, there we go. They'll have enough strength to kind of bring us down back, hopefully, to this 30-minute demand zone down here. So to the downside, as long as we can't get above 4708, which is daily supply, and we're able to break 4701, I want to look for shorts for a continuation down to this 30-minute demand zone. But I am with Hobbs, though. Overall, I think it's still time to be bullish. I don't think there's any reason to be bearish until we start breaking some of these demands. So, I mean, really, I'm only looking at shorts as more of a scalp. I'm not looking at them as a long-term play, just because I think we'll come back down. Maybe FOMC might bring us back down. A little bit. Maybe it'll bring us down.
As soon as he walk across the stage, we going down, baby. Temporarily.
And I mean like a little jolt down just for us to rocket shit back up, because I don't trust longs up here and I don't trust shorts up here. So like anything that I'm doing, I think longs are higher quality at the moment just because of how bullish we've been. But we've got to pull back at some point. And I think that ES and NQ are both in areas of massive supply where we're going to have to get very, very bullish, because now we're getting to the point where we're breaking structures and something's got to retest. So that's kind of where I'm at with the market.
For shizzle dizzle. Appreciate you, man.
We don't have to,
we ain't get it. We ain't got to do nothing but stay a chart and die. Yeah. In other news, the VIX, it gapped up, but not because we're getting bearish. It gapped up because the VIX officially changed contracts today. So we did get some movement on the VIX, guys. We got a 2-point move on the VIX, and slowly it looks like we're about to fill this gap today.
Watch it come all the way back down in a day. Be like,
back down. So, the chances of us getting some rocket ship candles on the VIX. I mean, it got so bad. I bought calls on the VIX last week. I didn't even look at them. Like they expired out of the money or whatever they expired at. I didn't even want to open up my account. I said, I know that money's gone. There's no way. Yeah, I don't even need to open up that one. I said that 150 is gone. That's out the window, guaranteed.
Oh, you should you should have bought VIX calls yesterday.
Yesterday, that's what I was telling Malik. I said really low key. I said I always tell myself I'm gonna do it, but every time FOMC comes out, the trick is to buy calls at the lowest point, probably the day before, right? And you buy calls like the day before or the week of. And then it's kind of like a little trick to the game, right? So
plus the gap
it's basically
up on,
you playing a volatility play.
But the gap up on the VIX futures caused the gap up on the actual VIX you would have been trading. Yeah, so it'd have been like double.
Yeah, it has to.
That'd been nice.
And then the dollar's bouncing off demand, double bottoming here, putting in this protected low here, and then we're putting in this higher low right here. So as the dollar goes up, price comes down, right? So again, there's a lot of confluences that say this market should be selling off today. I know a member of our Discord already got short. I think it's a good area to get short, but me personally, I like to wait for a little bit of break of structure. But there are multiple confluences that are starting to point to this market potentially getting ready to pull back a little bit. I mean, anytime Jerome Powell's name is mentioned, it's like the boogeyman. So not to mention, everybody's been so incredibly bullish that obviously they're just going to come in and try to buy calls today because that's what you should do. So I think it's a good opportunity to trap some people who don't know any better. Yeah. And then we take a look at the stock market and, everything's just looking super bullish again. Like we're starting off the day very, very bullish. This is Google losing its mind, right? Apple looks like it's bullish, but again, if you don't have the context of supply and demand or support and resistance or whatever it is you use, you need to understand where we are, right? Where we are right here is previous day high, up above it, but we're pushing Apple 3-hour supply, $2 away from all-time high. Can we continue to push? Yeah, but it's an area where we should be cautiously optimistic here, right? Amazon trying to break out of the supply zone at 148 and now struggling just a bit, right? Not saying that it's going to fall, just saying it's an area of interest, right? Tesla, I don't know what's going on over at Tesla Motors, but they've literally been consolidating here for like 2 days. And then Google.
Tesla Motors.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there, but and then the 4-hour supply for Google pushing into 134.70 is what I'll be watching. So, and then also Microsoft, right at 90-minute supply. I don't know. I want to short the market, but I'm not going to unless the market gives me a reason to. So those are just kind of my thoughts, those different indicators that I'm watching. You guys know I like to go through everything every single morning, so you are aware of what I'm doing. I am aware of nothing of what you're doing. But yeah, so there it is. That's my plan. Let's get it. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. Good morning to my man Micaiah. Oh, excuse me. Good morning to my man Micaiah 55. Always first in the building. Right behind him is usually Hustle for Life. What's going on, brothers? Brent 007 says, way to go, yeehaw, let's get it. Did I say that right? I think he's supposed to say yeehaw or something like that. Valdez says, man, I might have to start trading that 830 push.
That was a news push. It
was a news push, and it was barely 10 or 20 points. It was very, very uneventful for a PPI.
Right into supply.
Yeah. And it looks like this short looks really good on the book map. So hopefully you kill it there, Malik. Good morning, Mad Moxie. Good morning to Justice Number One Fan. Says, how do y'all know about the other name? What other name? What do you mean, how do we know?
She talking about two gals.
Oh, I've never seen it. I just heard about it. Once I heard what it was, I was like, why would anybody want to watch that? Like, I will not be turning on YouTube to find that.
Oh,
I've never seen that video.
It's not on YouTube, and trust me, you can watch way worse. I hate that it looks for you.
Yeah.
There's way worse than 2 gals, 1 cup. Let's put it that way. There's much worse on the internet. Trust. Yeah, it was like early 2000s.
Yeah, I never saw that video. I never saw it. When they told me what it was, I was like, I'm sorry, what? You want me to go look for that? No, I'm good.
Probably shouldn't watch it.
I did not watch it.
I can tell you much worse than that. Trust me.
We believe you, Justin.
I'm damn right to be on the dark web.
Dark web. Jay George says, morning, fellas. Good morning, Jay George. Z says, good morning, y'all. Good morning, Z. And 22 watching and 5 likes. Let's show the love, y'all. Yes, please make sure you guys tip the barber, aka hit the like and subscribe button. Don't forget to tip the barbers. I know, I get it. I've been in the audience before. I am you and you are me, right? Like, I've been there before. I know multiple times I've come into a chat that I'm really enjoying, right? Or a show that I'm really enjoying, and it just slips my mind, right? Even though you continue to say hit the like, hit the subscribe, I still don't do it. So here's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to pause the music. You know,
this music
I'm going to come over here.
Music was nice though.
We're going to put my man Justin and me front and center, right? We're just going to say, listen, guys, if you want to support the Trader Shop, right? And I know you want to support the Trader Shop, right? Here's what I need you to do, guys. I need you to take a moment out of your day and hit the like button, people. It doesn't take much, but if you want to support us and you don't want to keep us out of the poorhouse of YouTube, and you want to make sure we don't go back to our wives and say we only got 5 likes out of 22 people in the building, please tip the barbers, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Justin, can you tell the people from a light skin perspective what's going on here, brother?
From a light skin perspective, that's what we're going with. That's what we're going with. This reminds me of that feed the children.
Just give your speech. Why you just can't give your speech?
No, I'm giving my speech. This reminds me of the feed the children from Africa, where it's like
that's exactly what it is.
Only $1, only a like will save me from starvation.
That's all it takes, baby.
If you don't want me to starve,
save a life,
just hit the like button because I don't want to die. You see, I'm skin and bones, and apparently I'm light skin because I don't eat. So I need food so I can be darker and so that I can survive. That's apparently what's going on right now. So, you know, if you want to support by hitting the like button so that YouTube doesn't starve me, you know.
Yeah, so
said, damn, Jay, I'm dark skin.
AKA, get the likes up, y'all. Get the likes up. Y'all don't want us to do that ever again.
God.
Hit the like button.
I don't want to do that ever again. I feel dirty. I feel dirty. All right. I don't want to do that shit ever again.
They ain't never come home again.
Feed a hungry child for that's like the in the eyes of an angel, the adoption, the dog adoption. Y'all seen that?
Oh man!
Oh my God! In the eyes of an angel.
ELA, good morning, man. How you doing, brother? Moment of silence. Yeah. Hey, straight up kill count for my boy Malik. Hopefully this thing keeps pushing, man. Looks good. Hobbs, I'm starting to feel the same way as a fellow light skin, shaking my head. Hey, I'm just saying. Damn, Jay, I'm dark skinned. Hey, I got a little worse than Justin because my hair is straight. At least Justin got a little curl. Justin got a lot of curl.
Yeah, my hair is curly.
But Yeti says, "What's up, guys? Just got here, but I did not expect a two girl one cup reference, though." Yeah, that was the name of our original channel. It wasn't 2 girls, 1 cup. Like I said, it was two bets, one option.
That was the idea. The channel does not exist. If you look up the channel,
it was an idea that we didn't know that we didn't make the channel, right?
Yeah,
I was just simply saying that was the name of the channel. Well, man, Malik catching the absolute top right now, killing his trade. He got in at the 30s. Dude. Let's go, Malik. Let's go. He's been literally calling tops and bottoms since he joined the Discord. He's kind of worked through those emotions of actually trusting that, right? And today I think he came with some different energy. He said, "Order filled." Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he just said, "Yeah, that's right." We was like, "Order filled? Who's short already?" Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm out. It ain't gonna work. Y'all heard it. It don't work like that. Oh man. All right, 4 minutes until market open. We got a nice early morning kind of push down. Trying to break through and close below this structure here, which I think we will do based off the tape. The tape looks really strong to the downside. It's kind of a oh my goodness, Apple. Ooh.
Selling off.
Oh, Apple is pushing down, baby. Big red candle. I'm the photo negative of Hobbs. What's that mean?
Means he's white.
Ah, okay. You're super white because I'm super dark.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's pale.
I ain't that dark.
He's like ghost white. He's like
look.
Like,
I'm not as dark as
white.
BKM. BKM dark than a mofo.
You're not. What's that comedian? Michael Blackson dark. Michael Blackson. That dude is dark.
20-point move for the Discord member, killing the market early in the morning. Let's get it. I think he might go the whole body. Huh?
He's in a mini. I think he's just in one.
Nah, he's in a mini. I think he's killing it. Yeah. Yeah. Man, got mad at me. I'm like, bro, I got it, bro. I'm sorry. Kill it. All right, we're approaching VWAP. About 2 minutes left until market opens. Everything is selling off, reversing early in the morning. Like I said, we were hitting supply. There were so many confluences in this area. Does worry me that Tesla's selling off because we usually want Tesla to pump on days like this, but market's looking very, very bearish. So let's see if we can't break these lows here. And again, I'm not against shorting the market. I just need the market to break some structure before I short it. This is the first break of structure right here, so that's good.
But yet he says, Jay Seals, as a fellow light skin, I feel your struggle. I appreciate you. When it comes to the dark brothers, they be making it worse. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate you. The struggle is real out here for us. You know what I'm saying?
Big facts.
Hopefully we about to break this level because this level like is ready to break. And
yeah, we're at 59275 is the level. I think Malik's about to print heavily on this trade. Let's go, Malik. Kill it, brother.
Yeah, because I think we're gonna open up real bearish.
Oh yeah, I think we're about to open up nasty style. So this candle is.
I'll wait on the retest. Yeah, it's good kill count, Malik. Gosh dang. Gosh darn it.
Well, I think he caught it. Did you catch it on the 15-second, Malik? Because it looked really good on the 15-second. I think he's concentrating, so we'll let him focus. Yeah. You could have got 34. Just go. Yeah, stop thinking, bro. Yep. That's what I said. You probably could have got 35 or 34, but just be careful. Be careful here at I was about to say, be careful here at market open. Good job, man. Way to he trailed his stop.
Oh, because NQ came back up. ES is dumping. ES is not playing around. Like, how did he get stopped out? I was like, oh, NQ came back because ES is not coming back. ES is still selling off. Let's go.
Hey, congrats, man.
Good work.
Congrats, bro.
Good work.
But sometimes you need that just to remind yourself, like, dude, I know what I'm doing. I'm just thinking too much. And it's a good thing you sold because the thing came right back up. Yeah. We failed to break this structure right here. We failed to break these lows, but let's see if we can break the highs now.
Interesting though, ES is already below that level I was looking for it to be below, and we're holding that level nicely.
Yeah, but we haven't closed it.
No. NQ rips. Like NQ's
already back
doing
up
that NQ thing. NQ's doing that NQ thing. ES is not. So I think ES might get a bounce.
Yeah, but NQ needs to reject here. If Bears want to win, they need to reject right here at 629. Basically, right back at Malik's entry.
ES is already. No, ES is finding some buyers now.
They did not reject. The Bears are trying so hard. Bless their heart. Bless these little Bears. They trying so hard, man. Dang, man. Another failure by the Bears. Bro, that was 20 points. That was a 20-point selloff. Bulls came right back. Like, nice try.
Dang, look at NQ. Jesus. Bruh, the entire market the previous is going day high, ham.
94.57. Yeah, I mark it every day, and because you should definitely do it. You should watch that video I made, and I know y'all never watch my videos, but I made a video for the Discord on how I chart. It's really, I keep all those videos like 30 minutes. Yeah. Oh yeah, you were there when I did it. I just realized he's like, I was there when you created it. What are you talking about? Let's see. All right, Microsoft tried to push back into the 90-minute supply and got rejected aggressively. But Meta has absolutely left the building along with Nvidia. So as long as Nvidia is continuing to push and Apple, Microsoft will continue to push back up. So Tesla's losing its ever-loving mind right now. I guess it heard me talking stuff about it, but Tesla's already up $3, $4. Yeah, this market's coming back to life, or trying. If Microsoft doesn't catch a bid, it's pretty big, so it needs to get out of this. So good morning, Brian O'Donnell. I hope you're having a good day, good sir. And again, for those that just rolled up, myself and Justin did get monetized. The channel is officially monetized, so thank you guys for that. Right, like that's all due to you guys, but that does mean that we can do members. We'll be coming out with member YouTube members and stickers, and if you guys want, you can drop super chats. It's not mandatory whatsoever, but I did want to announce that, and thank you guys so much for that.
Yeah, I think you already dropped super stickers. I don't think we got to. I think there's like YouTube built in or something. I wonder if we can do custom stickers. That'd be kind of dope.
Oh, Microsoft is rejecting heavily, and so is Google. This might not hold, guys.
Yeah, I'm watching ES right now struggle to get back above 47.01, but it looks like we're popping through now, or at least trying to anyway.
Apple just has no chill. Like every time the market, look, you can just watch it in real time. Microsoft is trying to sell off. Microsoft is trying to sell off. Google's trying to sell off. Amazon's getting rejected. But look at
Apple and Nvidia don't care.
Apple, Nvidia, Meta, and Tesla just do not care. They're like, bro. I'm what? Oh, here comes Microsoft. Here comes Apple about to break the highs. Oh my goodness, Apple. Yeah, we out of here. Bye, Bears. All time high, here we come. Yeah, I know. Yeah. This is about to be game over. If Apple breaks through 196, oh boy.
Oh, it's already above.
All-time high is 198, guys. So Apple is definitely on all-time high watch right now. Meta is just goodness out of here.
Jesus Christ, this is nuts.
I got nothing. Yeah. This is impressive. Congrats on the monetizations. Thanks, bud. Literally, thanks, bud. Appreciate you. Z says, I feel like if it. Well, I know, right? The New York session open, we rip. I feel like if it touches 16615 and hold puts, and if we get back above 66655, more money. Oh, you're trying to buy puts at 6665 based off what? I'm just curious. Because I would not be buying puts in this market, but that's just, I mean, we difference of opinions. But I mean, this candle right here is not the candle you want to start buying puts on. So if you unless you're
looking at the old contract, maybe the old contract's at 6615.
No, he's talking about 6615 through 6. We're not at 655 yet. He says 655, so we're not at 655 yet. So he's looking to buy puts up here. I don't agree with that because we just had. The reason why I don't agree with that is because from a market structure standpoint, the market just broke structure again, right? Which is an indication we're probably going to go higher, right? Like we're going to go retest this structure, come back up higher, right? Come back down, retest this structure, and then keep going higher. And then come back down and retest this gap and then go back up again. That's what the market's telling me right now. Like, that's just based off how I know the market moves, right? So you could buy puts, but I don't know how powerful puts are going to be in this particular market at the moment. At any time, my thesis could change, right? I'm just reading the market for what it is right now. So, all-time high, here we come. Yep. No, if we were to see 6615. Wait, what chart are you looking at? Now I'm kind of confused. Because 6615 is right here. Yeah. You must be looking at the old contract. Yeah, 615 is VWAP basically. Or you're saying if we break through 615? Oh, you would get calls at 655. Well, I guess it's time to buy calls because we just hit 655.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's what you ain't doing. Yeah, NASDAQ 655. We just tapped it. Buy calls. Go.
Yeah, about to say you're trying to long the high though on NASDAQ right now.
I got no comment, man. I officially have learned that I need to let people do whatever they want to do, and then when they ask for my opinion, then I tell them, yeah, I probably wouldn't have done that. And here's why. But hey, each his own. Yeah, like I wouldn't have taken the short that Malik took because we didn't break structure, but he made money, right? And he was responsible. Like he didn't give back the money. He took the money because he recognized an area that, potentially the market could come back from. So I like the trade. It just, it's a nice early morning scalp. You got $300. You can walk away from the market or, try your luck with another spin.
Yeah, Mason, for me, Mason said, FOMC.
FOMC and crude oil. Crude oil at
I don't
9:30.
think so. But Mason says it's open air above here. Shit can rip. For me personally, I think I don't think it's open air or stuff can rip. My bad. I read it. But anyway, for me, I don't think we have.
I read it, so it don't count.
No, it counts. But there's a lot of sellers, in my opinion, above our heads. Like there's a lot of reasons for the market to come down more than go up. And if we do continue going up, then we're about to go ham to the upside. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see.
Oh yeah, when we were sitting inside of that consolidation was nice. That 3 weeks consolidation. Yeah, I definitely think that at some point we need to pull back, but I just don't know where that point is. Yeah, look, I said it. It's like I'm like a broken record. Yeah, at some point we have to pull back. It's like, but every day I wake up, the market's just going higher. So I'm like, look, I'm just gonna trade what I see. And what I see right now is the market's still bullish. Even though I don't believe it. I don't believe my eyes, but I believe the chart. Okay. So
we're about to rally here.
Amazon's pulling back a little bit. It just broke structure, so a pullback is warranted. Let's see how these 15-minute candles close. These last 5 minutes on these 15-minute candles for all of these stocks. So let's see if that was a fake out or if that was a squeeze to trap some bear or trap some bulls, because the tape is looking very, very strong for sellers at 660. They put about 100 orders up there. I think they need about 1,000, but somebody slapped about 100 orders at 16,660. So
Microsoft is ripping.
Yeah. Microsoft is pushing, but it has supply at 377.78, which is 90-minute supply. Apple's pushing through its supply zone. Looks like we're trying to break structure on Apple and close very, very bullish on this opening candle. So NQ's pulling back a little bit, which makes sense. Pull back a little bit and then push back up. Again, this was that break of structure line, also a gap fill here. So definitely could see this thing ripping up from here. So
yeah, everything is looking everything's looking like it's ready to push. Apple's in a rally-based rally. It's going for it. We're about to I got Apple in a weekly supply zone, and yeah, we're pushing above it. Apple's only $2 away from all-time highs. This is nuts.
Yeah. There's a 3 hour right there too, Jay. at 19625 if you don't want to put the weekly, but yeah, I agree. And now it's pushing through it. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so I don't know if you can see my screen in Discord. Oh, you're not looking at my screen in Discord. But so if this holds, right, the gap to me would be from that yellow candle, the 825 candle to the wick of the 835 candle. So I'm trying to see if this is going to hold. If we come back and close this gap, then I'm just going to let it pass, right? Like, I'm going to pass on the trade, right? If we close this gap before we go up, I want to see, there's multiple ways you could trade this, right? Like you could say, okay, you could count this big green. Go ahead. No, you want a strong demand push, right? So this candle at 830 could be considered that push, right? You don't have to have 3 if you get one very bullish engulfing candle, right? Like this is fairly bullish candle at 830. So you could count that. I don't like to, so I'm not going to trade it. I'm just going to see if we close this gap, which is the next candle after it was extremely bearish. Exactly. If this candle were to come and close this gap and then rip back up and then continue, then I would be looking to trade somewhere either here or if we create new structure up there. But this looks and this is where not only does the strategy help me, but the tape helps me stay away from looking at this as bullish, because the tape is telling me that this could potentially be a very, very, very bearish situation right now. But Apple is telling me short me if you want to. So just a bunch of conflicting things that are happening right now. I'm thinking Apple may reverse though, because everybody's agreeing with the downside move except for Apple and Nvidia. So well, I think they do. They just do it at different times. They don't do it as clean as they used to, where everything moved at the same time. Like right now. Yeah, exactly. Like one's faster than the other. So I think because all of them are speaking a different language, like people are selling the heck out of Google right now, but they're buying Nvidia, Meta, Microsoft, and Apple. So it kind of makes for the ETFs to kind of make a decision based off whatever else is happening in the ETF. Right? If we were going to look at the heat map on NQ, you can probably see like other things are probably warming up right now, right? This thing's refreshing. Hang on. I think this is yesterday's heat map.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so everything in NQ is green except for Google and Tesla. So that's what's going to continue to kind of push NQ if it can get a push from the bigger stocks. So if these bigger stocks get on the same page, that's which direction the market's going to move. Nvidia is just going crazy. Bye Nvidia. See you.
I like your short idea, Micaiah, but it's going to have to break between down on these lows here. I do like your short though. Can VIX probe new lows here? I don't think so. The VIX is pushing right now, which means the market should start to sell off here. Plus, we just got a gap up on the VIX, so the VIX has some making up to do. But yeah, good short, Micaiah. I liked it. It's just tough because, like Hobbs was just saying, there's a lot of conflicting things going on in the stock market that it's kind of making shorts kind of a tougher move, in my opinion.
Tape looks good for shorts, though.
No, the tape did look very, very good for shorts. We just got to break below. We got to on ES. We got to break below like 4699 ish area. Mason says, "Can y'all look at volume at some point?" I mean, we're always looking at volume, like the volume of the candles.
I think she's talking about session volume profile.
Oh, you're talking about the session volume profile.
Yeah, we can pull it up. It's not a problem. All right. Oh, what do you mean by volume of the candles? Or are they talking about like the session volume? I guess you got to clarify then.
Yeah, what do you mean by volume? You see a 1 minute head and shoulders on NQ?
Oh, the market looks incredibly bearish right now, especially if we break the structure here.
Yeah, the break is what's important. Z went short with Micaiah.
Nice.
Yeah, VIX has been crushed so hard. Yeah, it has been. Out here, possible bounce at VWAP. And then we'll look to re-enter short for the trend line. Gotcha. Holding 16,615. Yeah, I just thought this could be a bounce area potentially. That's all. Which it looks like the market's trying to bounce. Oh, I would not. I don't like longs up here, but I think this was a potential bounce spot to come back up and retest.
Okay, so now, Jonah, now look at my screen. Okay, you got it. All right, now we're cooking with some hot grease to the short side. See, now I'm like, okay, once we break through this structure, now I'm like, all right, cool. I was wrong on the long side, but I didn't take a trade. So now I'm just waiting, right? Now you see the gap right here, right? This was the fake out candle, and now we just created this huge gap from 28 to 39. And that's those 3 candles you were talking about right there. That's a strong supply push. We just got to close. I just want to get the break of structure. Just break the structure. That's the last thing I need. Otherwise, we're going to play around, right? Like if we don't break structure, we're just going to be in that consolidation. And that's why I say this strategy keeps me out of a lot of this chop, because if we don't break structure, it's irrelevant to me. Because we can just come back down here, fake like we're going to break the structure, come back up, and then rip higher. And then this candle doesn't look like a long bearish candle anymore. It looks like just a pullback to go long, you know what I mean, to go higher. Remember? I'm not getting in. That's exactly what I was saying. That's exactly what he'd be talking about. He'd be like, look, if it don't, I like what I'm seeing, but if it don't break this structure, I'm not touching it. And that's just that. Because again, market hasn't proven anything if it doesn't break below structure. If it breaks below structure, then this high is now validated, right? This high isn't validated until we break below this structure. If we break the structure, I'm interested. If we don't, then I'm looking at this as potential consolidation.
All right, yeah, Mason. The session volume profile right now on NQ at least. That's the only one I have for the session. We're kind of struggling at the POC for the day, but we did break above the value area high, and we haven't even tested the value area low, which I'm pretty sure is that support area. Yeah, so at least I'm 100% with Hobbs. The reason why I wouldn't have shorted this, unless you got the short up here somewhere, is because either here or here. If I didn't get short there, I'm not chasing it down here because I knew that we could potentially bounce in this area, right? And now we're getting that bounce, and we're probably going to come back up, and now it's the market's job to get above this high. If the market can't get above this high, then maybe we come back down and break. But until we break this low and then come back up and retest something up here, there's no real reason to take a short. In my opinion, right now,
there's no real reason. I'd say that for the way that we like to trade, I'm not looking to get short yet. I understand people that look at this, because you got to think time is fractal, right, Jay? So like if you go to the 1 minute or you go to the 15 second, there's plenty of reasons to take a short. Plenty, right? But from the way that I view the market on a higher time frame, maybe the 5 minute or the 15 minute, my triggers haven't been hit yet, right? So for people that trade on a 15 second, right? Like the short's right here. This is the short. Why? Because on a lower time frame, this is what happened. This high was validated by a break of this structure, right? So when we came back up here, the short is at 50.
I agree. I'm
not talking to you. I'm more so talking to the chat. I'm just saying, like, in general. But go ahead, brother.
Well, no. I agree with that, but I'm just saying, like, if you missed that short,
yes,
there's no reason to get short right now because we're in an area where the market could potentially bounce. So this is a low quality trade, in my opinion, because of the fact that the market hasn't been able to break the low. As soon as it breaks the low, then yeah, I mean, you can look to get short on a retest. I just wouldn't. This is a danger area where I think, and we're at low of day too. So this is an area where potentially sellers that are looking to get short could get trapped. Yeah. And so I would be looking for longs down here, actually, not shorts.
I agree.
So that I guess that was
and point. Theoretically, we're still in that 5 minute demand because of the aggressive demand push. I'm just waiting. I want to see whatever's going to happen here. I want to see it because to me right now, bears have proven more than the bulls. So bears had that aggressive push. We had a liquidity sweep because this is why I'm looking at this right now. Like, if you guys look at my screen, this is how I'm looking at this. We had this aggressive push down, right? Then we had this push up, liquidity sweep up. So now I want price to sweep the lows, right? Come down, come back up, and put in the lower high right here. And this is where I want to get short, right? This is where I want to get short. But I need to see a break of structure. I cannot short this market until I see the break of structure. If I see the break of structure, I'll short it. But right now, yeah, that's basically how I'm looking at it, because this could easily bounce here because now this low is validated, right? The market's job right now is to break this low, right? If we're looking at this on a smaller time frame, right? Here's what the market's trying to do. Bulls are trying to defend this low. Bears are trying to break this low to validate this high. I don't know which one is going to happen here, so I'm not going to trade it. Right? Not that I know everything. I'm just saying, like, for me, I want to see this low. I want to see us close below either this low or 593, preferably 593, right? And if this continues to dump too hard, right, then I know I got an area where I could potentially get long right here as well from last night's action, right? If we just dump crazy and I'm like, all right, well, we're a little too far extended. So now I can look to get long down here. Kind of like what we did yesterday where we had that aggressive sell off to start the day and everybody was trying to get short, but we missed the long opportunity. So I'm looking at it both ways. I know the areas where I can trade. I know that this orange box met my criteria to the upside. We just haven't retested it yet. So this could just be a retest to get down and close this gap. So if we come all the way down here, I'm not ruling out longs, right? But if we just break this structure and come back up, then I'll short down to here. So those are my two trade ideas for now. Oh, on the 1 hour? Let me take a look at it. I know that Tokyo session was absolute trash. Absolute trash. Hey, look, how you tell me I wouldn't even paper trade at that junk. I couldn't even paper trade. I went to sleep. I kept waking up. Look, looking at my phone. I was like, bro, for real? Nothing? So, man, looks like I'm not getting paid to take a shower today. Not with no 25-point range in over 12 hours. I'm straight. There's better opportunity out there. But again, on the 1 hour, you can see that we're holding at that exact level that we consolidated for 12 hours. That's why I need this structure to break. If this doesn't break, we're coming right back up. No, it's bullish. I agree. But the tape is very bearish. So I'm looking at this as we're about to break structure. We just haven't done it yet. But I don't know. I do not know, because the market, I just would not bet against bulls. Like, I just cannot bet against bulls. So until this market shows me, and if we get bullish from here, I'm still not going to trade it. I'm just going to mark it down. Be like, oh, okay, now I can trade from this area because we got this bullish push. But right now, we've gotten a bearish supply push. We just haven't broke structure. So we've hit all of my wickets on reasons to take a trade except for one. Yeah, you gotta have a list, bro, or you'll trade everything or anything. Or at least for me, I know I will, right? You know. 34 people in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure you tip the barbers, aka hit the like and subscribe button, turn the notification bells on so you get notified every time we go live or put out a video. Right now, we're just trying to figure this market out. I think that there were some really good trades taken this morning for the shorts. Justin and I did not participate in those, but shout out to the Discord and the YouTube channel, or the YouTube family for killing the trades this morning. All right, see, this is why I didn't want a long. I really think that we're trying to break this structure. In short here, all right, Makai. Mason said stuff's gonna consolidate all day just so you can't get in. Nah, it won't. The crazy part about it, we just gotta close. We just gotta close below. We're almost there. We just need a closure below here. We don't want that weird liquidity sweep thing to happen and we pop right back up. So come on, close. That's basically what we've been doing. Like, oh, okay, you think you got me? Bye. Patience is key, man. Patience is key. This looks like an area though. I'm being very patient today. That's meanwhile, oil going crazy to the upside. Yep, we out of here. This is it right here. I'm not taking this. I'm just gonna watch it. This thing is going.
What, oil?
No. I'm watching. Oil's going. Oil's gone. Oil didn't. Well, actually, no. Oil's looking like it might be putting in a lower high here. Actually, I was just reading the numbers. I thought it was much higher than I saw it previously. I don't know, man. We're struggling to break structure back to the upside too. I don't know. This is why I have certain rules. We need J Powell. I know, right? Bring on the man with the tie. Get him out here. This is why I just try to stick to my rules, man, because otherwise I'd be driving myself crazy on when to buy or sell this, right? Like, I just stick to my rules. And right now, none of my rules have hit. I'm trying. It ain't there yet. It's like the market knows my rules and it's like, nope, I ain't going to give you what you want. Added at the 9 EMA. Okay. For shorts. Good. I hope you're adding because that makes me feel better about my trade idea. I just don't want this thing to reverse back up. It's going to really irritate me. 615. Yeah, I think Micaiah says the 9 EMA sits right there. Out waiting now. Okay. Yeah. A lot of buying going on down here at the lows, but a lot of selling is happening down here too. So
there's a ton of selling. What, you think this is an inverse head and shoulders or a head and shoulders? What you looking at? No, yeah, I do flip flop them. That is true. I'm talking about a regular. I'm talking about the bullish head and shoulder, the bullish, a bullish inverse head and shoulders, or a regular, or a head and shoulders being the bearish.
Joe, the other thing that.
Okay, so a regular head and shoulders.
The other thing that keeps me out of this trade to try to long it is when we're in a clear downtrend, I have to get a break of structure on a smaller time frame first and then a retest before I trade it. So the reason why I like the liquidity sweep is just because I'm watching the tape, but seeing that the liquidity sweep was basically absorbed, it just tells me that price may want to go lower. So
yeah, we're in a really weird spot because at least on ES, there's a lot of buying, but there's also a lot of selling at the low that's not being rewarded. And there's the other thing that's weird too is that there's not a lot of liquidity to the upside. There's more liquidity to the downside, which makes me kind of think that if bulls can just get going, then we could potentially push out of here. But we're consolidating down at these lows, which also kind of makes me a bit bullish as well because sellers aren't getting rewarded. So I think it's going to take some bulls to come in, but I don't know. Looking at the stocks, they're trying to push up as well. At least Nvidia's still pushing. Apple's trying to push, and then the VIX is actually in daily supply right now. So I don't know. We'll see.
Mason said, "Bro, look at the VIX." Yeah, I'm watching it, man. It's trying. Like I told you guys, I'm open to play either direction today. I'm more just kind of in wait and see mode, just because I know how much consolidation happened last night. It was a lot of consolidation. This looks like another drop-based drop trying to form, but the candle's kind of the wrong way, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's a lot of selling hitting the book right now. It's not being rewarded, and they keep reloading for 4699.
Well, think about how much selling needs to happen to break this area. We consolidated for 12 or 14 hours.
Somebody is absorbing price down here. Let's see if the bears get rewarded.
Somebody's absorbing price at the bottom and at the top of this consolidation.
Yeah, I mean, ES is just moving straight sideways right now.
All right, I'm going to go use the restroom and check on my child. I'll be right back.
All right, looks like ES might finally pop to the downside. We'll see though. Dang, more selling, not getting rewarded down here. And then they reloaded it again. I think ES is gonna pop. I just think something's got to happen. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at right now. You see selling, all these big red bubbles right here. And you see the delta is at, there's been almost 2,000 more sellers down here, and the market has failed to move down, and now we got another sweep. So let's see if this brings any continuation. But there's somebody here that's absorbing price. Maybe we get like a liquidity sweep, but somebody's absorbing this price, and the market's going to, if we can't move down lower, you can see the market starting to head back up. And on top of that, there's not a lot of orders above. Clicked out. I'm looking at ES. I'm looking at ES's book map, because the book map, there's a little bit more orders here. Let's check. I mean, you can see it here too, though. Like, yeah, you can see it here too. And look, now we're popping back up. NQ's popping up. ES is struggling, but maybe ES follows. But yeah, even more selling's going on ES right now. NQ's come. ES, clearly NQ was the one to trade if you're looking to be bullish, because ES is struggling to move up. There's so much selling. But I think, yeah, ES is just not moving. This is pathetic. Yeah, but ES is not moving though. I do keep my eye on both of them. Okay, well there is the pop down on ES. Just build that liquidity. Popped right back up. Maybe this is the push on ES. Yeah, NQ's getting a nice move back up to the upside. Yeah, I just don't think shorts are going to be. I just don't think shorts are going to be long lived here. We'll see though. Did you get long Hustle for Life? Or are you short? I'm assuming you got short, Ashley. You said your next target is 95. Yeah, you got short. Waiting on NQ retest. Yeah, I just think we're moving up. Like I just saw a lot of I saw a lot of I saw a lot of selling not get rewarded down here. And then we popped right back up. So I think ES is about to move up. Looks like the stocks are still moving up, pushing up. And then the VIX is pushing up, but I mean, it's the volatility index is kind of unreliable today, in my opinion. Y'all got balls shorting, not gonna lie. I mean, shorts looked good, but when I see all of this selling and it doesn't get rewarded, and there's 1,900 sellers down here, I think they could potentially get stopped out. So. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, but I took a long. I took a long and got stopped out and re-entered. It hit my stop on the liquidity sweep, and then I re-entered in the long. Yeah, I wouldn't have got. It's funny because where I got long on NQ, I would have never got stopped out, but on ES we didn't really push, and then we got the sweep, and then now we're moving to the upside. So we'll see what happens. This is my second trade. I got ticked out the first time. I'm not even up that much on this ES trade. I got long at 4,700, so I'm only up like half a point right now. But we'll see. I like longs though, just based off of the tape. Yeah.
All right, I'm back.
Well, the other thing too, Jonah, was that ES was still it's in a better position to long, in my opinion, at the moment than NQ, just because NQ had already pushed off. So
did ES break structure to the downside?
No, it broke structure to the downside for a second and got ate right back up. But I was bullish on it just because I saw all this absorption going on down here. So I was like, let me take a stab long. And then liquidity swept my ass out and then popped right back up. So I was like, all right, I'm getting long again. So,
you mean your tail?
Or tail, yeah. Tail. My light skin tail.
I'm still flat. I like bears still up here, especially if we can't break structure. Back to the upside. I think we drop and finally break these lows. We just had to absorb all that liquidity down there, push up higher. Somebody says the VIX. What did somebody's new crypto news? What are y'all talking about? Feels like this is the question I wonder. Feels like the VIX move up is just fuel for stocks to push higher. It's not. It's the VIX push up is it's literally because the volatility is increasing and we've switched contracts. But the volatility is increasing because we're in FOMC days. So
yep. Yeah, FOMC is what's causing it, but the market is just like at least on ES, the market is not volatile whatsoever.
NQ is volatile.
NQ is nicely volatile.
It just breeds volatility. This thing just never stops.
All right now I'm up 2 points on this trade.
You got back in long?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like the longs. I like everything I saw at the bottom. Huh?
I said Nvidia supported the heck out of that long.
Yeah.
The absorption was really nice on the tape.
Yes, really that's what gave me the confidence to get long in the first place was the absorption. Yeah. I just got ticked out. Now we're heading to a little bit of a pocket of liquidity up here at 47.
This is where I'm looking potentially short the market, but I just don't see that same power from the bears yet.
We just got rejected. Okay, yeah, so we got to be careful here.
This is that gap fill area. Even though we didn't get the break of structure, I'm still thinking about taking it short because I'm a greedy little mother lover. That's why. This is exactly where I'm looking to short the market. But
it's like we're rejecting VWAP. I'm gonna move my stop up. See if we come back down, pick up some more buyers. Yeah, I think this can push back into 47.08. Maybe go a little bit higher.
Oh man, it's so conflicting on the stocks. It's unreal. They're all going opposite directions right now.
Well, they're actually Microsoft is pushing up right now. So is Alphabet or Google, and Apple's pushing up, and so is Nvidia just got rejected, but everything's starting to move back up. So, it makes me feel good about my position.
No, I'm not. It's not even a shot at your position. I'm saying as far as structure. So Microsoft is moving up, but it's in a downtrend. Google is moving up, but it's in a downtrend. Amazon is moving up, but it's in a downtrend. Meanwhile, Apple is in an uptrend and continuing to move up. Nvidia is moving up. Meta is moving up, but just got a pullback. And I don't know what the heck Tesla's doing. I genuinely don't know what Tesla's doing. Tesla was moving up, but then got rejected, and now looks to be in a downtrend as well. So that's all I mean is between the 7, all of them are doing totally different things right now. So
no, I agree.
I agree
with that.
I like shorts up here. I'm just very hesitant to take it because I would be breaking my rules if I take this trade.
Yeah.
He who hesitates does not get paid. But in this situation, I think patience is going to be key.
No, I would agree with that. I'm definitely in a riskier trade in my opinion, but I still
I think you're going against the trend right now. But as long as you understand that the market is overall bullish, but on today the sellers were in control so far. But hey, I don't know which way this market wants to go. The market still looks bullish based off the tape, but all the reasons you got into the trade haven't really changed. It's just we're hitting some resistance right here.
Yes.
Added
and sellers are really trying to.
All right, I'm gonna take a stab short up here. It's just
sellers are really trying to get in.
I'm gonna take a stab. Let me look at the 15-second first. I just really, really like this area for shorts. But maybe we get a liquidity sweep first. Yeah, so we're already dumping on the 15-second. Oh no! I didn't get it. I have my accounts mirrored, and I didn't turn my ATM off. All right, let me see if I can wait for a pullback. I'll wait for it to retest these highs right here, 26. Unless these bulls decide to be like, gotcha again.
I'm gonna go to break even. This ES is not volatile enough. I'm willing to give back 2 points. That ain't really nothing.
This could just rip right back up. So I haven't taken this short yet, but it looks good at 28. If we rip right through 28, then fast. Looks like we're trying to rip right through 28. You see what I see on the 15-second? I'm looking at that 28 level. Oh, the overall high. Okay. I can see it on the 15-second too. But yeah, we're at the high right now. Yeah. I like shorts here, but I just remember what happened yesterday from that pullback, and it was just like, all right, I'm gonna take a stab. Sure.
Yeah, we're just not volatile today.
I stop above 28, risking about 4 points.
I still like longs though. We continue to push up here. There we go.
And we're cut up. All right. Okay.
There we go. Come on.
We be pushing. Came up and swept me out. Let's see if it still wants to push down. It came up and tested the overall high. I gave it 5 points. I was entering off the 15-second chart, risking the high of the previous high. Yeah, I could have risked the overall high and gave it 7 points, but depending on how, because right now we're in an uptrend on the 15-second chart, which means but the overall high is here at 29, right, or at 31.25. So my bet was that we weren't going to get to the overall high, and I still think I'm correct. So type it, just was that pop?
No, that was me. I'm typing. Sorry.
Okay. And all those shorts are just getting sucked up. Yeah, I agree. Like I think that we're absorbing price up here. Same thing Justin saw at the lows is the same thing that's happening right now. My money's on the bears because of the aggressive push down. But I could be wrong. I don't know. I know that the uptrend hasn't been broken. So if you're looking to short this, hey, you might be joining the Hobbs crew on that initial chop up. So
I just like long. I think if we can get above 43.04 and break through all this liquidity that's here, I think we run back up to this, at least back up to the daily. That's where I'm kind of at right now with the market, because like I agree with all you guys seeing the uptrend or the downtrend, and I saw it too. But as soon as I started to see price not be able to break down below that, I started to get kind of bullish. And then I just mistimed the market and got stopped out on liquidity sweep. So I just re-entered, and so far so good. But we're in an area now where I think we could reject. So I'm just looking to see if we get bullish. If we get bullish above here, there should be nothing stopping us from getting back up to 44.09 and potentially going all the way up to 47.15. So that's kind of the way I'm reading the market right now. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I think this was a lower quality setup in my opinion, but it was a setup that I saw that I couldn't refuse to take. So I just accepted the risk. So we'll see. I'm up about 3 points right now.
Yeah, and you had a nice inverse head and shoulder on the 5. That liquidity sweep created that.
Yeah, I guess. No, you're.
Yeah, I was about to say on NQ it looks pretty quality. I was like, I don't know how much more quality you want out of a trade, but
well, I guess.
You took it short or long?
He's been in long.
Yeah, I think it was a really good long down at the lows. That's what I was saying. If we don't break here, it created a nice opportunity to long the market. I'm still bearish until we break above 658 though. That's just my thought process.
Yeah, I guess it wasn't. I guess I wouldn't consider this an A+ trade, but I think it was like a B. I guess because we were at low of day, so we were in an area of interest. I guess I had aware, so I'm not. I don't know. I think I'm beating myself up about a trade that I really shouldn't be, because I think this was a good trade.
You're pessimist.
Yeah, it's exactly. Like the ones you feel like you shouldn't
that's
be
how
in.
That's how I took it.
I agree. And you let it pass you up, and then it exactly what you thought was going to happen ends up happening. No, I agree. It's just a very slow move. Yeah, we gotta break this level right here. This is the make it or break it level. I definitely want to see us get volatile right here. Yeah, as long as we can break above this level and hold, then we're going back up to test the highs.
Yeah, the 1 hour looks really nice. 1 hour looks really nice. There's 38 minutes left in this 1 hour candle, so yeah, we got crude oil 9 minutes or 8 minutes.
Top Cat's in the building. Top Cat said, in my opinion, longs only until below yesterday's value area high. Otherwise, you still fighting the tide. Yeah.
I wouldn't say you're fighting the tide. Well, yeah, you're fighting the current tide, but yeah.
Yeah, you're fighting the overall trend. That I agree with. But see, now we're getting that rejection right here. So this is an area where
I like the double top on the 15-second that was printed. I'm short at 3-2.
I'm still holding. Let's see if we just retested VWAP right there. We're still holding it. Let's see what happens. I don't know. Bulls have just been very, very non-aggressive today, I guess. It's just a I'm not feeling like they might be. We're just kind of slowly grinding up here. We're just slow grind up.
Who knows, man? I like what I see. I like the double top on the 15-second, but the 5-minute isn't dropping as much as I would like it to drop. So we'll see what happens.
We got a little bit of a rejection there, but Bulls defended that rejection pretty nicely.
That low right there. So that low was validated down there at 2.6. I got out for like a $40 loss right there. Every time we sweep, we just sweep right to the lows and get bought right back up. So it's all good, man.
Yeah, it looks like Google is still trying to push. Microsoft's getting a little bit of a rejection, but Apple's still pushing, and Nvidia is kind of just consolidating right now.
It's the third tap of these highs right here.
Where's okay, and then Nasdaq is above value area high, but I want to see Nasdaq break its highs too, because it's going to get up there before ES does. So let's see.
I know, right? Get that little win. Always feels good, man. That's it. But you eliminate that emotion, right? So
ES is definitely at a sticking point right now. Bears do not want to see this get above 4704.
It's a lot of buying at these highs, but there's a lot of liquidity being added at the top. So I think we may get one aggressive sweep when the news drops, and then we come down. I like this area for shorts. I do not know what Bulls and Bears want to do at this level. So I want to short the market, so I'm going to short the market.
Yeah, VIX is continuing to push. VIX is not reliable right now, so I'm not going to worry about it.
I was short this market. I think that the market's about to fall. I think it's going to fall pretty aggressively. We'll see. Hold on, my brother's calling me. I told you. They do look just alike. We sound alike too. It's weird. Hold on a second, bro. Let me get you on that. Let me pause this stream. Well, not pause the stream. Let me mute the stream.
All right, so Bulls were able to break through a little bit of liquidity here. They're pulling back now, but I still don't see any real reason to sell my position. I still view in the market as being bullish. We broke above that previous. We broke above and held above that previous low, or this previous higher low over here. Let's see. Yeah, I'm still holding. But we're struggling, but Let me just show y'all. So we broke above here. So now I'm just kind of I'm watching the tape and just I'm essentially looking for reasons to potentially get out of the trade if we can't get above 47.75 ish area right now. That's where we're struggling, but the market is continuing to hold. I don't know. Bulls just seem weak, but so do bears. Like I don't know. The market's just not really moving right now. There's no real volatility, so I think that's what's giving me kind of. I don't think there's anything really that big. It could be. Let me look. I know tomorrow there's news tomorrow. I just don't know what the news is. It's initial jobless claims and retail sales tomorrow. All right, let's see. Let's see if the Bulls can continue to hold this because the selling still looks. There's a lot of buying going on, even though the selling's coming in. There's still a ton of people trying to get long. So let's see if this is just a pullback and we end up coming back up. Yeah, I have. Looks like the market might be coming back down. I don't know. This is tough. The market's just moving super slow right now. What? Powell? Yeah, it's 1 o'clock your time. I think it's 2 o'clock. The minutes come out at 2 o'clock EST, and Powell speaks at 2:30. Yeah, I know they come in a minute. I'm not sure how the market's gonna react, but I might break even, so I'm gonna hold through. But I'm not sure I'm gonna ratchet my stop up a little bit to. Sometimes they do, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Like it just depends. Like I've seen it where it's definitely affected, and I've seen where it hasn't. So I don't know. The market still looks bullish, though. So we'll see. I'm gonna hold through this news volatility. I'm up 4 points, so there's no real reason for me to sell. I'm up like a 1-to-1. Actually, I'm up more than a 1-to-1 right now. So I don't have a reason to sell. So I'm just gonna wait, see what happens. I guess the minutes are this news is dropping in about 7 seconds. I can't see the chat, by the way, because I'm trying to like actively manage this trade. So see if we get some type of volatility to the upside or something. We got like a little bit of a spike. We're like the tape's looking a little jumpy, but we're not really doing anything. Hopefully we can move up. It's like there's just been really nice buyers. Buyers keep defending, which makes me feel good about my position.
Okay,
previous 5-minute candles look really nice. So let's see if we can push here. Buyers are continuing to defend. So
yeah, I think the absorption looks good here. I put my trade to break even because I think we're about to get stopped out here.
Oh yeah, NQ pushed all the way back, but ES never really did. ES has continued to kind of hold.
It's a lot of buying, but even more selling. Hang on, my son's calling me again. Hang on.
Okay. Yeah, looks like okay. There we go. There's a pop. There's a little bit of a pop. Let's see if we can get above this now. We're starting to get bullish. See if buyers can kind of start to take over here. All right. Looks like buyers are trying to take over. There's really nothing on the tape now above our head that's like super concerning. So let's see. I think we can get up to this 47.10. I think we can get up to the highs for the day.
Yeah, the 15 minutes still looks good. The 1 hour still looks good to the upside. I'm stopped out there for break even again.
Yeah,
I just think fighting
grind,
these bulls is just proven to be like not the move. It's like I mean, I lost $50, so I'm not tripping. I really think the market should be ready to sell off, but it's just not. The market's like, I really don't care. Yeah, that's it. I shorted it. Look, it definitely didn't get me in trouble. I'm good. I managed my risk. That's the important part.
Yeah, you did manage your risk.
Yeah, I managed. No. I was short because of the area that we were in and the information that was being provided to me through NQ's tape. Right, I was watching it on a smaller time frame, but the larger time frames are still very bullish, and that's why once we got the flush, I was up in my trade, but I wasn't certain unless we were going to break structure. Once we didn't break structure, I went to break even, so I managed my risk. I was in at 3-2. We were up about 10 points on the trade. As soon as we got up 12 points, the market bounced right back up. So it was just like, okay, well, I'm going to go to break even, and now we're pushing right back to my entry and still looking like we want to go higher. So, but on the tape, you can see sellers actively trying to defend this area, right? But the hour chart, the 15-minute and the 5 do not care. Like they are still pushing, but you can see the intent from the sellers on the tape. That's the one thing that the candlestick chart isn't showing you is the intent from the sellers, but it doesn't matter because buyers are just stronger. So yeah, I think the idea was there, that it was a good idea. And if I were to place my trade at 636 and just accept the full risk of this entire box, which is 57, it's still a $200 risk. I think I still might be right, but I don't know. It's a sticking point for price right here. But as far as whether it was a good trade or just based on emotion, it wasn't. It was a trade based on the analysis of the market. I still think it might work out.
Yeah, it looks like we're trying to come back down a little bit right now, but
yeah. Because I mean, this 1 hour candle, although it looks bullish, it still hasn't closed above the high, so it hasn't done its job, right? The 1 hour candle could still reverse here and just look like a lower high was put in, right? But every time we sweep down, we can't break the low, right? I think the market's going to sell off. That's my thesis. That's what I see, and that's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah, we got a good amount of sellers coming in the market right now. So let's see if we can hold. We got to be able to hold VWAP. We can't hold VWAP.
Also, this is the 50% retracement on the downtrend, the original downtrend. We came up to the 70% and never even dumped, but we couldn't even tap 70%. So now we're rejecting 50%. So that's another confluence. I think the sticking point is VWAP. Whoever wins the battle of VWAP is going to win this battle. My money's on the bears, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's the third time we've broken structure and rejected a high on the 15-second chart. But every time we reject the high, bulls buy this junk right back up. So
yeah, this might be the time that they don't, though. So it's looking a little bit more bearish this time, but we'll see. See if bulls can defend. That was a pretty nasty.
Going up. I'm totally 100% made my money and going to run away, heading to Disney next week because I love my kids. Let's go. Out here, I jump back in O2 long. Seda Nas Gamer says, "Hey bro, what's going on, man?" Oh, was that Satan? Oh my goodness, what the? Okay, ES overnight highs 4709. 25 target. What the? Yeah. All right. See, every time we sweep, we get bought right back up, which is very bullish, right? And that's why I'm leaving it alone, because every time we tap the lows, we cannot break the lows. It's the same thing that was happening at the lows down here. It's the same thing that was happening at the lows overnight. So until I see this thing close with a bullish, bearish break of structure, I'm just going to leave the trade alone.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. That was hard to hold through. I'm not going to lie. That was not
very,
easy.
very bearish, but it was very bullish what happened after. It's a hard hold right here because it's a sticking point. Like price can do whatever it wants right here. Until this 1 hour candle closes, we don't truly know what price is trying to do here at this particular juncture, right? Like all I do know is bulls look very bullish at the lows and bears look very bearish at the highs.
All right, I'm gonna move my stop up to 42, 47.
Failed 05, POWELL, paper hands. I know that's right. Scalped it out. Yeah. I don't blame y'all, man. Like the moves there are quick and then it reverses. Take your money when it's there. No signs of showing a trend today. I agree. Right now, we're just in consolidation because we haven't broken structure in either direction. And that's what I was saying when we didn't break structure to the downside. I said this could be a sign of consolidation, or this could be the low for the overall trend up. Because one thing that's remained consistent is bulls. Bulls are holding court up here. And the overall trend on the 1 hour or the 4 hour is in their favor. And they're consistently holding court. So I don't know. Like I said, my money's on the bears in this area. But if we get above this area, like bulls gonna win. Like they killing it right now. So
yeah, Nvidia, Apple, everything right now is getting a nice bounce back to the upside. I mean, Nvidia pulled back, but it's starting to rip back up now, and so is Apple, and Google and Microsoft are all going back to the upside.
That was the last liquidity sweep. Now we about to rock it. that last liquidity sweep was like enough.
Yeah,
or is this the last liquidity sweep to the upside? I don't know. I just know that the market looks very bullish. And then it looks
get back above. We gotta continue this push now. Now that a lot of bears got trapped down here, their stops are gonna be above 47.0.
And they're getting squeezed.
Yeah, they're gonna get squeezed out. Maybe, potentially. We just gotta get above where they're gonna put their stops. They'll stop out and then the rally will continue.
Okay. Guys, do you work with standard deviation concept for price, target, and take profit? I'm gonna say no because I don't know what that is.
No.
Oh, Bollinger Bands.
I know.
What the
I know Stoic. I know Stoic does. I don't know. I don't know about it. Like I was watching his trading strategy video last night just because I was kind of curious. But yeah, I'm not too familiar with that.
All right, now we're pushing up to that 70% level, trying to break through this supply zone. I think if we push through this with volume, which it looks like we might, because the bulls have literally stopped out everybody at the lows. Look at all these trapped sellers down at 620 on that liquidity sweep. They screaming right now, help me, help me. They are screaming down there at those lows. But
the tape is weirdly clearing up right now to the upside.
We got news. Oh, the news already dropped?
No, the news, yeah, the news already came out. Yeah. Jonah was like, yeah, so the news is coming out. I was like, oh, you're right. And Malik was telling me too. And then when it came out, he was like, oh, no, you're good. Nothing
it was literally a nothing burger. It didn't even move oil. Like oil didn't even move. It was crude oil.
That's when you know it's bad. When crude oil doesn't move.
Didn't even move oil
off its own news.
Yeah, it's like, bro, this is y'all news. So what? All right, cool. Yeah, all right. Cool story, bro. The VIX is still pushing up.
Yeah, I think it's just the volatility from the news.
Yeah, that was clean, man. It was literally absorption down at the lows. That's all we were seeing is just clear absorption down at the lows. That's the Justin special right there. I suck at absorption trades. Well, we got the liquidity sweep, but it wasn't exactly what I wanted. Like I wanted to see like aggressive selling push down and then sweep. Instead, we just got one big candle and it got ate up quick, and then we didn't move directly after it. Instead, we absorbed a bunch of more times, and then we got bearish, or then we got bullish. That's more of a Justin special right there. When he loves that absorption because it gives him time. Like it gives him time to be like, okay, 1 tap, 3 taps, 4 taps, 5 taps. All right, I'm just gonna take it long because we are refusing to break this level.
Yeah.
Me, I look at those taps mentally as all right, and at some point we're gonna break this level. Justin looks at it the opposite way. So it's just, different traders seeing things differently. That's all.
I definitely was looking at that like, oh, if we can't break this, we're gonna they're gonna be trapped down here, and long should end up working out. It doesn't mean it's gonna work out because clearly on the first time I took it, I got stopped out. But again, that's why I think it's really important that you don't give up on a trade just because you get stopped out once, especially when you're talking about being at the lows. Like I didn't give up and I got right back in.
Yeah, the area where you were trying to get long was perfect. That's why the risk was so low for you to continue to get back in. And that was very high quality area to take the market long. It's different when you're at the high. Like right now, it's tough to get long because we could very well sweep the lows before we go up. Right.
Yeah.
So if we're already at the low, there's really
that breakout got messed up.
Yeah, if you're already at the lows, there's not really much to sweep. Now we're looking at sweeping the highs to potentially go back down first before we try to go up.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Take it easy. Please.
Yeah, I'm just hoping we get a pretty bullish push. Because this has been a very, very slow uptrend. Very slow uptrend.
Yeah, but yesterday was slow too.
That is true. That is true.
Yes. And this looks like the rejection that we got down there, the one that you guys got in on, it literally looks like yesterday's rejection, where we consolidated at an area for a while, then we came back down, retested it, got the bounce, and then we just slowly pushed all day long.
Yeah, it was like a slow grind. Ooh, there's a seller.
I think that's just somebody closing their position.
Yeah, it might have been.
All right, checking in with chat. Moves today are quick, and then okay, I read that one. Short again, tight stop. All right, I read that one. Out, flip long. This is a break of structure. Yeah, we're trying to. I think the break of structure comes if we break above. Like I said, we got to get above 57, which I think we're gonna do. But again, the selling here is just tremendous. It's really, really aggressive at these highs.
Yeah, there's a lot of selling going on. Just a very slow grind up today.
The only thing is the buying is just so strong. It's so much stronger at the lows. Like every time we come up, every time we try to go down, the market just pushes back up. So.
You're right. It is just like yesterday, where it was like any time we started to sell off, like buyers just came back in and it was just like, yeah, we're gonna eat this dip right back up.
Yep.
It's just for the way I like to trade this. I just want a disclaimer. I am very uncomfortable in this trade because of how slow it's moving. Like I like to be a little more volatile. However, this trade I'm also comfortable in because I keep seeing buyers defend on every single pullback. So
every single one.
It's like it's kind of like it sucks, but it doesn't suck that bad. But I'm about 4 points away from profit target, so I think I'm just gonna. I think I'm not gonna be greedy on this, and I'm just gonna allow my profit target to trigger, and then and call it a day. I'm not gonna try to trail my stop. It's gonna allow my profit target to get hit. Although maybe I won't. I don't know.
No, don't pick a day where it's time to be greedy to not be greedy.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like don't sell yourself short. If you see a reason to sell, get out at your profit target. But if we get to your profit target and we start ripping through it, like don't sell yourself short, bro. Like go get your money. That's
true. Yeah, okay. I moved my profit target up. I am securing like 2 points though, more than 2 points. So I can't lose on the. I couldn't lose on the trade anyway. But yeah, I'm hoping we get pretty bullish, and I'm hoping we can stop some people out, but I think we may pull back before we do that. I'm just looking at the tape. Let me zoom out a little bit on this tape. Let me see. Actually, we don't look too bad on the tape.
Definitely in a range, high 635, low 615. I don't know. I think the market's trying to push out of this. We're just in supply right now. This is where those initial sellers came in this morning and sold this market off, right?
Yeah, we're almost back up to the highs now. We're 1 point away from being back up to daily demand or daily supply.
Man,
here comes a really nice push. Huh?
Look at that 5-minute demand at 5:40 your time.
On NQ?
Mm-hmm. and then look where price bounced off of. Just put a box right at the top of that wick at 540 your time.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, that was perfect.
We did it again, bro.
That was
we
perfect.
did it again. I said, let me look to the left and figure out why we bounced right here. Sure enough, there it is.
All right, we're getting
first break of structure from the low. Beautiful.
We're getting pretty bullish. That was a pretty bullish push right there.
17,000 a day.
Let's see.
Feels if we like can a bear trap. Yeah. If we can't get if we can get above these highs, I think we're good. I think you guys are good.
I agree.
Added to the longs on that pullback, then took profit on the pump. Yeah. Runners in play. Okay. When we stop to break even, the 5-minute head and shoulders is my only concern. Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I'm short bias until we break above the high. And Nvidia's starting to cool off up here too. So
yeah, Nvidia is starting to cool off a bit. Let's see if bulls can defend here. There's a ton of selling at 47.07.
Yep. $650 has about 100 orders sitting up there at 650. But like I said, every time we pull back, the market just rallies right back up. So this is it's so hard to get short. It makes sense to get short, but every time I've decided that things make sense in this market, shorten this rally, the market just proves me wrong again. So those runners could be legendary. Yeah,
there's a lot of selling going on right here. It's like the entire stock market's starting to pull back too. So just watching this closely.
Really bearish. Apple looks very bearish here. So they just printed a doji candle at the top of this 15-minute uptrend, and Nvidia got rejected 3 times.
Yeah, but here comes SPY pushing right back up.
Yeah, I was like, but the market just doesn't seem to care. Apple's getting a really bearish candle on the 15-minute right now as we speak. I'm gonna take a short right there. A short 3.8. Put my stop above the highs. Again, Nvidia's coming down. Apple's trying to push down. We can just get on the other side of VWAP. I think we might actually print. So you cut and went short. Okay. Yeah, I've liked the shorts all morning. Like I said, this orange box is where I stop liking the shorts. If we get above this box, then I'll get biased to the upside. But until we break this box, I'm short bias. So I'm looking for this to finally come down and break below that structure. And my target is 568 right here. So we'll see.
All right, I'm out. I took profit.
Yeah, I don't think
I'm
that
gonna,
was a liquidity sweep. I think that one was actual true selling. So let's see if it holds though. Yeah, I got multiple confluences on the 15 second, but again, every time I take the market short, the market just rallies right back up. So I don't know if it'll hold, but I like what I'm seeing. So you can only take what you see. So the only difference between this time that I'm trading is the VIX is rallying up, right? Trying to push out, get above structure. And then you got the stocks that are also starting to sell, right? NVIDIA is a big driver of NQ. And if it gets below VWAP on the 15-minute, we're going to fall, and we're going to fall fast. Apple is participating, Google is participating, Amazon, Meta, and Tesla are all selling down. So if they decide to sell with this trend, we're going to get one really, really aggressive 15-minute bearish candle. That's what I'm banking on. So we'll see what happens. We got 7 minutes left in this candle, so we shall see.
Yeah, I definitely like the bullish case, but yeah, I don't know. I don't like we're at the high, so I kind of wanted to be cautious up here. So I just decided to cover. We didn't really get that volatility. Oh, we still might though. We still might get that volatility.
Look on NQ's tape. We got a lot of trap buyers up there at 645 through 650 though. It's like 280 trap buyers up there. You see that on the Delta?
At the very top.
645.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I see it. Yeah,
but there's a lot of buying at 635, and they're not theoretically trapped yet, right? Like they're trapped if we pull too far away from price. But that's meanwhile, here comes freaking Microsoft. Jeez, wait, just fall, man. Just go down. You're already melting. Just melt. NVIDIA's still pushing down though, so. Yeah, my target's basically this gap fill at 568. So that's what I'm looking at to get about 100 points or so.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that trade at all. I think I got out a beautiful trade,
bro. I just felt like it was opposite of the trend, and we came up super choppy, which made me even more bearish on the way up. Because if you look at it, we just came up in a bear flag formation. So I'm just trying to short the top of this bear flag, and we tapped the center of my box at 650, which is another thing that I see normally in my back testing. So now I'm just looking for this thing to drop out of the sky.
Yeah, and plus all the stocks are coming down too. That's another reason why when you were talking about the stocks, I was looking at, I was like, yeah, this
I was like, you can stay in this if you want to. I was like, but I don't like what I'm seeing from these stocks right now. So we might come all the way down to 503, but my first target is 568. So I'm short at 3.8. Stop is at 50. Shorted 08, 06, trusted the bulls. What's 08? Oh, you talking about ES? Man, oil is ripping hard, is it? Oh yeah, dang, oil is ripping. Jeez. Yeah, oil. I was gonna trade oil today too. I literally told my Discord, I was like, yeah, I might trade oil if NQ don't go crazy. I told Justin, I was like, bro, every time we get crude oil inventories, oil just go nuts. I was like, I think I might start trading crude oil days on oil. And today was a good day to trade oil, but you needed to be trading it early this morning, right? The setup for me, how I like to trade, the setup was down here, right? We got a pullback roughly about right here, but I don't know. For the way that I like to trade, I probably wouldn't have taken that trade. So, but this is kind of like been the sticking point all morning for price. Bulls have to get below VWAP. And I think this bearish candle might have been the last hurrah here. 650 seems to be the level where they're holding liquidity at. But again, these bulls just have no chill, man. And I bet you Microsoft is probably trying to rip. Oh, okay, good.
I bet you Microsoft is. Oh, no, never mind. Microsoft is not.
it's flat. It's not good, but it's not bad for me.
Yeah,
it's flat.
Interesting. So. Yeah, it's interesting. Every time we come back, it's like we're returning back. At least on NQ, we're returning back down to VWAP, and then we find buyers.
My butt again. Come on, man. Oh, Bears, where art thou? Goodness gracious. Fight, man. Fight.
Yeah, I just wish today was a little bit more volatile. That's the only thing. I just wish we had a little bit more volatility in the market today. At least on ES. NQ, I can see the volatility on it. But even NQ's volatility actually isn't as high as it normally is, to be honest with you. Like normally these candles are a lot bigger on NQ.
What we thought was selling pressure is now starting to look like a small pullback on Apple. Nvidia's still looking bearish, but Apple looks like it's about to eat this dip right back up.
Apple looks like it's flagging.
Yeah.
Let's see what we can do here.
Oh goodness!
I can go back to chat. I'm done trading for now. Thanks, Hustle for Life. You shorted. I think you already read this. You shorted 06 to
I read
06. Yeah, I know. I just want to see where you. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to go against the Bulls right now.
I want to see if Nvidia closes below. If Nvidia can close below VWAP, I think we're good. Apple just got to quit playing around up there. Well, 196. Bring your butt back down to previous day high.
Nvidia already closed below VWAP.
Not on the 15-minute.
Oh, well, on the 5 we did.
Yeah, I'm just watching it on the 15.
It's just weird because Microsoft has been doing this thing. It did this yesterday too. I mean, it did get a push eventually, but it just sells off and then it just consolidates all day, and then at the end of the day, it gets a rip.
It's just a rip, yeah. I don't know. I like Google's bear flag. It's matching NQ's bear flag, but again, Apple and Nvidia are ruling the world right now, and they just will not sell off. They will not give up the 50%, the VWAP. But still a lot of selling. We haven't come back to that 650 level, so that makes me feel good. Let's see what they did with that liquidity, and they're still holding that liquidity up at 650. So
looks like ES is in a falling wedge pattern to go up higher potentially. Yeah, I'm happy I got out for profit. I don't like these highs right here. The market looks weak, but I don't know. Bulls just haven't looked strong. The entire uptrend, Bulls were strong. Don't get me wrong, but it wasn't like the strength that I want to, that I feel comfortable with. Right, like we didn't get any like really massive rips to the upside the way that would make me feel like, oh, okay, I'm good. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
All right, we got that closure below VWAP on NQ. I mean on Nvidia. So hopefully we can continue down. But Apple, of course, is going the other way. So there's that. What's ES doing? Man, Apple just
about to come right back to the upside.
Oh my goodness.
They just dropped some liquidity on us. We got filled a little bit. Yeah, these bulls are relentless. We're coming right back up. This fallen wedge looked really nice on ES. A lot of selling hit the highs too. Let me show you guys on Bookmap.
Jeez Louise, man.
You see all this? You see this delta right here? It's 1400 delta, and at least from what you can see on the chart, 985 of that happened right here. So a lot of sellers tried to hit the market and they did not. They're not getting rewarded. And then we have this liquidity below us that should help kind of fuel us back up. We're breaking out of this downward wedge right now. So I probably could have stayed in my long, but it's all good though. I took profit. I'm not mad at it. I got a 2-to-1, and I made up for my loss. So it's nothing bad. Definitely not tripping about it, but yeah, looks like I could have probably got the 10 points I was after, but it's all good. Yeah, this thing's ready to push again.
All right, I'm out of the trade break even.
Yeah, real fast. Let me show you guys why I got in long initially. So down here, I like to look at the delta, right, to see what's going on. So we got that initial sell-off, and then we ended up, kind of just consolidating, pushing back up. We came back down, and then I started noticing these big sell bubbles down here, right? So we got the seller right here. We bounced, got another bubble, bounced, and then I noticed this liquidity come in, and then we bounced again. I think I got in long somewhere right here the first time. We bounced. We came back down. I was nervous because of the fact we kept coming back down, but I kept watching the delta rise as we kept absorbing these sellers down here, right? So we got some more absorption and then some more absorption, right? Where sellers just couldn't break down. I got stopped out on this liquidity sweep, and then as soon as we came back up, I got right back in, right around 4,700, exactly 4,700. We came back down one more time, very little selling, and then we pushed up. So because of this right here, and because we were at low of day on the day, because we couldn't break low of day, and we were discussing it in stream, how this lower high wasn't valid until we broke below the low, and we never really broke below the low. And I caught that absorption, and then I was able to take the market long. And I mean, now you can see we just tapped. What is it? 4708 is daily supply that we just tapped and got rejected from. So I don't know what's going to happen from here. But yeah, that was a really good long in my opinion. So
yeah, I thought it was really clean. I wasn't here to see you take it, but I knew that absorption down there. I just, like I said, I've been short bias on this move up. Maybe it's just consolidation, right? Like to the point where it's not obviously a long, it's not obviously a short, right? Because we're in consolidation, right? And there's no breakout, right? So at the highs, look to short. At the lows, look to get out. And I think on my previous trade just now, like all the trades that I've taken today, I've taken break even and small losses, but the trades that I've taken, I could have just got out for profit, but I was expecting a bigger move. And I think that's the biggest thing that I would need to adjust on today's price action, is just allowing, when I see a huge rejection in the opposite direction of my trade, get out, right? Take the money and get out, because the market is in consolidation. So we're bouncing around, stealing liquidity at the lows and at the highs. So I just need to shorten my trade strategies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we're not breaking out in either direction. We're just literally in consolidation. I view this consolidation as a little bit more bearish, but Justin views it as bullish at the lows, which we're both not incorrect. Neither one of us are incorrect. It's just, okay, which way do you want to play it and for how long? Right. So
yeah, I mean, even at these highs though, like on the tape, I'm seeing a potential for bears to get trapped again, right? Like they are trying to sell this off. They're trying to sell this off, and if they don't get rewarded here, then it could be bad. But on the flip side,
and that's what I mean. You're looking at it like bears could potentially get trapped. I'm looking at it like bulls are trapped, right? Like, because we still haven't broke the high, which is the 650. So coming back up here, we're trapping more bulls because everybody is so bullish. So I think that it's a higher potential for bulls to get trapped than bears.
Well, I guess in this situation, you have to ask yourself, when you see delta like this, where there's a whole bunch of sellers, you have to ask yourself, are these sellers going to get rewarded, right? Like, are they going to get rewarded? And right now, the answer is no. So what I would be looking at,
that's they haven't been rewarded yet.
Yeah,
right?
Well, and that's why I said, are they being rewarded right now?
Yeah.
That's why I said the answer is no. So how I would play this is I would note that the
are you looking at ES or are you looking at NQ?
I'm looking at ES because there's more liquidity.
Yeah, you got to look at NQ because the sellers are getting rewarded on NQ. That's what I'm trying to say. I think we're talking about something different on two different charts. Well, you're looking at ES and ES isn't moving, but NQ is.
well, even on NQ with all these sellers, I would still. I mean, actually, on NQ, I would have already probably been looking to get short.
Thank you. I was like, we're looking.
ES, I think
we're just talking about two different things. Go look at EQ's chart. That's why I was like,
on NQ, I would have gotten.
Actually, I was like, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I would have gotten short on NQ when we came back up and failed.
Just making sure. I was like, okay, I think we're talking about something two different instruments, and that's why we're not talking the same language. Just pull up the different.
As long, my only concern. Okay, so here. Speaking NQ real fast, since that's what we're talking about, not ES. On NQ, the only thing I would be worried about is just VWAP. I want VWAP has got to break.
That's the last thing to break. But now Microsoft is breaking. Microsoft is breaking down, and that was the last stock that needed to get on board. If Microsoft and Apple, if Apple gets below VWAP, we're crashing, right? Literally, we're gonna come down. I got back in short at my exact same entry, which is stupid. I should have just accepted the risk, but whatever.
Micaiah added / average, took profit, made runners, stop at 648. Let's go. Top Cat says, nice read, J Seals. Appreciate it, Top Cat. And Micaiah says, took everything but one runner. Okay, dope. Yeah, I think shorts look good up here. I mean, we like Cobb saying we're at the highs. I mean, at least on ES and on NQ. It's just VWAP has to break on NQ.
That's the only problem. That's literally the last thing left for the market to do is get sellers on the other side of price, which is VWAP, right? Like,
yeah, this is looking a lot like yesterday. Yeah. This is looking a lot like yesterday. Remember yesterday how like we just consolidated,
and here comes Nvidia right back up.
Went ham. But the difference this time, I will say though, is that NQ is making lower highs on the way back up. Yes. So that's positive. Yeah. But we just can't break below. Let me look at NQ's tape right here.
This time I'm risking the previous high. So I'm risking about 8 points, give or take.
Notice on NQ between like 16,625 and like 618-ish. There was just a wall of red delta right there. Like sellers are trying so hard.
They're trying, but again, now we got trapped sellers at the lows, right? Yeah, and that's why I say, like, to me, it's consolidation until it's not, right? So
yeah, we got a CBD divergence down here as well. It's pretty clear. You can see it pretty nicely on the tape. Not saying it's going to play out, but see how we came down here and we made a low, and then when we came back down, we made a lower low here. So you want to see the CBD make a lower low. It did not. So something to watch. Yeah, we're coming back down again. Let's see if we make another CBD divergence.
If the CBD divergence are like as clear as it was the other day, then I'm interested. But those little tiny ones, like, I don't pay attention to those. I'm looking more so at the stocks, because the stocks are telling a very different picture than that CBD divergence. Microsoft continues to sell, we're good. If Nvidia pushes up or gets rejected here at this high, we're good. Apple breaks VWAP, we're good. Right? We just have to break the low. So whoever comes out of this victorious, the market's gonna flush.
Yeah, I'd be looking to go long here on NQ. Nvidia's popped right back up above, and ES is holding VWAP still. We just had another CBD divergence as well, but we'll see what happens. I don't know. I'm not actually gonna trade this, but I really have no skin in this game, but we'll see.
Would you only be looking to go long because of the CBD divergence? Because other than that, I don't see a reason to take the market long.
I'm looking at I'm looking at the not just the CBD divergence, but also the fact that it looks like we're getting absorption down over here at VWAP. Although, I mean, we could change, but
look at Microsoft, look at Apple.
Oh, I know they're coming down. I know. And I mean that's why I had no skin in the game, because we definitely we could definitely break down lower. Well, there's a liquidity sweep right here. See what happens. That's even more selling.
All right, my stops are at break even. My target is still the 500s on NQ. I just need us to get below VWAP and stay below VWAP. Like, just stay. Just go to 580, man. Like, just go to the previous day high and I'll be happy. My target is 568 and then potentially the 1 hour demand at 503. That's where I think we're headed until Powell comes out. I just think that this level, that overnight level, if we can just get below that overnight level, it's going to be a problem, right? And if we can't get below it, we're just going to keep bouncing right back up.
Mason says BTC broke 42K. See if it leads the market up. Talking about on crypto. Because it's definitely not going to lead the stock market up.
That's what he's talking about.
Oh, yeah. I don't. The market, I think the market follows more, or BTC follows more of the overall market, not the other way around. And then you see a neckline. Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, I see. I definitely see the head and shoulders on the 5. Very nice head and shoulders, too.
Microsoft is flushing down right now. Like, completely flushing. Tesla, too.
I think the only thing that's really stopping the market from really getting selly is Apple. Yeah.
Apple.
It's Apple.
It's freaking
Apple's propping this market up.
Literally, single-handedly, the reason why the market won't fall right now is Apple.
Yeah, because even Nvidia is getting that sell. Just need Apple to start selling. I think it'd be fine. And I see the head and shoulders. It looks really good on NQ on the 5. Yeah, I think the market's gonna come down. Good trade. Good trade.
Thank you. If it comes down. Like I said, my target is 503. I mean 568 and then 503. But just taking this sweet time. Like
we just broke the neckline, so maybe we come back up and retest the neckline. But
Tesla is absolutely flushing. So is Microsoft. All of this selling though, and Apple's still not participating. Like, it just does not make me feel good. Like, if Microsoft gets down to its lows and Apple still hasn't moved down, then this market is in danger of popping right back up.
Yeah, at least there's some selling on the trade.
I'm just waiting. I'm waiting to see if we can get more bears to participate here. We just got to get on the other side of 600. A break below 600 and this market comes down, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this next 5-minute candle goes on Apple, because this 5-minute candle is looking a little bearish. So we'll see.
You know, Mason, I think BTC, in my opinion, I think it's a product of the market, like profit takers, right? Like, I think when people take profit, this is very bad right now for my trade. The fact that we stopped here of all places is not good. Just watching this on the 15-minute down here, and there's a 15-minute demand zone right here that we're sitting inside of. I would really, really like us to push through this area. If we don't push through this area, matter of fact, I'm going to go secure some profit right now. Let's sell some of my contracts. All right. I took 5 off right there.
You and did 10 micros?
Yeah, on Apex.
Yeah. That's like super genius, honestly. Because then you can secure the 5 and then
exactly. I decided to go to just playing 10 micros instead of playing a full mini. That way I can take profits when I need to. And now I don't care about the trade. Like, if it comes up, I genuinely don't care. Like, it's okay if it comes back. Like, this time I'm holding to my profit target because I've already taken the profit that I wanted. So now I'm holding for 568 and then potentially 503. And when I say 503, I'm really at 510 because I'm not going to 503. We come all the way down there. I'm looking to take profit immediately, but Nvidia's not helping us right now. So
no, neither is Microsoft.
Yeah, Microsoft it tried to break its low and then Now it's looking like it wants to pop back up. So, but like I said, we already won on the trade. Now we're just trying to get a little bit of ice cream, little sprinkles. Come on, Apple, just flush. Okay, this is very important on Apple, guys. Look, this is what's gonna make or break my trade right here. This is it. If Apple can break VWAP just once, just one time, get on the other side of VWAP just one time today, just once. If it can officially break VWAP and get below this change of character here, and then come all the way back down to previous day high, we're gonna print. Period, point blank. And it looks like it wants to do it. So if Apple can get below, we're good. If it doesn't, we're gonna be in trouble. And Nvidia, although it's pushing up, it's still. Look, I'm trying to talk about you in a bad way. Stop. Even though it's. Oh my God, stop. You're making me look bad here, Nvidia. Stop it. Basically, what I'm trying to say is if Nvidia can just hold below this low right here, right? Oh my goodness. Why do people love the chip maker so much? Stop buying this thing.
This might be okay though. We're retesting that neckline, so as long as
that's what I'm saying. Like if we can just keep price below here, then Nvidia will finally give it up. That's all we need. But we're getting a lot of absorption down here on the tape. But Apple's doing its job so far. Just get below the lows, Apple. I've been short biased this whole time. I just want to get rewarded one time.
Well, I mean, moral victory. You took profit down. You took some profit down there.
Oh, I'm about to take some more here in a second because I'm not liking this absorption, but I'm gonna hold through it. I think I'm okay because we're squeezing price down. That 650 liquidity is still holding up there. I'm good. I'm gonna relax. All right, breaking through 196.11 now, which is VWAP on Apple. Oh, what I was saying about VWAP. I'm sorry. I mean about BTC. With BTC, I feel like it's a product of people taking profits and then moving their profits to riskier plays, understanding that the volatility is starting to increase on the more riskier plays. Plus, we got the ETF, right? So I will never use BTC as a leader per se for the stock market. I think there's much better leaders or indicators that you can use, but I do understand your correlation, right? Like I get why you would look at it that way. And I'm not saying you're incorrect. I'm just saying I wouldn't use it, right? So, but I do see that correlation from time to time. But I mean, you could make the argument it's not really that good because of the fact that what was BTC doing, or what was the market doing when BTC wasn't moving? The market was still moving, right? Therefore, it's a indicator that isn't reliable, so to speak, right? So we're holding really a lot of value at this 616 level. It does not make me feel good at all. If we could just, like I said, if we could just get below 600, I think we'll be fine. So 10 minutes left in this 15-minute candle. Looking to really, really let this thing flush here. So Nvidia's rejecting that high again. So we'll see what happens. 614 on NQ. Just need to get below all of this, right? If we get below all of this, we'll be just fine. If we don't, hey, price will pop right back up. But all of this is what we're trying to break. All of that 12 hours of consolidation we had, right? All of this is what I need price to get through. And that's why we're stopping, right? Right. And the fact that we're double bottoming down here means that we could potentially just be right back into consolidation. I'm hoping that the consolidation breaks down here. Yeah, but usually when we get that strong seller, we pop right back up. So I'm hoping this is the last of it, right? So
well, I think we got that strong seller because Apple just dumps pretty aggressively right there.
Oh, nice.
It tried, but then
it's trying. Oh my.
Mason, that's an interesting way of looking at things. I get that. I think BTC is its own vector, but stock market also has exposure to BTC, Tesla, MicroStrategy, etc. That is true, but the only thing though is like Tesla does the opposite of whatever the stock market does. So that's the only thing that I would poke a little bit of hole in your vector, and I don't think MicroStrategy really moves the market any. So while there are some companies that have exposure to Bitcoin, I'm still a Hobbs in the fact that, like, if you look at it, Bitcoin just started running, right? Like relative to NQ's been running all year. Like literally all year NQ's been pumping. So
yeah. So if we break structure right here, meaning we get back above 625, I'll get out on the retest. 626 right here. So I'm watching this area really carefully. So if we break above structure, we get that rocket candle coming up and we break trend. Instead of getting out when the candle's in bad shape, this is something that I've been working on too to save more money, is when we push up, we know that the retest is coming, right? We got a shoulder here and a potential head here and a potential another shoulder that has to print yet, right? So instead of selling my position before I'm sure that this is a reversal, I'll just get out where other people are looking to get in, right? So if I was looking to long this, I would wait for a break of structure, a retest, and then for this to take off. But if we never break structure, I'm just going to stay in the trade short, right? If we break structure, then I'll get out on the retest. So, okay, brother. Go ahead.
Okay. Hopefully I don't butcher your name. Kaja Kingston says manners and respect, 1,000%. That's all we ask for. Manners and respect, and we give you manners and respect back.
100%. We can all disagree on something, but in a proper manner, right? Like, and that's what it's about.
I think you're fine.
And I think
Christ, this thing coming down.
I think Mason has a good point. I just disagree, right? And I'm going to share with him why I disagree, right? So,
but
right, we're pushing down to hopefully get to my profit target of 568. My first profit target is 568. I've already taken half the position off here at VWAP. Just waiting on 568.50 to trigger. And then after 568, I'm going to take about 3 more contracts off. And then my profit target, my ultimate profit target is right here at 503.25. So
Jeffrey says, sup guys, if NQ makes a new all-time high above the monthly level, how does a trader trade a market with no history? That's a really good question. So first off, the way that I will be trading it, if
that's
it does,
a really good question, man. That's a very intelligible question. I like that question. But go ahead, Jay. I'm sure.
So the first thing that I would do is I would not be looking to short the market, because that's trying to call the top, and nobody knows where the top's at. So in that situation, I'm only looking for pullbacks to potentially take the market longer. I'm not the only data that is the past data, and that's data for pullbacks to go higher. Until we break some type of structure to the downside to start shorting again, shorts are completely off the table. I'm only looking for longs. That's how I would play NQ once we get above all-time highs. So
I agree.
Yeah, you could do that too. That's actually another thing you could do. The Fibonacci sequence has levels above that you could be okay. That's actually a good point. So I would use the fibs for profit targets though. So you can use the Fibonacci retracement. It's actually would be a Fibonacci what do they call it? It's not a retracement, but it's a
extension.
Extension, there you go. So you can use the Fibonacci extension, but I would only use that for profit targets. I wouldn't use it for shorting the market, because you got to think we're so bullish at that point that people are going to be FOMO buying. You don't want to get caught in a trap to be be longing new highs, but on pullbacks you can use those extensions as profit targets. So that's a good thing. I would be using that as well. Yeah, extensions. Yeah. But really good question, because that could be happening in the near future. But this short's playing out really nicely. And we're almost back to my entry on ES. And then Q is dumping. Really nice head and shoulders. Really nice head and shoulders, and really nice retest of the neckline as well. Okay, new question. What's NQ? Yeah, it's the NASDAQ. NQ is the NASDAQ on futures. So you got NASDAQ, NQ is futures, QQQ is options and also stocks, and then what is it? The US 100 is Forex. And I don't know what the cash version of the NASDAQ is.
It wasn't NAS 100.
Oh, NAS 100 is NAS 100 is is Forex, but like how like SPX is the cash index for SPY. I don't know what the cash index is. It might be NX or something, or NDX. I think is what it is.
Okay.
Or US 100. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of instruments that are all the same. Jeffrey says, "Thanks, guys. I'm kind of worrying about it." Yeah, don't be worried about it. Just in my opinion, right? This is not. This is what I would do. I just wouldn't be shorting the market, right? Like same thing when Apple breaks its all-time high or Microsoft breaks its all-time high. Like you just don't want to be trying to short the top because you don't know where the top's going to be. So,
man, I should have never sold my original entry, bro.
You took profit. That's fine.
No, I'm saying I was short 3.8 and I sold for break even.
Oh, the first time, yeah.
And I was right on my analysis to put my stop at 650 because I would have never been stopped out. That's okay.
Akrim says it's named Cash next to the name. Oh yeah, US Cash. Yeah.
Oh, is it? I didn't know
that. Tommy Getting Made said, "Guys, I'm on the new NQ contract. I'm not on MNQZ Dark anymore." Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, I think pretty much everybody's trading the new contract at this point.
Yeah, welcome back, bro. Welcome back. Yeah, I usually trade the new contract the first day because I just stay on my continuous charts on TradingView, and then I just switch them over on TraderVate where I execute.
Yeah, I wait for the contract volume to change over. If more people are trading the old contract, I'll continue trading the old contract. Once people start switching over to the new contract, I go to the new one. We're at the value area low right now, just so you know. Hopefully we get a bullish breakdown here.
A bearish breakdown?
Sorry, bearish. You're right.
Yeah, I expect a retest of VWAP here, so I'm cool with that. My stop's above that, so I think we get a retest of 614 through roughly about 624, which I'm okay with. As long as we don't come back to 632, I think my stop's okay.
You're funded?
Yeah.
So you don't have any drawdown, right?
No.
Yeah, that's nice to be able to allow it to actually do its thing.
I mean, even when you get to the funded, you don't have drawdown anyway. Once you
on the PA account,
once you get above 2,600, you don't have drawdown. Like, yeah, I was above 2,600, so I just can't go below 50K. So that's the drawdown.
Yeah, but isn't there on a
No. You're talking about Apex, not Topstep.
Yeah, no, not Topstep. On the PA account though, isn't there an intraday trailing drawdown or no?
No, there's no intraday trailing drawdown exists until you get over 2,600. Once you get over 2,600, then it's just you can't go back to 50K. It stops at 50,000.
Okay, yeah, so I'm right. So that was my point. It's really nice not to worry about that intraday trailing drawdown. You can allow your trade to actually run.
Said you were right. I was just saying that there's no drawdown. There's no intraday trailing drawdown anymore because it stops at 50,000.
Right.
So it started at 47,500 when I got the PA account. But once I got to 2,600, it didn't exist anymore. And I got all the way up to like 5,300 or something like that. So it's been gone. The only thing I got to do is stay above 50K. This thing's taking forever. Let me check my son, see if he pooped himself. Be right back.
Yeah, this thing is taking forever. Oh, I almost got a 2-1 on that. God, I was in that trade for 45 minutes. That's nuts. That is absolutely nutty. Well, he was wrong about that pullback going back up to VWAP. Jesus Christ. That value area low. Let's check on the stocks. Yeah, everything's reversing. Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft, Google, they're all coming back up. Nuts. So Micaiah says, sell it off. Sell it off. Yeah, at this point, I'm pretty much done on the day. I'm not gonna take any more trades. No long could have worked though. But yeah, I'm pretty much done on the day. I want to see what happens during the Powell speech, but I probably won't trade it. Maybe I'll trade it. I don't know. Maybe if I sell my Topstep account, I might trade the Topstep account. But other than that, I'm pretty much done. I don't really see a reason to trade. I'm up and I'm steadily growing this 50K account, so slowly over time. I think I'm not up like crazy today. I'm up like 113 bucks, I think, or something like that. So yeah, I'm up 113 bucks. So nothing super crazy today as far as the P&L goes, but it's all good. Slowly growing it. Just trying to stack up green days and stack up consistency. That's all I care about. I don't really care about the P&L. That doesn't matter. Don't chase waterfalls, take your money and run. Yeah. I just think that today's not the day, right? Like NQ, let's see. NQ's from low to high. NQ's in a 60-point range. Like that's nothing. ES from low to high, which I actually caught the low to high, which is funny. Let's see. From low to high, it's an 11-point range. So I think they're just waiting on Powell. Like that's all we're doing. We're waiting on Powell. I don't think the volatility is not in the market today right now. So just think it's not gambling, but it's just not the conditions I want to trade. The best analogy I can give, what Carmine says. So shout out to Carmine. He says when there's no volatility in the market, it's like trying to go into a store that's empty and steal from it, right? Like it's impossible. You're probably going to get caught because nobody's in the store but you. So they're just watching you, right? But if you go into a pack store where everybody's trying to buy something, then it's much easier for you to get away with stealing something. So right now, to me, the grocery store is empty. There's not a lot of people who are participating. So it's much harder to steal money from the cash register, aka the market. So for those reasons, I'd just rather not trade. I'd rather take the money that I got, protect it, and then try again tomorrow. Although that was a really nice rejection of VWAP. So maybe we come down further. That's looking good though. It is looking really, really good.
All right. So we got that push back up. Just like we were talking about. I expected a push back into VWAP. As long as we didn't break above this high, I was fine. So yeah, I expect really us to come on down and
it's a very bearish 1 minute candle.
Yes, very bearish. So that's kind of what I was hoping for, is that we got to push into VWAP, get rejected, and then come back down. I just don't want to see this. I don't want to see this low hold. I want to see this low get broken pretty aggressively. So.
Yeah, if we break below here and we break below
600, man, it's 600, bro. Like if we break below 600 and hold it, we'll be fine.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just a pain in the butt to sell this market off, but it's working out so far. So everything but Apple looks. I mean, Apple's still in a downtrend on the 15 minutes, so that looks good. We just have to break below this low on Apple as well. So a lot of buying at these lows, a lot of selling at the highs. It's the same thing that we've been seeing all morning. I don't know which way this market wants to go. I just know don't chase waterfalls, take your money and run away. I mean, I got a pretty solid trading plan. I've already taken profit.
He was talking to me.
Oh, what'd you do?
No. I said I'm probably done trading on the day, at least until FOMC. If FOMC gives me a look, I might take it. But I was just saying, in this action right now, I don't see a reason to open any new positions.
Yeah, no, I don't see a reason to open a new. I mean, the VWAP rejection was nice, but
it was nice. It was. I definitely agree with you there. That was a very nice rejection. I saw it. I was like, damn, it's a nice rejection. Nice. Now we're looking very, very bearish on the way back down.
Yeah,
That's
and the
for
selling
sure.
continues on the CVD. So,
But yeah, at this point, the market has got to break down here, or else, yeah, I think we're in true consolidation.
yeah, this is the low. So if we bounce here, I'm probably done trading anyway. So if you stop me out, then I'll just be done trading until FOMC. If we get back on the other side of VWAP after struggling all morning to break VWAP, it's probably over anyway until FOMC. You can see we're trying to break down further. Like you can see these candles, but we're stopping at the exact same level we stopped at this morning, just a little bit higher. So I don't know. Hey, son.
Oh man. Black Beauty Machine is over here laughing. Akram says, we was talking about FOMC. Yep. We don't want Uncle Jerome to take our liquidity. You're damn right we don't want Uncle Jerome taking nothing.
Nobody's here, brother.
What good morning, Take Two Certified. What's going on, brother? Mason says Coinbase and BTC look incredibly tasty. Do they? I haven't even.
Okay, I'll make
look at BTC real fast.
Okay, close my door.
Let me throw on BTC. BTC. Oops. I don't know. Yeah, BTC doesn't look too bad. It's moving. We got Hellify rejected though up there at 40, 45, 44s.
Will we break this level? Stay tuned, baby. Stay tuned.
Says, do your thing, Hobbs. May the volume be with you.
Thank you. I think that the market's been trying to break this low all morning. It just wasn't ready when I was trying to short it earlier. I had to wait till we touched the center of my box, right? So we touched the center of the box, came down. I think it makes sense for the market to at least come to 568, right? I got 3 ready to sell here. I sold 5 up here. I'm ready to sell 3 more at 568, and I'm ready to sell the last 2 at 503. So all in all, I'm looking to create 128 points. Right now, we're at not that. So
looks like
right now we're at about a 3-to-1, 3.5 to 1, securing about.
Like we just got another head and shoulders on the 1 minute right there. We just got to break down below the low, but there's another head and shoulders on the 1. See it?
Yeah, I see it. Right here, shoulders right
here.
Right
Yep. Now it's just the market's job to break the
Got to break 600. It's that's all is left. We break 600, we're going to collapse. Apple just got rejected at its 3-hour supply on its retest. That's also good. Google is breaking down below its lows. Microsoft looks like it's rejecting the previous high. Tesla's going to looks like it's about to push, so that's also good. So just get below 600 and we'll fall. Sticking to that. I've been saying this is the same trade I've been trying to take all morning. Not once that I long this market. I've been talking about this trade since early this morning when we failed the first time, but it just took forever to kind of get to a position where I could trade it. And to be quite frank, I had the perfect entry. I shouldn't have went to break even so fast. I should have trusted my gut. Not my gut. I should have trusted the structure and put my stop above 48. Yeah, which is where I had it. But when we came back up aggressively, I got scared and went to break even. So
from a bearish perspective, though, like this is looking really good for the Bears. If we can just get this continuation, it's going to be a wrap.
This area is very, very key. You can tell how price is trying its best to defend here. If bulls defend this again, I think it's over for the Bears. Right. Let's see if we come back up and test 615 now. So now we're trying to validate this high here, right? So now buyers are going to be interested to try to push this high out of the way. We could be trying to stop it with this high, but I just don't think this high is that strong. So I think we come back up and retest this high.
Wednesday is the send day, though.
Yeah, facts. FOMC is gonna do something to this market. If you think it's not, then you're crazy. Well, I think it's crazy. Here come buyers once again. You know what does feel good though, Jay? Like it does feel good to be able to play those 10 micros get out of the trade halfway and then just kind of watch price action, right? Like,
yeah, you're not concerned. You're not super concerned with it. You know, you weren't concerned with it coming back on you because you had already taken the profit. That's what I'm saying with the one
and I
one
took profit
mini
on 5 micros, which is completely okay, a completely good day for me, right? Like taking profit on 30 points with 5 micros, like it's really good. So
and that's the problem that I have trading just a singular mini is like if you want to secure something, you can't because you're securing everything. And if you think it's going to go down lower, now you're taking the risk of it potentially not. I would much rather secure and that's why when I was trading 2 minis, I actually traded a lot better because I was like, yeah, this could be a sticking point. Let me take one off the table and then let me see what the other one's going to do.
Exactly. You trade a heck of a lot better when you're just trading the 2 minis.
Yeah.
This looks like a lower high, like a change of character that we're putting in here. I mean, a higher low on the 1 minute. Looks like we're trying to potentially change character right here. So we got this low right here that's being put in. Then we're putting in this higher low right here. So let's see if we put in a higher high up here to change character.
Yeah. We still got to break up. We got to break above 16, 11, 25, in my opinion, for us to actually be a change of character.
Well, I'm saying in the short term, just an intermediate potential intermediate change of character. If we fail to put in another low here, it'll be a short-term intermediate change of character because we put in a high, now we put in a low, right? A higher low, right? So this is the high, this is the higher low. So the question is, do we put in a higher high, right, and then come down and protect that, and then continue going up, or do we stop?
I'm taking a paper trade long here. I see an inverse head and shoulders right here, so I'm just gonna paper trade it, and then I'm trying to do the. I'm gonna actually put the stop here. I want it to be tight. I'm gonna try the Dave special here with the inverse head and shoulders, and then looking for 16 or 620.
Oh yeah, I was doing that last night on the 15-second. I was taking trades and just going for like 10 points. It was so crazy. Like when it wasn't last night. It was when the market was still open. I'd be taking like 10-point trades. I was like, this is crazy how much money I'm making taking 10-point trades. It's possible, but it's like if you don't ever see it, then it's like you don't think it's possible. You know?
Yeah.
What I'm trying to do right now, I could have took 30 different trades by now. It probably made the same money, if not more. But it just requires a lot more practice in the live markets. All right, if we break above 620, get back on the other side of VWAP, I'm going to try to get out on a retest. If we can hold this area, then I'll stay in the trade. Maybe we come up one more time before we flush down to the lows. But again, Apple's still getting rejected, but Microsoft is trying to get above its highs. So I don't know. I just think we're trying to trap more buyers so we can try to go lower. But my indicator right now is this high, which is also sitting at VWAP. So if we break and close above VWAP, then I'll cut the trade on the pullback. Kareem says, yes, sir. For me, 20 pip a day, keep my wallet doctor away. Now, are pips ticks in Forex or is that points?
Pips.
Is that a full point?
A pip is a point, I think.
Yeah, that's all you really need. I mean, I think Justin and I trade a little differently. Like we try to trade from supply to demand, right? Not necessarily getting the 20 points. I mean, because to be quite honest, not being cocky, is 20 points when I'm correct in a direction is just the beginning of the trade. Like it's really easy to get. If I'm correct in everything that I'm seeing and my analysis is on point, right? 20 points is it's easy. I'm not even kidding. And like I said, I'm not trying to be cocky. Just the strategy that I use and the way that I'm trying to trade, like we're up. I don't even know how many points are we up right now. At the lows, how many points were we up? Dang it. Take this thing. And again, this isn't to like, I'm not trying to brag. I'm just saying this is the trader that I want to be. This is the trader that I'm striving to be. I understand people trying to do the other way, which is completely okay too. But just for me, I mean, we were up at the lows on this trade. We were up. Damn, it's not even showing me. Oh, probably because I got the box too big. Woo. Yeah, you got stopped out right where you were supposed to get stopped out, which means my trade is going exactly like it's supposed to. Yeah, at the lows, we were up 32 points. Right now, and again, I did take profit, right? I did protect myself because I understood the structure of the market. I think it was a good area to take profit, but now the market's doing exactly what I wanted to do. We came right up to that level at 615. We met resistance and then we dumped. So now we just got to break this. We got to break this low to validate this high officially. Otherwise, this is just another higher low being put in from this low, right? So it's still a squeeze. It still looks like we could potentially reverse here, but I'm not convinced until we get above 620. That's when my thesis is invalidated that we're going to go lower. Once we get above 620, if we get above 620, then I'll cut the trade on a pullback, right? And I'll just deal with those results, right? Whatever that point value is, I'll take that. But right now, my trade isn't invalidated. Right? Nothing's invalidated my trade. It's just the market's doing whatever it needs to do down here to potentially give me what I want, which is this breakdown to 568. And I think the impatient part comes in when people don't understand what's happening. It doesn't mean that what I want to happen is going to happen, but it gives me comfort knowing that I understand what is happening. What I want to happen is I want price to come all the way down to 568.50. Does that mean price is going to do that? No, but that's my target. And I'm going to manage the trade to get to that target. The first thing was taking profit at VWAP and allowing the trade to play out from there. The next thing was setting the rest of my trades to break even so I can't lose any more money on the trade. The next thing was take profits here at 568 and another take profit down at 503. So I got take profits set to sell or buy back 3 more contracts at 568 and buy back 2 more at 504. Right above this demand zone. That's where I think price is going. But it looks like 600 again is the stopping point for price. Every time we come to 600, we can't break it. But if we break 600, which I think we will, right? If we break 600, I think it's over with, at least temporarily, for the bulls, because this level is very important, clearly. Damn good trade, Hobbs. Thanks, Hustle for Life. Yeah, I like I said, I think the entry that I got before was the better entry. I kind of got a little scared because when you're going against the overall trend, it's a little scary because the market's just been so daggone bullish. But you got to trust what you're seeing. You got to trust the analysis of what you're seeing. You can't go off of what the market did yesterday, right? You got to go off what you're seeing this morning. And what we saw this morning was aggressive sellers that came into this market. They weren't able to break structure, but I was still interested in the push, right? So once I saw this push, I was like, okay, I'm gonna wait for price to come back to these highs, and I'm gonna look to short it. See, like right now, this push that we're in right now looks exactly like this bearish push, right? So if we was to just blow this screen up, right, and look on a 5-minute, it doesn't mean that this will not fail, right? It doesn't mean that this trade that we're gonna fall from here. I'm just looking at the characteristics. Characteristically speaking, this was a bear flag, right? It's only a bear flag when this happens, right? Like when we see the result. But it looked like a bear flag. It had the characteristics of a bear flag. This so far has the characteristics of a bear flag, right? I just don't want it to break my parameters for the trade. Whatever the trade is doing, my parameters for the trade is you cannot break and hold above VWAP. If you break and hold above VWAP, I'm getting out on the retest of that happening. So that's where I'm at with the trade. But right now, this looks like a bear flag. And if this bear flag breaks down, the next thing it's going to try to do is break 600. So 9 EMA rejection on the 5. Yeah. All of the other stuff is just, it's noise to me, right? Like I've literally traded this market so much, and I've been struggling as of late. I really have, and it's only because I haven't been taking trades and analyzing the trades as I take them. I'm done with that. Like, and I think Justin probably hit the same trigger. He's just like, dude, I know too much about this market. I study too hard to take the kind of losses that I've been taking. Losses are a part of the game, but not the losses that I've been taking. The losses that I've been taking have been emotionally driven. And I'm just done with that part of my trading. Like I just want to be done. Right. Lack of patience kills so many of my trades in the past. Yep. And not trusting the analogy, right? Like I did the same thing here. If I would have just trusted my analogy, I would already be up 40 points in this trade, 30, 40 points. But instead, I allow price to come and take me out for break even, right? Only to see as soon as my break even got hit, the market flushed. I got back in, so that's a good thing, right? I still got back in the trade, but if I would have just trusted everything about my analysis, I would have been just fine in the trade, right? And you see now the bear flag is breaking down, which is exactly what we want to see. And now the next thing for price to do is to officially break below this low. And there it goes, right? And now we just need to see this 2 minutes left in this candle, right? So we want to see this candle close below 600 because it's not a closure unless it prints, okay? It has to print. And you can see Apple, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, all trying to do the same thing. 600 is a sticking point. But if we break it, we go bye-bye. If we don't, we're popping right back up. But I understand that part of the trade. And then Micaiah says, yeah, that's why I like setting runners. You made your profit and your one runner can keep going or get knocked out. Yeah. I mean, this is not a good recovery by this candle, but it's not over. So let's go down to the 1 minute, get a closer look. Yeah, see, on the 1 minute, you can already see the structure that's trying to be built on the one. At the lows, we got structure down here. Okay, let me take this stupid short position tool out of here. All right, on the lows, at the lows, this is what we got going on, right? Let me go to the rectangle, right? You can see at the lows, price is trying to hold the low and continue to validate the low, right? Here, let me straighten this out. Okay, right here. Okay, this is the low of the 1 minute candle, right? Usually what happens is at the lows, if we're trying to get bullish, we bring in a sweeper, so to speak, right? Because what happens is we get this high that's broken here, right here, okay? We come back down, put in this area here. We go lower because we're still in the downtrend, right? We're still in the downtrend. The downtrend, this downtrend up here isn't broken until we get above this high, okay? However, intermediately, we're trying to go back into an uptrend here. Because what we're trying to do, if we go down to the 15-second, you can clearly see what we're trying to do, right? This looks like a head of the head and shoulder, right? This looks like a potential shoulder. And what price is trying to do is trying to come down here, push up, break above structure, close above structure, then push down, retest this area, and then take off. That's what price is trying to do. My bet is on the bears as long as we stay below these highs. If we continue to stay below these highs and we continue to fail, right? You can see the high right here, right? If we continue to stay below there, we're going to keep going lower. That's just the way the market works. Higher highs, higher lows, and then lower highs and lower lows, right? But you can see now the head has been put in potentially, and you can see already what price is trying to do. Price is trying to come back to this shoulder and then find more buyers so it then can rocket ship up and officially break this high right here. So let's see if it can do it. If it does that, that'll be our
natural for Fed to lower rates as inflation falls.
Huh?
My bad. I thought you were done talking. Mason said Yellen said it's natural for Fed to lower rates as inflation falls. I mean, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Duh. Thank you, Yellen. Thank you, Yellen. Tell us something we don't know. Like, goodness.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Get a snack.
Yeah, I'm starving. See how we weren't able to break this high right here? And now it looks like we might be trying to come lower. See that? This is the 15-second. This is why people watch the 15-second, because if you understand market structure, you can see what's trying to happen here. There's two trains of thoughts right now. Like, we don't know which one is going to happen, but we know what price looks like when it's trying to do something, right? What it's trying to do is it's trying to validate this low, right? By allowing price to push up above it. But if we get back below this low, we're going to put in another low, right? Because what does the market do? What does the market do? It puts in lower highs, right? Equal highs, and then a lower low, right? And then a lower low. So the next thing for price to do is come down and make a lower low. If it fails to make that lower low, then the next thing it's going to do is put in a higher low from this low here. If it puts in this higher low, it has to break this high to validate this low, right? And if that happens, that's a change of character, okay? Whatever, however you spell it, but you guys get the point.
CHOC, a chalk.
No, it was just really choppy to write. What you eating?
Some dried pineapples, some of my favorite food ever.
Yeah, pineapples in any capacity is pretty darn good.
I think we're about to come down lower. I just keep trying to line the market on paper trades. I keep getting burnt.
Well, that's usually a good sign for me if you keep getting cooked on your paper trades. All right. Trying to break 600 again for like the 20th time today. So
Micaiah, dump it.exe.
Dump it.exe. Yeah, dump it, man. Dump it.
Yellen of the Biden administration wants election pump to commence.
Of the Biden administration. Why was that important?
I know, right? I think Janet Yellen. I think Janet Yellen was in office during Trump as well. So, but yeah, I mean, the market has been pumping pretty nicely lately.
Failing to break these lows again. See how we can't close below this low? That's how you know 600 is super duper key, right? Super duper key. But again, I'm of the camp that we're gonna break 600. And if we do break it, we're gonna dump. But now they're loading liquidity. See, this is the stuff you can see on the tape. All right. So that was the market structure part of it. But here's the thing that I have to remember when I'm in my trade, right? So if I go over here to the tape, right? My target is in jeopardy. It's not necessarily in jeopardy because 568 is my first target. So, but if I'm looking at the tape, 580 should be my target. See that? See how long this liquidity's been sitting here? So the market's going to want to come and get this liquidity, right? And if the market fills this liquidity, the question is my target of 568 a reasonable target? Well, we could fill this liquidity and drop right through it. And that's what I'm banking on, right? I'm banking it off market structure, but I'm also going to be watching 580 now because I just noticed how much liquidity they put there. So I'm going to be watching to see how we react to 580, which is also, if we go back to the candlestick chart, right? We look at 580 on the candlestick chart. Guess what it is? Hang on, let me share my screen here. We look at 580 on the candlestick chart, and guess what? It's the previous day high, right? So it would make sense for buyers to want to defend the previous day high, right? It would make sense for a liquidity sweep to happen down here at the previous day high, flush down to my target, and then pop right back up, right? Fill this gap and then come right back up, which is why this is my first target, right? But if we look super bullish, and I'll just take everything off the table. If we don't break here, then 600 held yet again. And we're probably, if I had to guess, we're probably building demand on a higher time frame. Maybe more supply. I don't know.
Yeah, right now, I don't know. This is nuts. I'm glad you got in up at the high though, because
yeah, I mean, if I didn't get in at the high, I'd be out of the trade already. If I got in on that area that you were trying to long, and I got short right there, I'd be like, you know what, I'm out. Like, I'm out. but I got in at the high. So it's like, I mean, whatever price wants to do here, whatever, I don't care. Just stay below my entry. Everything else is irrelevant. Once you get the high or the low, right? Like, and you've taken the profit and you managed to trade to where you're comfortable, whatever price is doing right now, I could care less about. I'm literally just teaching you guys. I'm not even looking at my trade, right? Like, I could care less. Like, it is what it is. Like, whatever happens, happens. I know that we're still in a bearish trend, and I know exactly what I want to see out of this market. It's either going to happen or I have a plan to exit.
Yeah, I think whatever Jerome is about to say, it's not going to be. It might not be good, or maybe it'll be great because the market is coming down with a vengeance right now. I think we're coming to fill this gap right here at 568. Right? If we can just get under 600 and hold it, we'll come and fill this gap. Below there now. I think we're about to start getting real selly.
Just gotta hold.
Yeah, that was a nice little flag pattern we got right there.
Just waiting on price to do its thing, man. Like, we got a nice little bear flag that we were pointing out here. Price dropped below it. And now we're just waiting on price to come down and fill this gap. Everything else is noise, right? Like, people will be here trying to short and long and short and long and short and long. Meanwhile, and this is why I trade the way I do, because I don't have to worry about this. I like to get point of origin. So when this happens, I could could care less. I genuinely could care less, right? Whatever is happening, look at this candle. Who wouldn't want to long this candle? That's how they steal liquidity.
Oh,
because
I tried.
People see this, huh?
I said, I tried.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, this is how they steal liquidity inside of this, because people see this candle at the lows, and guess what? They want to long it because this is the rip. We're bouncing off 600. And guess who's longing this? People that trade support and resistance. You know why? Because this entire area right here is huge support, right? So if you're a support and resistance trader, which again works, everything works. I'm not dissing them, but look at this. All of this is huge support right here. So of course, as soon as they saw this candle, everybody got long. And now they're all about to be underwater as soon as we break this low, because they got long based off this low. They put their stop below this low. So I expect the tape to heat up once we break 594, because there's a ton of people that mostly likely got long in this candle, and they put their stops below this low right here. So if price drops below this, we're going to fly to the other side, in theory. So let's check on my trade right now. Let me see how much I'm up. Yeah, clean. We're up $400 on 5 micros. So almost to the first profit target of 568 here. Could just be a stop hunt. Yeah, we're trying about 30 more points. It's a bunch of trades you can take inside of this, right? And I understand that, right? Like, I get it. Like, you could 100% trade a bunch of times inside of this. I just don't want to. I'm not that trader. Like, I've tried it, and I'm not that guy. I'm a point of origin to point of origin type of trader, right? I know that this is a clear area on the 5-minute where price created a fair value gap, right? This is why I'm targeting this area, right? And for people that are looking to get long, I think 568.50 is a really good area to potentially take the market long, right? So I'm targeting 568 because I know that there's a fair value gap between 573 and 568 that needs to be filled. Will it be filled today? I don't know. That's up for the market to decide, but that's my target. But that doesn't mean I'm going to be dumb enough to hold this through a massive pullback that breaks through structure, right? Breaks through the highs, right? And stops me out of the entire trade. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to risk that profit, but I will manage the trade accordingly and get this trade to go to where I think it's going to go. And the reason why I'm only taking 3 off here is because I think if we get down here and we're still selly, we're going to flush right through this demand zone, close that gap, and then we're going to go to the macro demand, which is 503.75, which also has a gap fill on the 1 hour, right? If I take you over here to the 1 hour, look, 523 to 503.25, there's a 1 hour gap there. That's why that's my second target. So if we get extremely selly, which we can before the FOMC meeting, then it makes sense for us to sell through here, close this gap that was created yesterday on that crazy rally, right? And then come down here and close this gap, and then we can go back up. That's all I'm looking for the market to do, is do what it's supposed to do. Not all this craziness we've been seeing the last few days.
Yeah, NQ was definitely the move.
Huh?
I said NQ was definitely the move.
It's always the move, bro.
It's not
you're just stubborn. NQ's always the move. You get about maybe like 20% of the time ES is the move, but for the most part, NQ is always the move, especially for the way that you like to trade.
You could have printed on ES or NQ yesterday. Sheesh.
That's what I said. 20% of the time, ES is the move, but most of the time on days, on especially slow days, like days like this has been the slowest downtrend in the history of man. But on days like this, it's just not good to play, or at least for me, like for the way that I like to trade, it takes forever to get 9 points out of ES. That's all we're down from the very high to the lows is 9 points. And that's true. If you got the very high. That's not enough opportunity for me.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess if you were in 10 micros, you'd be up about the same amount. I
didn't say that. What I said is the opportunity. I think you keep confusing what I'm saying. Like the opportunity to get, I mean, because NQ ran what, 100 points this morning? Right. So there's more opportunity to take trades in this. So the rally on NQ was 601 to 656. So 56-point rally, which means in ES probably rallied what, 5 points, maybe 10, like right at 9 or 10 points.
Yeah, ES rallied about 5.
Okay, so 5 points versus 50, right? Let's say you missed the first 10, right? You missed the first 10 points. There's 40 more points that you could enter into the trade, right? With ES, you missed the first 2, you only got 8 left, right? You missed the first 5, you only got 5 left to the upside, right? There's not a lot of opportunity in ES when it's moving only 9 or 10 points, right?
Yeah.
The opportunity is different, and that's the part I think you keep ruling out. You keep saying, well, I know. Trust me, we know. Exactly.
Well, that's true, but I still think it's all relative. I just think because we give it a bigger,
the money is relative.
Value.
I think the money and the point value is relative, but I think the part that you're not taking in consideration is the opportunity is not relative. There's only one that gives opportunity on in one trade. There's only one of the two that gives multiple opportunities because the distance traveled is higher and the points covered is greater. Therefore, it gives more opportunity. And I think that's the part.
But see, I don't know. If you're gonna say the points are relative and the money is relative, then it's the same. Like on ES, I could have gotten short at the same opportunities that NQ could have got short. I just think the difference is when you say, well, it moved 40 points compared to 4 points. It's like, well, yeah, but it's still relative at the end of the day. Like it's still, if the money's the same and the point value relative to each other is the same, then the opportunity therefore must be the same. If everything's the same, then everything's the same. You can't sit here and be like, well, it's all relative, but different. But again, that doesn't make any sense.
No, because you're eliminating the last thing that we said isn't the same, right? You keep making the argument only about what you want to hear, but you're missing the main point where we're talking about. We didn't say everything's the same. That's not what we said. What I said was those two are the same, and I said the one thing that's different is the opportunity. And you're like, well, no, it's all. If those two are the same, then no, it's not true. If the distance traveled is different, which is structurally the distance traveled is usually more down or up on NQ. right? Structurally, the distance traveled is more. That alone, distance traveled, creates more opportunity. And that cannot be argued with. That's a fact. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly.
Yeah,
and you,
okay,
well, that's fine. I mean, I genuinely like we can have the discussion till we blue in the face, and I don't think you'll ever agree. But that's not my point. My point is to say, like, I don't care what you trade. I just think that it's kind of confusing to me because 1 minute you'll say I'm trading ES, and the next minute you be like, man, I ain't never going back to ES. You agree with us on one day, and then like the next day you be like, nah, man, ES is just a better opportunity. I'm like, that's the part that confuses me. I don't care what you trade. I just think that you flip flop and then you diss the other one when you leave. That's
it's not that I'm dissing NQ. I know NQ moves more, but at the same time, you have the same opportunity to get into NQ. I think what people fall in love with NQ is it moved 40 points compared to ES only moving 10.
Again, you're not. If you think that that's what people fall in love with, I'm moving my stop down here, guys, to lock in about 20 points. The previous high over at 611. I don't like all the buying that I'm seeing coming in on the tape, so I'm going to the next previous high on the 15-second. What I'm looking at is I think that you keep saying people see this, but not once have I mentioned the points, right? Like I'm talking. When you say people, I'm talking about.
Mention the points.
No, I said the distance. I did not mention the points. No,
the distance is the points, though.
No, the distance traveled, a result of the distance traveled is how the points are calculated, right? The distance traveled is on NQ. As far as structurally, it moves further and drops deeper than ES does. The only difference is how they total the points, right? The structure, if I took the points away off in NQ and ES, if I just took the points away and you didn't have points, right? Structurally speaking, these charts do not look the same. One of them is much more elongated than the other. Would you agree with that?
Sometimes, yeah, it depends. They flip flop, but
for the most part, you know what I'm getting at, right?
Like, because for instance, if you look at today, ES moved further to the upside than NQ did. ES ran further than NQ did today to the upside.
To the upside. Okay. Which one ran more to the downside? And which one on a daily basis moves further than the other?
But that would make sense because
most of the time.
Or NQ didn't move as far. So yeah, NQ is going to be further to the downside because ES didn't move as far. But either way, the way that I look at it is the opportunity is the exact same. Like I said, I think people just fall in love with the points. People fall in love with the fact that you can get 40 points. Okay,
and you're one of those people on NQ. And you're one of those people because you literally flip-flop from ES to NQ. That's the part that confuses me is you keep talking about people like you're not one of those people. You do the same thing.
I do the same thing. I am in that.
That's the part that confuses me is like you go back and forth, and then when you're on ES, it's like you be like, well, people just got it confused. There's the same opportunity on NQ or ES. I'm like, okay, well, why don't you just stay trading ES? Well, NQ looks better. I'm like, because most of the time it does.
Sometimes there's a setup on NQ that might not be on ES. Like I probably wouldn't have taken the long on NQ, but I would have definitely taken the short on NQ compared to. Well, I mean, the short on ES wasn't bad either. Actually, they both had pretty good setups to be honest. But I don't know. I think it just depends on what your flavor is, honestly. But either way, you can still make the same amount of money on both. And I think the opportunity is the same. Like if you look at because I just have Bookmap up. If you would have got short here, you could have got short here. Like any of these pullbacks, you could have got short. And it's the same thing on NQ. Every single pullback, you could have got short. It's the same opportunity.
Wait, all right, wait. Okay, so it's not why we trade it.
Like, said the reason why you trade NQ is because there's more opportunity. But what I'm saying is the opportunity is the exact same. It's just that because the point movement is not the same.
I can risk.
It is.
Go ahead, Malik. No, that's what I'm saying. You keep saying That's what I'm saying. You keep saying the opportunity, but I'm like, well, your definition of opportunity is not the same thing as what I'm describing. What I'm describing when I say opportunity, what I'm describing is the distance traveled. I'm allowed to trade much more frequently using, if I decide to trade larger size, I can make my money much faster on NQ because of the distance travel, and the speed travel too is another thing that we didn't even talk about. The speed that NQ gets to the destination. And we've had these conversations before. When this is the part that confuses me about your defense of ES in this conversation, is because when you don't like ES, you are on my team. Like, you make the same points as me, but when you're I don't know, like when you switch it up, you like, well, nah, man, like people just don't see it. I'm just like, I really don't understand your stance, because you flip-flop on both the stance. When you like NQ, you're like, yeah, man, NQ just moves too fast. The distance travel, I 100% agree with you. And then when you like ES, it's like, nah, y'all just don't see it. It's the same opportunity. I'm like, you literally flip-flop your argument. So it's kind of confusing for me to argue you on both points and then agree with you when you're having a good day, I guess. I don't know. Like
No,
it's like I don't know. I don't know which side of the coin you stand on. So it's like, it's hard for me.
I definitely think it's day dependent. Like, I think sometimes there's been days, and I think we can all agree, where because of whatever's in ES that's not in NQ, ES just doesn't move compared to NQ. Like, if the tech sector is rallying,
we know that. That's why it's more opportunity on NQ.
That doesn't mean that there's more opportunity, because there's days where there's days where ES might, or NQ might
you trade them both you've been trading them both for over 3 years. In your honest opinion, right, without the bias, if objectively speaking, which one gives, based off your description just now, which one do you believe gives more opportunity on a daily basis, percentage wise? How would you split it up? It's definitely not 50-50. So don't try to use the scapegoat or the cop-out answer.
Well, how you gonna sit here and be like,
you know it's not 50-50. You know it's not 50-50. Somebody winning more often than the other. But go ahead.
I mean, I think you could find opportunity to trade on either one of them. It just depends on how you want to trade.
Asked. See? There you go. But
it's the truth,
not the question I asked at all. But I didn't ask for the truth. I asked you to answer the question. That's all I'd ask. Just answer the question. Which one, over the last 3 years that you've been trading, which one, based off your definition, presents more opportunity on a daily basis?
I've mainly traded ES, so
that's not what I asked.
I think they're both the same. I think they both give opportunity.
I knew you were gonna pick the cop-out answer, 50-50. No, even though you literally just said that on most days, you literally just said this. You said ES doesn't provide as much opportunity because something in ES usually is holding it back. Unlike in Q, it only needs the tech stocks to run. That's what you just said. So I just asked the question: how often does that happen?
There's more variables in ES. I agree, but at the same time, you can trade either one of them. I think I think you guys get hung up on the amount of points that NQ moves it, and because you literally said, well, NQ moves a longer distance, which means more points, which means more opportunity, which isn't true. If the value of both points are the same, and the
they're not the same though. They're not the same.
But they are.
No, your value on NQ or your value on ES, because it's a more liquid instrument, has to increase. I don't have to increase my value on NQ. I don't. I can literally stay at 5 micros and make the same money that you would make on a full mini, and I have more flexibility trading those 5 micros. It's not my argument, I know, but Justin keeps changing it because
I'm not changing the argument. No, but 5 points, but a 5-point move on NQ and a 5-point move on ES are not the same. A 5-point move on ES is a much bigger move compared to a 5-point move on But they move the exact same though. That's what you're not understanding. They do. If NQ, yeah. But NQ is moving a further distance, but they're still moving. If you look at NQ and ES's chart, they look damn near identical. Besides some of the back and forth that NQ did compared to ES, but they both sold off at the same exact time. Thank you, Mason, for answering his questions. It's the S&P futures. That is what ES is, but I understand that. I understand that, but the movement is almost identical. It's not exactly identical, but if you were to short ES and NQ at the same spot, and and all you gotta do is just double the contracts on ES than NQ, you're going to make the same amount of money. That is what I'm arguing against. So therefore, they give the same opportunity. Oh, wait. We got Dave in the building. Dave says NQ is better pair to trade by far. They give you more points per opportunity and movement on the day. I took 700 to 89K in 2 weeks using NQ. That wouldn't be possible with ES. I think it would be possible. I think it would be.
The Dave's just come in the building and agree with us.
I think it would be. Personally, I think it would have been possible to take $700 and make it to 89. Although
I got stopped out, guys. I got stopped. Yeah, I got stopped out on that sweep at 610.
But you also would have to size up on NQ or on ES to make it the same though, because you could be a lot small. You could be a lot smaller because you're looking for micro movements, right? If you're looking for micro movements, you have to size up, and you would be in and out a lot faster.
But that's the thing
on ES than NQ.
But on ES, the micro movements don't come as frequent. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Is
why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they?
Because in Q, micro movements are happening very, very fast. 10 points on NQ, right, is a micro movement, which in comparison, a 10-point move on NQ, right, is about a 2-point move on ES, right?
Yeah.
But if NQ, the time that it takes ES to complete that 2-point move, right, NQ's not moving 10 points in that same time frame. In that same time frame, NQ might move 40 or 50 points is what we're trying to explain to you. So if you are waiting on a 2-point move on ES, but NQ in that same time frame has moved 40 to 50 points, who's getting more opportunities? Me or you?
This I can agree with Dave. This I can agree with. You can do this on ES, but you wouldn't have the same opportunities with ES on Asia and London. That I can agree with 1,000%.
Oh God, what's the difference? But you don't agree with his original point. You don't agree with this point?
No. I think you could 100% do it on ES during the New York session. But I
disagree with this point. But you don't. But what's the difference? If there's no difference, then what's the difference between the New York and the London session?
Because there's way less liquidity. You're talking about ES does not move the same. Like, because the fact that there's so much more liquidity in ES than
wait.
I can agree with that one.
Hold on, chat. Hold on. Wait.
I agree with that 1,000%.
Wait, say what you just said one more time about the Asian and London session. Please just say that one more time.
Liquidity for ES on the
No.
I agree with that.
Say what you said about the London session one more time.
That ES does not move as much under the London session. That part I agree with.
Now stop right there. Pause for dramatic effect, ladies and gentlemen. So ES doesn't move the same in the London Asian session, but NQ does?
What do you mean it does?
You're saying that you fully agree with us that the better instrument to trade during the London and Asian session is NQ versus ES. But we're telling you that the same reason that you agree with that is the same reason during the London set or the New York session. It's the same logic. If you truly believe they move the same, it shouldn't matter time. Dave, you can agree with me on this because you've been going crazy about the time conversation, right? If you truly agree that they move exactly the same, then time is irrelevant. Whether it's the London, the Asian, or the New York session, it shouldn't matter. The only thing that we need to change is, just like you said, you would need to add size in the London Asian session. So you just invalidated, in my opinion, your entire argument by the sentence you just said right there. That's what I would say to you on that one. You're basically validating our argument with your argument against the London session. Thank you, Dave. That's what I would say. You just basically nailed a hole in your argument, in my opinion.
Let me put this back for a second. Just looking at the oops. Let me take this off.
Now don't turn around then turn around and change your argument. Right? Don't turn around and change your argument.
Let's just see from the last.
I'm just going based off your previous argument.
Let's just see from the last. Oh, why is this doing this? This here. Okay, this is here. Let's just see from the last session that we got.
Dave said this is really the barbershop. I love it. Yeah. We try to keep it. Hey, if you notice, Dave, we on a 2-day hot streak right now. 3-day hot streak. We've said cuss words, but they've been really apologetic when we say them, and we haven't really said a bunch of them. So I think Justin and I are really doing a stellar job trying to keep it kosher, man.
202. Let's see.
But yeah,
202.
I'm gonna get to this chat while you doing that.
No,
Jay. I don't know how much you got to before I showed
I got to a lot of it, but you can. Okay. So I was right here. We already answered. I was right here.
Did you answer
Yes,
Bud when he's another
yes.
noob question?
Yeah. We got that. Chat helped out.
I see like this. If my heart rate is up, I trade US 500. I want some adrenaline. I trade US 100. I like it. I mean, I think we all can agree that the Ferrari is NQ and the Cadillac is ES. They both ride well, right? They both will get you where you need to be. It just depends on how you want to show up, right? So ES helped my heart rate. It does. ES is the slowdown trade. It definitely is. Dave Rave in the building. Let's go, Dave. Kaja Kingston says ES give more pips per points over the same move.
It gives more money.
Give more points per pips. Yeah, I think you said that backwards. So ES gives more points. Yeah, more points per point. I mean, more money per point than NQ does. And that's to Justin's point of, yeah, you can make the same money. I will not argue that because I agree with that. My argument doesn't stand on that. My argument stands on the distance traveled, the speed, right? And which to me equals more opportunities. That's my argument, right?
All right. So looking at this, we moved 23 points on
what is this?
NQ.
What am I looking at?
This is overnight. This is overnight session. Last overnight session.
You gonna count the freaking the consolidation of all consolidations?
Hey,
but okay, go ahead. I'll let you. Okay.
All right. So we moved 23 points.
So now you're invalidating your previous point that you just tried to validate.
Listen,
okay,
we moved 23 points, and we moved this. We moved in the same time 3.2 points. Right. So
you said how many points?
3.25.
3.25 versus 25
versus 23.
So that tells you, that validates my response, which is we look at NQ moving about 5 points to every point of ES, but because ES doesn't move as much, that invalidates your point. If NQ moved 25 points, ES should move 5, but it didn't. It moved 3.25, which is a 2 points off of the structure. If we just put the bases, we say, all right, for every 5 points the NQ moves, ES should move 5. But now NQ just moved 25 and ES moved 3.25, which means your little thing that your price range, it's basically validating my point.
Yeah, but if you were in 1 minute, you actually would have made more money on that 3.25.
So what? That's again not the wait, 1 mini on which one?
No, so you gotta
which
you gotta
one are
remember,
you talking about 1 mini?
If you would have put 1 mini on ES, which is the same size as 5 micros.
No, see, and again, that point is not fair to NQ. One mini on
not fair to how's that not fair to NQ?
Because that's part of the advantage of NQ. Is saying I can trade 1 mini and you can trade 1 mini. I'm gonna make more money than you would make. And you have to adjust that size to fit what's happening on NQ.
You do have to adjust the size,
which is again another advantage of NQ. You
not
don't have
really.
To
it's not really. I wouldn't say it's an advantage to NQ. I wouldn't.
I just think you're invalidating your point right now. Like I think if you're like, oh well, you say it's not an advantage, but then you make it a disadvantage by saying a disadvantage of NQ by saying, well, see, if I would have traded a mini on ES, I would have been good. It's like, well, if you traded a mini on NQ, you would have made more money. So you can't compare the two and then take away from ES because it's not up to a mini. You're taking away from you're basically comparing ES's NQ's micro contracts to ES's mini contracts. And that's a disadvantage. That's a fair disadvantage. That's an unfair disadvantage because I could turn around and argue. I can say, well, what if I sized up to 7 micros? Right? Like
then you have to be in 14. Then you'd have to be in 14 micros on ES.
But that's what I'm saying. We could do that argument back and forth. But I think that argument is just I believe that's a opinionated argument. But I think the more solid objective argument
is the opportunity would still be the same. Like
it's not the same. It's off by about 2 points. So you're telling me,
but so you're telling me that if we both got long at the same, you're saying that if I took the market long at 2:00 and you took the market long at 2:00, we both got out. That's not the same exact opportunity. These are the exact same opportunity.
No,
how is it not the same? How is it not?
I would like to answer your question if you let me.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. They're not the same because the distance traveled is exponentially more on NQ than it is on ES. And I'm going to give you the equation one more time so it doesn't go over your little puny head. 5 points. I did. I take shots. You take shots too. So 5 points on NQ, right? Five points. For every 5 points that NQ travels, theoretically, between 3 to 5 points, we've done the math, and we've done this math. For every 3 to 5 points that NQ travels, ES usually travels 1 point. We've done this math together. We've looked at it. We've validated the math that it works. Therefore, if you're telling me from point to point, overnight, the total movement was 25 points on NQ, and the total movement on ES was 3.25 points. There's only one clear winner here. There's only one clear winner. There's only one that could have gotten you more points or more opportunity, and it's NQ.
But it's not more. How is that more opportunity? It was the same exact opportunity. It's not. It's the same exact opportunity. You could have taken the market long, and it would have worked out. You could have taken the market long here again. Look at this. The market this time when it pulled back, the same pullback. NQ went 12 points. ES went 3.25 points. Right here, ES would have made you more money. What's the difference? It's the same opportunity. I think the thing is you keep equating opportunities of points moved, but if they're moving the exact same, you could have scalped this for 3 points. You could have scalped this for 3 points. You could have scalped this for 23 points. The same opportunity could have got right here for another 12 points. It's all relative. Like it's all the same. I could keep going. Like you take the market long here for 14 points. This same opportunity happens right here. You take the market long again, 3 points. What's the difference? It's still the same. Proportionally, it's the same. I see what Justin is saying. Thank you. It's the same thing. You could take the same trades. There's no difference. Right there. Long, you win. 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 Long, you win.
All right. Just the difference is that you're getting more points out of NQ. The next time you come over to NQ and you come to trade NQ, right? I'm just going to ask you why. And I want to hear you say the same thing, right? I want to hear you say that the opportunity is the same. I just like NQ better, right? So next time you come over to trade NQ, I just want you to say, okay, so if the opportunity is the same and it's the same thing, why do you flip flop back and forth? Because, just out of curiosity.
So the reason why I flip flop back and forth is because of area. Sometimes
NQ everybody that's been in the Discord long enough knows that is so incorrect.
That is so
not what you say when you come back.
This is what I'm saying is that this is what I'm validating is sometimes ES will create a demand zone that NQ won't create, or NQ will create a demand zone that ES won't create. So sometimes it's a better validation, huh? Yeah, because sometimes NQ
tell the
will come
truth
over.
As to why you go back and forth, because that's not what you've told me on numerous occasions. You've never told me that. I tell you, I said, I don't care which one I trade because the way that I like to trade, I go whichever one fits my structural bias or my structure. What I'm looking for structurally.
That's right.
Yeah, but that's not the reason why you don't like to trade them both. No. Tell the truth.
No, sometimes no. The reason why sometimes I don't like to trade ES is because, and this was more. I think honestly, it was more of a Topstep thing.
Say it. Just finish it.
It was more of a Topstep thing than anything else.
We don't need the reference. Just answer the question.
No, it was a Topstep thing. The money, the money didn't feel the same because of the fact that I couldn't match the ES money to the NQ money, and I didn't like trading one singular mini.
Look, hold on, Jay, listen. It's cool, dog. Like, I get it. You like fast money just like the rest of us. It's okay.
I do like fast money, but
and that's why we trade NQ. Can we just agree there? Can we just agree? Can we just agree that?
Yes.
Can we just agree that it's faster? It's a Ferrari, a Lamborghini.
It's not though. I just proved it moves the exact same. It's the exact same. I just proved it. I proved it. We looked. It's the same. It's the same movement. It's the same thing. Mason saw it. Proportionally.
So why did okay, all right, okay. So the original reason why we all right. So if they the same, the original reason why we had this conversation was because sorry, my mic's doing some stupid. Okay. Dang. The original reason why we had this conversation. Do you remember what you said? Because I do. Do you remember what the original reason why we had this conversation?
No, go remind me.
The original reason why we started this conversation is because you said, and I quote, NQ was definitely the move today. And I said, well, why do you say that?
I think it was the move. It was the move short for the way I like to trade. Yes.
What does that mean?
Because I wouldn't have felt as comfortable shorting ES when ES looked like this compared to I didn't have as much confirmation.
Hold on,
the 5
my son is letting me know that PJ Jammy or something is paused. Hang on.
PJ Mask. It's PJ Mask.
Yes, PJ. Your sister. I mean, your daughter watches that one too.
Yeah. I just bought her some PJ Mask gummies. Actually, she loves these things.
All right, here you
go. All right. Mason says, say NQ is $100 and it moves 100 points. If ES is $10 and it moves up 10 points, it's the same. You just have to buy 10 ES contracts to make the money the same. Yeah. But proportionally, they move the same, but the contract sizing is different. And I think a lot of people don't understand that, right? So when you trade NQ, somebody trading 5 NQ contracts is really trading a mini over on ES. So it's the same. It's just you have to understand that you got to size up on ES to make the same amount of money you're going to make on NQ. So when I trade NQ, I trade 5 MNQs, but when I trade ES, I trade about 8 MESs, and that's kind of how I structure it, even though I probably should be in 10, but I don't want to trade 10. I want to trade 8 because that's where I feel comfortable. You risk 100 in both cases and get the same return, but they move differently sometimes. Obviously, yeah. And NQ is going to move more, which I get the more movement. You're equating that with more opportunity, but it's not. You're getting the same opportunity. You're just getting less movement out of ES. That's kind of my point. When you say opportunities, you're talking about structure that price creates for possible entries. Yeah, if you look, the structure is the exact same. Here's the same structure. You long it, you get 23 points. You long it, you get 3. Here's another opportunity to long the market. You get that same opportunity on NQ. And honestly, if I'm looking at this, I'm probably more from a structural standpoint, I'm probably feeling more comfortable to long ES here because ES is coming back down into support, whereas NQ's not. And then if you're looking at this right here, I'm probably not long in this because we're in no man's land. But on NQ, this would be more comfortable because I have to risk less to be wrong because I only have to risk here. So they give you the same opportunities, but it's just different looks on the chart, which may make you feel more comfortable depending on what you're looking at. So, but the points are going to be different. But as long as you match up the money value, it's going to be the same. I just think that people have a hard time taking a 3-point win because it's like, oh, I only got 3 points compared to, well, I just had a 14-point win. It's like psychologically, it's not the same because of the distance traveled is not the same. But just because the distance traveled isn't the same doesn't mean the opportunity is still not there because the opportunity is still here. It's just because the movement is more, you feel like you get more opportunity, but that's not the truth. You just have to understand that, hey, if NQ is pulling back 20 points, ES might be only pulling back 5 points, but you can still short ES and get the same opportunity that you would have got on NQ. It's just the margins are going to be a lot smaller. That's why when I had Malik in my ear telling me, well, you know, if it only moves 2 points, I feel like I missed it. It's like, yeah, but at 2 points, a 2-point movement on ES is like a 14, 15-point movement on NQ. It's the same thing. The movement is still going to be the same for the most part, relatively. It's not always the same, but for the most part, it is. Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I got sushi. Right now you are. Hustle for Life says, y'all funny. I still like both of y'all. Feels like a presidential debate. Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, at the end of the day, I think whatever you like trading is whatever you like trading. Like, I'll trade either one of them, but I think the setup matters. And sometimes ES has better setups than NQ. Sometimes NQ has better setups than ES. That's true from a structural standpoint. I just think the opportunities you get are the same. I think I just proved that the opportunities are the same. So, you back like Terminator? Okay, I see you, folks. Oh, you're talking about Micaiah? Micaiah, did you short the market? Or did you long the market? What'd you do? But yeah, and like to today's point, like I truly feel like you could turn that same $700 into 89K on NQ or on ES. You just have to size up to do it, but the risk and everything else will be the same, in my opinion. Carlos says, hey, yo, what's up? What's good, Carlos? Kayla in the building says, my crypto dad's done debating yet. This debate will never go away. I promise you, this debate will never stop. But it's all good, though. Because if I'm wrong, I'd admit it, but I don't think I'm wrong, personally. I think I'm right. I think you get the same opportunity. The same one. Oh, I almost messed this up. Woo. I mean trading. Oh, are we done trading for now? We're done until 2. Because what's his face is gonna be on? Powell. Powell will be on at 2. We'll probably play the meeting or 2:30. So we'll probably play the meeting. Should be some good fireworks, hopefully. Because right now the market's slow. It looks like we're entering into that hour where we're just gonna kind of just chop around for the rest of the day until Powell speaks. ES was unable to break the low, and NQ did break its low, which is pretty bearish. So we will see. Here for the banter. Let's go, Carlos. Yeah, you missed the argument, but he'll come back, and we'll keep debating this because honestly, this has been a debate for a long time about which instrument is better, and I'm still under the belief that they're both the same, but they offer different opportunities in the sense of structural opportunity, not in the sense of movement opportunity or money opportunity.
Man, for the most part. About to go right to my profit target too. I got swept out of the highs up there. I tried to bring my stop down to the highs on the 1 minute. They swept me out right at 16,610. My target was 568.50. I'm cool with the profit.
Oh, you brought it back to the
I brought it right to the previous high, and I came down a little too low. I got struck by the sun.
Yeah, you would need to give it 2 more points. Mm-hmm. Kayla wants to know, what did you cook? What are you eating?
My daughter had a birthday party over the weekend, and I grilled like a bunch of hot dogs and hamburgers. Nothing's crazy. I'm not cooking. I'm on strike from cooking until next week because I know I'm about to throw down for Christmas. So for Christmas I'm making a yeah, he good, baby. I got a pizza in the oven right now for him. He just
I really thought she was talking about you.
Oh no. She's not talking about
her, baby, not Dre.
Yes. Here, I'll proof of life right here, baby. Hang on.
Proof of life.
Proof of life.
Is the babysitter sick?
Mommy.
Hi, mommy.
Say hi, mommy.
Hi, mommy.
Yeah, she can hear you.
Is the babysitter sick? Or is
babysitter sick?
No.
Don't touch my food. You got your own food.
Aww.
Yeah, whatever. Say hi, mommy.
Hi, mama.
All right, baby. He said hi. Okay, mommy. Can you go? She's right there. See her right there? Here, hang on. I'm gonna show you her picture. Here, look. There go mommy. See mommy? All right, get out.
There's mommy over there.
Yeah, that's mommy right there. Okay, can you get out now? Can you go watch your show so I can keep working?
No, he didn't make it hard.
It's paused. Okay, I'll unpause it. Come on.
That Black Panther?
Yeah, that's our Black Panther and me, Sissy, and mommy.
Yeah, that's my boy.
Yeah. Okay, can we get down now? Let's go
Mason
turn.
says, so I looked it up. Every ES point is worth 50. Yep. And each NQ point is worth 20. So if NASDAQ moves 2.5 points, it's basically the same as ES moving only 1 point. That is correct. But the thing you have to add into that, though, is that there's way less volatility, or not less volatility. Well, yeah.
Well,
There's
he's
less
comparing the
volatility on
contract prices. Proportionately to your argument, he'd have to lower the amount of points that he's referring to. So he's comparing the two minis, but the two minis aren't the same. It's the 5 micros that are the same.
They're unfortunately they're not the same just because of how much NASDAQ moves. So NASDAQ moves way more than ES on a point by point basis, right? Because if ES moved the same amount of points as NQ moved, like let's say if ES moved 100 points on $50 a point, looking at $5,000, right? But they don't move the same because like one tick on ES is a lot harder to make than one tick of movement on NQ. That's why it's $5 per tick on NQ. So every 0.25 basically is what I'm referring to when I say tick. Just in case you didn't know. Kayla said, so freaking cute. He's like a mix of you two. My kids don't even look like mine except for the eyes. And then Shay says, had to make sure he was good since you said you were preparing for war this morning. You was preparing for war this morning?
Well, you know how you got to prepare when your kids is at home? Like, and they not usually at home. Yeah. So before my son woke up, I was like, did his diaper get changed? I was putting toast in the toaster, wiping it down with some cream cheese. I had strawberries and blueberries laid out. I filled his cup up with milk. I put his little phone stand up. He got a little baby picnic table. I put that in the living room. I had PJ Masks already on the TV, ready to go. So as soon as he woke up, I just had to change his diaper and set him in front of the TV, and he was good. Because I knew I had to work. My wife was like, why are you doing all of this now? I was like, you got to know your enemy. She's like, what are you talking about? I was like, you know your enemy, you can prepare for him better. She's like, your son is not your enemy. And all of the kids was like, shoot. All the kids sided with me.
Facts. Yeah, these COVID kids are nuts.
Crazy, man.
Yeah, Mason. At the end of the day, this is going to be an ongoing thing. So stick around, y'all. Stick around.
No, see, here's the thing. I wouldn't have a problem with Justin's argument if he didn't flip flop so much, right? And then when he flip flop, he like that hater that like he a hater, but then if he like you, he be your best friend. He like a cheerleader. But then when he don't like you no more and it ain't working for him, then he become a hater again. The problem is that when Justin's done with NQ, he be like, I'm done with NQ. I'm going back to ES. This is my home. It don't even got to be the next day. It could be like, if he might say that on Monday. Then come Friday, he be like, yeah, guys, I'm coming back home to NQ. I can't stand ES. It just moves. He'll agree with all of us. He'll say, it just moves too slow. And I'll be like, yeah, all right, keep that same energy when we had this argument. Because then when we have this argument, all of the points that he says, I repeat them back to him. But for some reason, when they don't fit his argument, he got amnesia. So it's like, it confuses me as a person that tries to stay 10 toes down with everything I say. When somebody like Justin, he like to flip flop the argument when it fits him the best. Yeah.
I'm not going to argue that point.
He's a flip flopper, man. That's why it's so confusing to me. He's a flip flopper.
But you know where I didn't flip flop though? I'll never flip flop on these guys right here. These boys will never be flip flop.
Somehow we bring it back to the Bills. Somehow.
Never flip flop on my boys. Those are my boys right there.
They got the Cowboys in Buffalo this weekend, huh?
Yeah. Did you see? I know y'all saw Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid crying.
Mm-hmm. They were upset.
They in
I
trouble.
finally watched it. Right now, guys. Sorry. just a update on price. We're literally doing the exact same thing we did in the overnight session. We're consolidating at 600, basically. And my trade got knocked out. Secured maybe about 30, 40 points on the trade. I don't know. I don't really care.
It was a good trade.
Yeah, my next trade I'm looking to take is going to be based off whatever FOMC volatility brings. Right now, we're just kind of smashing some food because we're going to go a little longer than we normally do today. I'm going to try to feed my son at around noon and then get him down for a nap at about 12:30, 1 o'clock, which will be perfect for FOMC. So
I cannot wait. I'm excited for FOMC. I think we're going to get some. I think this is the final piece of news to give us that certainty that we've all kind of been waiting for. I think PPI and CPI did not give us nothing. Like, it gave us some certainty, but not enough certainty to really make a move.
Yeah,
I'm waiting to see some fireworks.
Just looking at the movement we got for both of those was so blah, right? Because it was also in conjunction with FOMC week. So you can tell buyers are loading in positions down here. Sellers are loading in positions. It's about to be a crapshoot. I think sellers want to really knock buyers out of the water. And the VIX has been at like all-time lows. If it wasn't for that contract switch on the VIX would have been like at 2018 lows. The only reason why we got a significant bounce on the VIX is because we switched contracts today. Which I feel like price should change. It should stay the same.
Me and your wife can't be friends this weekend, huh?
Oh, she got the group chat now, baby. It's the Seals and Hobbs group chat now.
Hey.
And only thing we need for you to do is if y'all winning, I want you to keep the same energy you keep whether y'all winning or losing. So don't start off the day texting in the group chat if y'all start winning, if you really don't want that smoke.
No, I'm not.
We will call you when y'all start losing.
I don't say nothing. I don't say nothing during the game. Don't want to talk to nobody. I don't hear nothing. I got everything on silent.
Say stuff during the game.
No, I don't. I never talk
during
the game.
Not no more. Now that y'all losing this year, you're right. During the game, you don't say nothing. It's Monday morning that we got to hear that smoke.
Monday morning, look, Shay, you're not gonna hear nothing from me this weekend. But y'all lose, come Monday morning, I'm on it. Just believe that.
Hey, somebody snip that.
Because
if they win, if the Cowboys win, I don't want to hear, and I don't want to talk about it.
If we lose,
I don't want to hear it.
Look, on Monday, if we lose,
I'm changing the name of the stream if y'all lose.
I'm not showing up. I will not be here.
Buffalo. That's all right. You'll be here on Tuesday. We'll be waiting on you. Matter of fact, if y'all lose and you don't show up, I'm gonna have your wife still put you in the stream, but I'm just gonna put a Buffalo Bills sign up there as your icon. It's your background. And I'm gonna just talk to the Buffalo Bills sign all day.
Wait. But actually, I take it back. Shay, this is what I'm gonna do. If the Buffalo Bills lose, I will change my background to a Dallas Cowboys background for the show. I'll change it.
Book it.
I don't have a Cowboys jersey, but I'm not about to buy one.
No,
but I will show up with a Cowboys background. I will do that. But if we win, I'm showing up with a Bills background. So
if the Cowboys win, I'm showing up with a Cowboys background.
Yeah, because if the boys beat us, we're out of the playoffs. We're not.
The whole background gonna be Cowboys. The whole
whole thing.
The whole screen gonna be Cowboys theme. I'm gonna put the banner gonna say, "Welcome to the Trader Shop. All Cowboy fans, welcome today."
Home of the Cowboys.
Yeah, home of the Cowboys. And Brian said you might want to change it now.
I know. I see it. I'm assuming that Brian might be a Cowboys fan too. There's a lot of y'all out there. Bud says, Kayla, are you the same one from the DGen CG? It probably is the same one.
Yeah,
it probably is.
That's her, Bud. I've been seeing y'all in the DGen TG.
Bud, you know Jayhawk, right?
Yeah, they all be in the DGen chat. I go in there occasionally when I want to just shut stuff down sometimes.
Oh, that's Rodney's chat, right?
Yeah, that's Rodney and Jake chat.
Is Jake even active? Is Jake even active in there anymore, Jayhawk?
Yeah, he comes in time to time. Yeah, the ones he F with. Like if I jump in there, he'll come talk to me. Jay, obviously Rodney. You know what I'm saying? Some of the other all the other OGs. Like he'll talk to us, but Jake. Yeah, Jake too high now. He been rocking. What he got like 200 subs on
retweet him or something like that?
Yeah, CZ retweeted him the other day. I didn't realize Rodney was at 40,000 I looked yesterday. I said, dang, they've been killing it during this bear market. Come on.
Dang.
Yeah, Rodney. Mm-hmm. Of course. Mm-hmm. They want to use him for the clout.
Yeah, he been putting in that work.
Rodney been putting in work, man. That's always been my dog. I told him when he was at less than 10,000, I said, bro, you destined for greatness. Whatever that looks like, I don't know if that's 1 million subs or whatever. Like whatever the top spot is, him and Jake, they got it, man. Whatever that charisma is for crypto, and not just the charisma, but the work ethic for crypto.
That's actually a good channel name, Crypto Charisma.
Crypto Charisma, yeah, that's pretty dope. Don't steal it.
Yeah, hey, any of y'all in crypto, don't steal that. We might come back with CryptoCharisma.com or something. I don't know.
I'm so mad this sweep came and got me, man. The first sweep didn't get me, so they was like, let's go get him one more time. All right, I'm done eating. Let me go get my my son's food out of the oven. Then we can just hang out until FOMC. So 35 people in the building. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Make sure if you're not subscribed, you do subscribe and help us grow, man.
Yep. Basically,
NQ's better than ES. Out.
All right. We know that's not true, but you know it's all good. He can think what he wants to think. Let me check how many likes are we up on the stream now? How much we got? We are up to 35 likes. Let's go. That's 1 for 1. Good job, everybody. Also, everybody's bullish on the day. I just noticed that. Let me try to find where this FOMC is gonna be. I'm trying to find it. FOMC. You did not just trademark our idea of Crypto Charisma, Kayla. You better stop. Hustle for Life says I'm long ES paper trade 47 for the H of it. Yeah. Right here. Yeah, I like it. That's back. I mean, it's basically back where I got long originally. We're just kind of holding it over here. Let me check the tape. Let's look at this Tiz ape. Yeah, tape's looking good. They're still absorbing these sellers. ES has been the much stronger instrument today. For whatever reason, it's been holding up a lot better. We're actually right back where I entered my my long. So yeah, I think we're just chop fest. Has anybody tried a chopped sandwich before? I just learned a chopped cheese sandwich. I just learned what that was like the other day. I've never had it because I've only been to New York like a handful of times. The city. Anybody like chopped cheese sandwiches? Let me know. I'm pretty sure it's pretty much the same as a Philly cheesesteak. I think like the same thing. It's just one's from New York and one is from Philly. And I also don't think that chopped cheese has onions in it. I think that's the difference too. I don't know. Let me know where my New York is at. Or do we have none? Oh, Dave is from New York, right? I don't know. If you're still in here, Dave, let me know. I need to know about that chopped cheese. I need to know. But yeah, the market's not doing anything. We are sideways. Oh, I'm gonna start a new poll. I know what the new poll is gonna be too. Let's start a new poll. Oops. All right. The new poll is going to be how or what all right, interest rate hike. All right, so do you think he's going to raise, stay the same, or is he going to lower the interest rate? All right, I got a new poll out. Let me know in the comments what you think on the poll. Are we going to raise rates, stay the same, or are they going to lower them? And I thought he was from New York. I wasn't entirely sure, but I thought he was from New York. Hey, I'm curious. I've never tried a chopped cheese sandwich before, but it's like a big thing on TikTok right now. So I was like, I wonder. But yeah, we're pretty much just hanging out at this point. I'm putting on my best. What's his name? The dude that be reviewing foods. I can't think of his name right now. I'm putting on my best him impression. Ground beef instead of thin sliced steak. Oh, is that the difference? It's got ground beef in there and not steak. Didn't know that either. What's up? Why are you looking at me like that? What'd I do? I'm on stream. What? I put some in the fridge. I got you, girl. You drank them all. Same. He's gonna try and sound. Oh, you think he's gonna sound hawkish?
Oh,
but
come on.
Do you think he's gonna lower the? You think he's gonna raise rates, or you think they're gonna stay the same?
Dude, look at all this selling at the lows.
Yeah.
We're almost there, guys. Almost to that profit target. My profit target was 568.50. This would have been the longest trade in history of trades, but I think we're gonna get there. Just taking our time. Go ahead, man.
Like a chopped up. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like a chopped up cheeseburger. No, I got you. I got you, Brian. That I didn't know that was a difference, though. To be completely honest, I honestly thought that it was steak. It was just sliced up, like chopped up, and they were pretty much the same. But now I know different.
Was that chopped cheese?
Yeah, chopped cheese. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fire. Now I don't think it's ground beef though.
I thought it was
like,
steak.
Yeah, it's like chopped up steak. I thought
it was steak too, but Brian's saying it's chopped up cheeseburger.
Oh, okay. Dang, look at NVIDIA.
But yet he says I want some New York pizza. You know what I want? I want some Chicago style pizza. That deep dish. That sounds good right now.
Yeah, that does sound
same. But he's gonna try to contrast Yellen. I think we cut next year. What did?
I mean, Yellen and basically everybody in the news is calling for a
decrease
for about six rate cuts next year. So I don't know.
Yeah, remember the last time that the two of them disagree?
We're not getting minutes. We're getting a statement.
Yeah, we are. No, we're getting minutes. You get minutes first, and then a statement.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so in an hour. All right, cool.
Yeah, for a cut.
I got a time first. Yeah.
I don't know. I personally, according to the Fed tool, they're gonna stay the same. And see, my thing is, the question is, have we entered stagflation? Frozen. Where we're just gonna stay at this, like, what are we at? 3.2%? Huh? You're frozen.
I think I'm frozen. Pretty
sure
I'm frozen. Can you hear me?
You're frozen. Yes.
It's on delay.
He's frozen.
Wow.
Like he's a mime.
Well, I can't hear the chat anyway, Justin. Hear the chat.
No, I was talking about.
Right, hang on, I'll be right back. Oh,
that's all right. You're behind now.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm behind. I'll be back.
Okay. I just want to see if he. Oh, he left. He was just gonna get up and walk away. But Mason for the cut. Yeah. So I personally think I personally want to see them raise rates one more time. I think we need one more raise. I think we get one more raise, And hopefully it'll, first off, I think they need to shock the market and bring it down. I think 1 or 2 more raises might just be what we need. Once we get those 1 or 2 raises, I think then once we get down to 2%, then they can cut. I don't know if cutting rates is necessarily going to bring us back up in interest rate. Let me check. What did the interest rates come out at? Honestly, I didn't even look at the numbers. I didn't even care. Okay, 3.1. So we're at 3.1 right now. So we're about a whole percentage point away. And we didn't even, from this time to last time, we only moved down by 0.1. So I think we need to do something. And I think core actually went up, which is also not a good thing, which is why I actually agree that he'll probably end up sounding hawkish today more than anything else. That I agree with 1,000%. And then maybe that might bring this market down further. He's going to talk like he's going to raise and the market will call his bluff again, I think. That could be true too. They haven't really given an indication whether or not they always say, well, you know, rate hikes are on the table, but right now it's good, so we don't got to raise rates. And I feel like at some point, like you got to pull the trigger again, right? Like, maybe he'll act like it, and you're right, the market will call the bluff. But I think at some point we're going to get another rate hike. Like I feel like the market needs to price in at least 1 or 2 more, just to get down to that 2%. Just for GP, like we got to get down to 2%. We said 2%, so we're gonna raise rates like 1 or 2 more times just to get it there. Are you better? Oh, you're better. It's working again. What'd you do? Restart your computer?
I just closed the tab and closed some other tabs.
Oh.
I had as soon as I switched over to Forex, it just slowed down. I don't know why.
Let's see.
What are we discussing, Jerome?
We're discussing the rate hikes. Right now, 57% of you think it's going to stay the same. 29% think it's a raise, and 14% think lower. I'm definitely with the stay the same people, but I agree with everything that Mason is saying right now, 1,000%.
Are we talking about the rate hikes, or are we talking about like the Fed fund ending rate? Because I think that might go up by like 0.25%. The Fed fund rate is at 5.5 right now, I think.
We're sitting at, are we sitting at 5.25 to 5.5?
Yeah.
So
if we go up to
I can see that
to 5.75, because that's what dumped the market at one time.
So you're so what you're saying is they're not going to raise the rates, but they're going to put in
the ending rate.
Yeah, they're going to basically price in another. The market's going to have to price in another rate hike.
Watch this, mother boy.
I can see that too.
I'm about to cry.
Don't cry. You got more opportunity. You'll be all right.
Oh, I'm looking to get long now at the 568.50 level. Remember, I said if we come back to this level, if you guys remember, I got short all the way up here at the 638 level. We rode it all the way down. I got stopped out here at 610, right? We're pretty good trade, right? But if I would have just stuck to my original plan and just stayed my butt at 632, 638, then I would have for sure gotten what I was looking for. What I was looking for was this gap to be filled at 568.50, which we're almost there. We're getting there. And the trend has been pretty strong this entire way down, right? Like, other than this, literally, this is the only time we did this, by the way, is when I put my stop to 610. This is literally the only time where we swept twice, right? So whatever. But now we're officially kind of coming all the way down to where I thought we would go. And I think if we close this gap, I think the next gap to close is this one right here at 503. And we got an hour to get down there. So I would venture to say we come all the way down to 503 through about 468. And if Powell's talking good, then we'll bounce right back up to the high. That's kind of what I'm looking at. So at this point, like the shorts are done for me, right? Not necessarily done. It just means that what I'm looking for now is how we react at this swing low here. And we got another swing low at 6529 as well. I didn't even see this on the 15 minute.
What do you think about well, you matched, you might already have it marked. Hold up. So. Oh, okay. No, you marked. Wait. Oh no, okay. You're looking at 15 minute for the 15 minute. On the 5 minute, look at the demand zone that was created at 565.
Mother lover, I literally just told you about this area. That's the area I'm talking about. So this is drawn on the 5 minute, not the 15 minute. So
okay. This is the same area.
So yeah, it's the same.
Oh, okay. You just took the whole candle. Okay.
Yeah. So what I do is I mark the top of this wick and the bottom of this wick, which creates the gap fill, and then I draw a box to the bottom of the wick, which creates the demand area. So basically, I'm looking for price to bounce anywhere in between these two lines, right? And if we flush into the demand zone, then usually we drop down to like the middle of the rectangle, right? Like right here, like 562, which makes sense, right? Basically going halfway between the candle that created this rectangle. That's all that means, right?
Yeah, I never understood why Carlos added that extra line there, because I watched that video yesterday too. I mean, I knew it was the gap, but so the way that I understand fair value gaps, and please correct me if I'm wrong, everybody in the chat too, is no, I said everybody in the chat too.
Hold on. Before you explain it, my child is literally yelling at me like something bad's happened. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I seriously doubt if something bad's happened. It's more like PJ Masks pause. Hold on.
Probably that. Well, I'll repeat it again once he gets back here, but a fair value gap isn't closed until it's all the way gone through, right? Like the fair value gap has to be ran all the way through. Like just because a fair value gap gets touched doesn't mean that the fair value gap is closed, right? I guess I'm about to say that again.
PJ Masks paused. Okay.
So the fair value gap, when it's touched, just because a fair value gap is touched, if it bounces, that gap technically isn't closed until price goes all the way through the gap, right? Because the way he explained it was it's closed once it's touched. But I thought a fair value gap is closed once the entire gap gets ran through.
Nah. So if you understand the definition of gap, right? So once these two lines touch together, that's a closure because there's no longer an imbalance, right? Because that's what a fair value.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not talking about I'm talking about once it's retested, not closed, but from the candle. I see the gap. I get what a fair value gap is. What I'm saying is once price comes back down to retest it, that gap is only closed once price fully goes through it. No. Because the way he explained it was once price returns down there and touches it, the gap is filled. But if price doesn't go through the entire gap, then the gap still exists at some point.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't, because think about it. So where can I find an example of that? Let me see if I can find an example of what you're talking about. Because a lot of times price doesn't have to go through price to fill a gap. What you're thinking about is a break of structure or change of character. If in order to identify a break of structure or change of character, then we have to close below said structure or change of character, right? That's when it's true. But that's not true for fair value gaps. Fair value gaps can actually close without closing below or above the fair value or running through, because all it's doing is it's eliminating the gap after the print. That gap can be eliminated via a wick or a body. Does that make sense?
No. I guess I'm not disagreeing with the elimination, but I guess what I'm saying is I agree, it's not that I don't agree, but I guess my thing is, let's say I'm a fair value gap, it wicks into it, but it doesn't go all the way to the bottom of the gap. So it'll wick and bounce, but it doesn't close it off completely.
So like this.
Yeah, and it stops before it gets to that bottom. To me, isn't that gap still open until it comes back down and fills it completely through? Even if it wicks and comes back, that's fine, then it's closed. But until that bottom part gets filled completely with some type of price action.
So you're saying until this happens, it's not filled.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought.
Then we on the same page. All right. So yes, that's true. However, price is not perfect. Right? So price, although the theory is we fill this gap, you look too long and you go back up. But you notice how he said in his video, he said, well, I still like to put my entry a little bit above so I don't miss the trade. Because if the bulls are strong enough, right, it's price. Price can do whatever it wants. If the bulls are strong enough and they're anxious to buy and there's somebody willing to buy right here before this fair value gap is closed and they're strong enough, then you're just going to miss this trade because price is going to take off, right? For instance, these bulls.
Okay. We'll time out real fast. Just
okay.
I'm saying it not for entry purposes. Like, I'm not saying like the gap has to get filled to enter. What I'm saying is that I would enter anywhere in the gap where I got confirmation to enter, right? Because the gap itself is valid. But I guess what I'm saying is for that gap to completely be shut off from caring about it anymore, you invalidate the gap once it's completely closed was what my question was.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's tomato at that point. Like, at that point, I don't, let me be clear. And I think you feel the same way. I don't care about fair value gaps, just so I'm clear. Right? Like, I could care less about them. Like, it doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is price. What price does at this area. But I do understand them, so I can use them to my advantage. Right? So for me, I don't care if price comes in here. I'm not going to long this just because price came in here. It's not going to happen. Because I know too much to understand that price could do a multitude of things. When it comes in here, it could do this, right? It could do this, right? Like, or it could do this, or it could do this, or it could say, screw that, we're doing this, right? There's a multitude of things price could do. So to me, it's irrelevant, right? Like the fair value gap is an area, but it's not a necessity for me to trade. It fits my strategy, and I like to use it. I know you know that. I'm just more explaining it to the chat.
I agree with you. Everything you're saying 1,000%. I just was trying to get clarification on the closure, because you know how sometimes like some people will invalidate things different ways, right? And so to me, for people who do trade off of fair value gaps, I was just wondering, when you consider a fair value gap being broken, right? Like, at what point do you invalidate the fair value gap? Because at least from his explanation, as soon as price touched in there, regardless of how far it went, if it bounced, that gap was closed. Because but to me, I would say that gap would still be open to potentially be retested again.
But he's also taking that trade no matter what.
Yeah,
because
true.
He's looking at it like, this is the only trade I'm going to take. This trade fits my criteria, and I'm taking this trade no matter what. Live with the results. That's why he risks the entire box, 20, 30, 40, no matter how many points it is. He's risking that entire trade because he looks at it like, if this trade loses, I'm done trading. But if it wins, I'm going to make $5,000. And I know I have a 70% chance of, if I take this trade, 70% of the time, I'm going to win. Period, point blank. And I want to win, so I'm not going to miss the trade. I'm just going to take the trade because it hit all of my checklists, right? So that's the thought process behind it. And I guess that's where we differ. Like, I like that part of the way he trades, but where we differ is I'm not going to take the trade unless I get the confirmation at that area through candlesticks or the tape.
Yeah, because he's risking more.
He has to risk a lot more. Yeah, I'm not willing to risk that. So
yeah, okay.
I would rather wait for the end where he looks to get in. He'll get in right here, and then as soon as the liquidity sweep starts to happen, he'd be like, "Man, really? You about to tap me out?" And I just got in, but then it stops. The liquidity sweep usually stops below the previous low or somewhere near it, right? And it doesn't stop him out. So instead of getting out, he'll add a position. Right, he'll add a position at those lows, which is a smart decision, right? If you have confidence in the trade, it's a smart decision. So he'll add, and now he has two positions in this entire area, right? And then price will come up, break structure, and he'll be like, "Yeah, we good." And then price will start. You look at his video, and price will start coming all the way back down. He'd be like, "Man, now we playing games." The reality is all price is doing is price comes in here, breaks the low, breaks above the high, comes back down and retests here to put in the higher low. And honestly, this is where he should get long. And that's where I'm trying to get long, right? It's not to say that you can't get long here. It's just higher risk here because of the fact that price could continue lower, right? Before it finally finds the bottom. So in this scenario, I'm not looking for the bottom and I may have to risk the low, which may be a little bit more. In this scenario, right? I'm only looking to risk the bottom, which is less risk, but it's higher reward. But I stand a chance of like you said before to me, which is I stand a chance of getting stopped out more often down here because of the fact that I don't know that this is the true bottom yet. So
yeah, no, I agree. Chelsea Blues. I haven't seen you in the building, Chelsea Blues 5. Welcome.
Chelsea?
I thought it was invalid after 50% has been breached. Is that from ICT? Is that what ICT says?
I don't know the actual rules. I'm just telling you.
I don't know either.
I guess for me, for gap to gap, theoretically, in my opinion, if my two fingers are like this, there's still a gap, to Justin's point, right? If my fingers are like this, there's still a gap. Once my fingers do this, regardless if they do this at one point and then come back to this gap is closed. That's just, I mean, that's simple logic to me, right? Like that's logic. Now, there may be little rules inside of like ICT communities and, you know, whatever. I don't care about that stuff. I genuinely don't. I've never watched one ICT video, right? Like I don't like the music, right? It's not my thing, right? I think the following of ICT, some of them are weird. They remind me of crypto people. And when I say weird, I don't mean that they are weird people. I just think the cult-like following stuff is weird to me, right? So I don't really dove into the ICT world. Do I appreciate what ICT brings to the table by making other traders better? 1000%. Are my smart money concepts of my strategy similar to what ICT teaches? Yes, because it's price action, right? Like everything's going to be similar to what ICT is teaching, right? CPR said all I heard was the cult. Yeah, right? Like it's cult-like. It is. I mean, when you follow and worship one person, regardless of the value they bring to the space, when you worship one particular person by holding, you know, multiple Twitter spaces and, you know, everybody's giving, I get it, give them credit where credit is due. But that cult-like stuff, I'm grown. Like I don't got time for that. Like I'm grown, right? Yeah. I'm grown. Like I don't follow no man, right? Like shout out to Dave, because when he came on the channel, all of us were very respectful of his platform and who he is and what he's accomplished thus far. However, that doesn't diminish the value that I hold as a man or Justin holds as a man. We're going to talk to you like you're another man, except Michael Jordan. When Michael Jordan comes in the room, you just forget about it. Like, I fangirl so bad.
Y'all don't even know. I'll tell the story. Back when we were crypto influencers, right? We got involved in a very we were fortunate enough to get involved in a very interesting company where we got the opportunity to go to a couple of NASCAR races, right? The company we're working for, they sponsored a NASCAR team, and so we got to go to the Daytona 500, or no, I think it's like the Daytona 250, right? And so we're in a box, really nice box, right? We had like catered food, free drinks, like it was pretty fancy. And so, you know, we're drinking or whatever, and I look over and I see, you know, some African-American people in the box next to us. And I'm like, that's kind of interesting. And then I see like a 23, and it was in Roman numerals and like an X and then like another company. And I'm like, that's interesting. And I look over and I see this guy, he's bald head and he's got hoop earrings. And I'm like, I've been drinking a little bit. Ain't no way that's Michael Jordan. Ain't no way the dude next to us in the suite is Michael Jordan. And so I go over to the house and I'm like, bro, look at next to us. Look, that's not Michael Jordan, right? Like, I've been drinking and I know he's from Chicago. I know he was Michael Jordan head. And he looked, and at this point, everybody's staring at the box. And Hobbs is like,
my face was imprinted on the box.
Jordan. We were right next to Michael Jordan in this.
Literally.
We have video proof.
Our skybox was here,
evidence.
and it was see-through glass on the other side. We were right next to him.
See him. Yeah. Michael Jordan in the flesh. And they
literally,
they had about 20 guys that had to hold Hobbs back from going over there because he was ready to go over there. And funny enough, later on during the night, we actually spoke to some of the people that were in that box, and Hobbs was going ham, telling them all about crypto. And they were interested. We never got the conference with MJ though. That'd have been pretty dope. But yeah, it was pretty pretty. That's a once in a lifetime moment.
I got a lot of video.
We got video evidence.
We
can't show it, but we do have video evidence. We got proof. Actually, we probably could show if we wanted to at this point. Who cares? But,
who cares at this point? Like, it was pretty cool though. Like, but when I say fangirl, I mean I'm a huge fan of Michael Jordan. I love basketball, right? Like, did I fangirl a little bit? Yeah, I fangirl.
Oh, he definitely he screamed like a little child. We were on stream on a live stream. He was like, I was like, oh Lord.
I grew up in outside of Chicago, right? Like I got there when we started winning championships, right? Like I got there at age 7. At age 7, it was 1990 for me, right? Like I was 7 years old in 1990. The Bulls won their first championship in 91, right? So it was just like, oh my, you know what I mean? Like it was crazy, right? So, oh man, it was great times. I only knew winning, right? From the time I got to Chicago, the only thing we did was win championships. So
that is true. That is all you guys want. I'll give you that. Y'all did amazing jobs out there. But you know what I'm saying? Now it's LA's turn to continue to win championships like we were before.
Starstruck, F that Jamaican. All right, be back soon. Got to run for one thing. All right, Carlos. As we were referring to y'all, it's all good. I don't care what y'all think of me. Look, if you're upset that I fangirl over Michael, or if you feel like you wouldn't fangirl over Michael Jordan, it's cool, man. I did. I'm just keeping it real with y'all. I'm being fully transparent. There was one man that got me, and I didn't think it would happen. Okay, I didn't know what was gonna happen, but it happened.
I mean, not too many people can ever say that they were that close to MJ. Like
literally, he walked right by us, spoke to us, the whole thing. Like it was crazy.
It's a little different, and like and plus like when you're meeting your idol or at least that close to your idol, like it's a little different. It hits a little different. Like sure. If it was Kobe, RIP, I'd have been going nuts too. I'd have been going even crazier.
Like,
I'd have been like, oh, it's Kobe?
MJ, like if it was Michael Jackson, I'd have been like, I mean, he cool. Like,
what about R. Kelly?
You know what I mean? Like R. Kelly, before all the incidents, before all of the previously alleged crimes, because now they crimes, right? They're not alleged anymore. So before all the previously alleged, allegations, right? I probably would have been just as happy, right? After the nail in the coffin, so to speak, it was like, oh, well, that's weird. Okay, never mind, bro.
Oh my god. Oh man.
Yeah. So no problem, bro. LOL. That's all good, man. My wife said he fangirl hard. Yeah, I called my wife and everything. It was. I was fangirling.
I'm pretty sure she was on FaceTime.
Hard. It was bad.
Oh, you did FaceTime him. You FaceTimed all of them.
Yeah, I FaceTime my brother. I FaceTime everybody that would answer the phone right then and there. They was getting the FaceTime.
Oh,
I FaceTime my other homeboy that grew up with me in Chicago. Like everybody got a call that day.
Yeah, he was going ham. Z said, "Shake my head, R.I.P. R. Kelly and Diddy." Yeah, Diddy. Yeah, bro. Diddy on that list too.
They different, bro.
They going after Jay-Z now too. Some people are. It's crazy.
What Jay-Z do?
I
think they all are part of that little Illuminati thing. I don't think you could be in entertainment and not be a part of that crazy weird world, because I think that's a requirement, in my opinion. Yeah. But that's a whole other rabbit hole. Like that is a big
rabbit hole. Jamie. I don't know about Jamie. I don't know. There was like weird stuff when he came out of the hospital. They were saying he looked different.
Jamie looked like home, man. He looked weird.
But he lost a lot of weight. Well, you got to think though. He lost a lot of weight. He was in the hospital for a long time, so he didn't get a lot of sun. So I think that's why he looked different, to be completely honest.
Or they took Jamie. They took the real Jamie and cloned him and gave us a new Jamie.
Or they could be that. You know what's really funny is, you ever watch The Real Husbands of Hollywood with Kevin Hart?
Yeah.
They just came out with they came out with a season last year. I didn't even know about it. A new season. And in the very first episode, Kevin gets a clone.
Yeah, I gotta watch it.
The dude.
I didn't know that those were new seasons that are out right now. I thought they were just rerunning it back because Kevin got a new special out. Every time a new special comes out, they start running new stuff. So
yeah, on Netflix, they came out with I guess they released a season that he came out with in 2022, because they got they had Nick Cannon catching a baby with tongs, since Nick Cannon got hella kids. But yeah. Basically he went to go get cloned, and she was like, yeah, so it's gonna be 4. He was like, 4 million? Oh, I got 4 million. You know what? I want it done in a week. Make it 10 million. Give me 10 million. She's like, okay, 10 million. 10 million sounds good. And then he was like, you know what? I want it faster. Slap on another 5. 10 million plus 5 million. You know how much that is? 17 million. I'm giving you 17 million dollars. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah,
So
I love that show, man. I think Kevin Hart and Nick Cannon on camera together is some really good comedy.
Yeah,
Really
and I mean the supporting cast is really good too with Dwayne and
oh
Melanie
yeah,
and
what's the name's husband?
well, you know they're not married anymore. Dwayne
Well, I
and
mean, in
Tisha
the
got
show
a divorce. No, even in the show they got a divorce. He's now just Dwayne. He lost his whole last name. He's just Dwayne.
Oh man.
And I know you heard about Dwayne too and the allegations they made, right? About him and Will.
Nah.
You didn't hear about that?
They got a situation.
They got a situationship.
What's it called?
A situationship.
No, it's not a situationship. It's a what did Jada call it? She didn't call it a situationship. She called it something
pretty
else.
sure she called it a situation. Or what? Oh,
Nah, she didn't call it a situationship. She called it something else. What did Jada call it at the round table, y'all? Was it
I'm pretty sure it was a situationship.
Huh. I thought it was something else. You looking it up?
I am, but
yo, this is a trading stream. Yeah, this is a trading stream. We're just waiting on FOMC, man. We've already taken trades this morning. I mean, it's something else, right?
Entanglement. That's what it was. Entanglement.
Yeah. Entanglement. My wife said it. There you go. Yeah. No, this is definitely a trading stream, brother or ma'am, whichever one it is. But,
we're just waiting. Yeah, like you said, we're just waiting on Powell.
I mean, correction. There are trades to take here. Every time price comes up to this high, you can look to short it. Every time it comes down to this low, you can look to long it. That's just not the way Justin and I like to trade. And the volatility is really low. Everybody's preparing for FOMC. I have my areas that I'm looking to trade. One of my areas, if you're curious, one of my areas is at this orange box right here. I'm looking to long the market here. If price gets too volatile, then I'm looking to long the market at this white box. If price continues to fall, then I'll look to long the market at this green box. If we're going to continue to be short bias and we don't get any bounces, then I'll just have to look for other areas to short the market, because the only valid area, in my opinion, as far as point of origin, is here at 629 or potentially here at 6603 because of the supply push that we got as a result of this area. So we got a swing high here and another swing high here, but all of them are coming from this swing high, this ultimate swing high here at the 50s. So
Mason said, "Look at VIX." Yeah, VIX is kind of just chilling. VIX is kind of chilling right now until we get close to the meeting. It'll probably start to move up, but I think the VIX is a little unreliable right now just because of the news. Hustle for Life says, "R. Kelly still king of R&B." I mean, if you separate the man from the music, if you can't, then
king of a bunch of stuff now.
He's the king of but
soap.
Yeah. Dwayne got Dwayne and Will are in an entanglement apparently.
Wait, like together?
That's the rumor.
Look at Apple, bro. What is going on with Apple and the market is not moving? Look at Apple. What is happening right now?
Ooh, Apple caught a bid.
What is happening
Apple
right
about
now?
to go to all-time highs.
Apple is flying, and NQ nor ES is moving right now. See, this is that weird stuff that we be talking about with the market. Look at ES going straight down, NQ going straight down. Meanwhile, Apple is taking off right now. I have no idea why, but Apple just took off. What the heck? I just clicked on this. I said, let me check on Apple. Oh my goodness. All by itself. Look. How is Apple doing this? How does it keep getting away with this? I don't get it. Apple's breaking structure and ripping. There has to be news on Apple. Somebody tell me if there's news on Apple, guys. This is
now makes sense to why NQ. Now makes sense to why ES has literally stopped. Yeah, it's literally stopped selling off and just been trading sideways for the past like 30 minutes.
Yo, now makes sense. Apple set to be hit by EU antitrust order in App Store. That's not good.
Yeah, about to say that. That's not good.
That's not good.
Good stuff.
Where's the good news?
CPR says I got a runner from 54.25. Is that on NQ?
I don't know.
You talking about 650? You talking about 654.25? I'm assuming.
Yeah, the way Apple looking right now, you might want to get ready for some volatility here. We're at the previous day high right now in Q. Apple just caught a bid, ladies and gentlemen. The rest of the market is not catching this bid with Apple. Apple is on something else right now. I have no idea what's going on with Apple.
That's for Life says Jay-Z like I'm young too. But says if you blokes enjoy the NASCAR race, you should go to the IndyCar or you know what? We both were not in NASCAR, but yeah, if you can put us in a skybox, yeah, if you can put us in a skybox with free drinks, I'll go anywhere.
Yeah, it was like a 50
chilling
skybox. Crazy.
You didn't get lucky, CPR. If you took a good trade, you took a good trade. No luck involved. It's crazy how real those clones are. Oh God, if they're real, hustler, if they're real. Z said they said Will was Dwayne and Will was with Jamie. Oh, Will was with Dwayne and Will was with Jamie. I feel like Will is like Tupac. He just get around. Nah, they said oh, what's his face? Hey, what's his name? He's like a director. Not oh man, he's got two daughters and one of them is an actress. I can't think of his name right now, but they say he's the one who be pimping out dudes in Hollywood. I just can't remember what his name is. I can see his daughter dated Tupac. I just can't remember what her name is right now. Who was the girl who dated Tupac? Let me know. I can't remember. I guess I could look it up. Tupac girlfriend that wasn't Jada. Because I don't think they ever dated. Oh, Rashida Jones. That's who it is. Quincy Jones. They say Quincy Jones is the one. He's the devil of Hollywood. Yeah, Rashida Jones, Quincy Jones. Yep. That's supposed to be the devil of Hollywood. That's the one. K Rain says Apple being an H. Yeah, it's going. It's moving. Shoot. I was looking. I'm shocked. Apple's only $2 away from all-time highs. It's ridiculous. You got the top wick. Jesus, great trade. He was nailing Will to the cross. allegedly entanglement. Yeah, allegedly. Yeah, Rashida Jones, Quincy Jones. Yeah, apparently because Quincy Jones is the one who gave Will the shot at being the Fresh Prince. But yeah, they said Quincy be turning them out. So I don't know. Hollywood is not the place to be. That's why a lot of people don't live there. They just be visiting for work and whatnot and things. But yeah, we are how close to CPI or FOMC? About a half an hour away from the minutes dropping. So pretty much just waiting for these minutes. There's really not much to do. Not much to trade. Nvidia is basically just consolidating. Microsoft is back to consolidation. Google's consolidating, and Apple's the lone survivor over here, deciding it wants to rip faces off. So pretty much not much to do. Looks like NQ's getting a bit of a bounce. ES has just been flat. So in my opinion, for me, there are no high quality trades at the moment. No high quality trades. Just time to be patient and wait for this news and just kind of talk, hang out and chill. But yeah, let me check on this poll actually. It's been a minute. We got people shuffling in and out. What we got here? All right, 14 votes on the poll. If you haven't voted, make sure you vote. We got 57% are saying that we're not going to have an interest rate hike. It's going to stay the same. 29% of you think it's going to be a raise, and 14% think that they're going to lower the rates. So make sure you vote. Make sure you vote in the poll. Make sure you vote. Vote. I'm a part of the 29%. What was the 29%? I don't even remember. I think that was the raise. Oh yeah, raise. I'm a part of the stay the same, but I think House may be right, and I also agree. I also agree with Mason on what's going to happen. I think Powell's going to be hawkish during the meeting, and I think they're going to want the stock market to come down lower, and I think they're going to raise the door. They're going to open up the door for another rate hike just because of stagflation. So I think those two things will probably end up happening. But we'll see how the minutes turn out, though. I'm curious to see how these minutes are going to turn out and what they're actually going to decide on. It should be pretty volatile. So, I don't know. I guess the other question is, who's going to be long or short before the minutes? Like, is anybody looking to actually take a trade before the minutes come out and take the gamble? Because I'm not. I will not be taking no gambles. Nope. But is anybody actually looking to trade these minutes? I think there was one time Hobbs accidentally traded the minutes. I've never accidentally traded it, but I know Hobbs has. Nope, I'm staying out. Yeah, I'm with you, K-Rain. I'm not. I will not be participating in the minutes. I'm holding this runner. Yeah, if I was in a runner, I would hold it too. Stops at break even. Nice. Yeah, you can't lose on it. I would if I was in a runner and I was up, I would hold it, especially from where you got in. I mean, Jesus, from where you got in. I mean, you're up massively. Up here. Hey, you're up over 50 points. Yeah, I would hold it. Mason's long Tesla, Coinbase, BTC, and oil. Oh, nice. Nice. Hustle for life, you're behind. Yeah, Quincy Jones. CPR or like a little below break even so I don't get slipped. That's a good point. Because that slippage could be nasty. How is Coinbase doing? Let me look at Coinbase. You're long BTC. You be printing on BTC. You're long oil too. Let's check on Coinbase. Oops, that's not how you spell Coinbase. Dang, Coin been flying. I wonder with what's CZ's company? God, why am I drawing a blank right now? Binance. I wonder with Binance and everything that's been going on with Binance, I wonder if that's going to help Coinbase out and actually end up pushing Coinbase stock up higher, just because Binance is having so many issues. I'm actually kind of curious, but if you got a long Coinbase in October, you'd be printing right now. This thing's been on an absolute tear, even earlier than that. But man, it looks like Coinbase is flagging too, honestly. It looks like Coinbase is kind of flagging out. That could be nice. Yeah, Binance. Regulators have moved everything over to Coinbase. That makes sense. Long from 105. Oh, you're long from 105? You're printing. Jesus. You got what expiry are your options? I'm assuming you're trading options. What expiry is your options? All Bitcoin ETFs will basically use Coinbase as custodian. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Because other than Coinbase, you got crypto.com, but crypto.com is a coin. It doesn't have a stock. It's not in the stock market. I did a call for 360 and sold it. Dang, that's a crazy return. Dang, congrats. That's nuts. Where'd you get? Are you still long from that 105 call, or did you already close it? At what price? What price did you get long for 360, and what price did you close at for that 2,500? That's nuts. This chart looks so bullish. I didn't even think about it. Oh, okay. You rolled over for a couple 180 strike price end of January and February. Some out of the money gambles. Got you. Okay, so dang. You wrote it for $45. So you bought monthlies then. That's fire. Bro, good job. Good effing job. We can't hear you. You're muted. I know you said my bad.
No, I said, yeah, I know.
Oh. Well, I'm over here talking to Mason. He longed he longed Coinbase, or he got in calls at $104 and wrote it to 145.
Yeah, that was a money call. Probably got in right when Bitcoin was ripping like crazy. Nice pullback on Coinbase too. That was a beautiful entry.
We were also talking about the fact that Coinbase got a lot of help from Binance its situation.
Once Binance got in so much trouble, he's got in so much trouble.
Yeah, that's a dynamic hold. So are you still holding on to like runners, like out of the money runners, or are you completely out? Because you said you got a couple out of the money gambles.
Oh boy!
Because as long as BTC continues ripping, this thing is probably gonna fly out of whatever little flag it's in right now.
Oh yeah, we're about to push out of this. There's no way. Oh, you're talking about Coinbase? Sorry.
Yeah. I'm looking at Coinbase.
I'm looking at this, and I'm like, there's no this thing's gonna not push while Apple's going absolutely ballistic right now. Apple's raising the market from the dead right now.
Yeah. Okay, you got out of the money 180 calls. Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, it used to bother me watching price on the 15-second. Like now it's like a must. I feel like I can see so much more happening so much sooner on the 15-second.
Oh, I can't see. When is Coinbase's next earnings? They reported November, so they should report again in December, January, like February time frame-ish, maybe.
I don't know. You have to look them up.
Yeah, I would have to look it up. But whenever they had their earnings call, they were already turning bullish, which is also insane. And now with the news, they're probably gonna be even more bullish. Listen,
Coinbase is the way to go. Like they literally shut down every piece of competition so that it's just the U.S. market crypto company, the one that's regulated, basically.
I mean, that's the smartest way to go about it, too. Honestly, when you really think about it,
I think to protect investors, I think the best thing to do is get all of the crappy money out of here, so the real money can come in, right? Like Binance was never going to go as far as Coinbase can go, just because Coinbase is regulated. So it's going to take a while, but and now we know why. I mean, look at what CZ was doing. Like, as much as you like the guy and what he's done to crypto, like what he was doing was criminal. Like there's no denying that, and he doesn't deny it either. He's like, all right, I finally got caught. All right, you guys can lock me up now. You know what I mean? Like, it ain't even getting locked up. He's just like, he stole all that money, he made all that money, he misused funds, and then he just pled guilty, paid a fine, and rode out into the darkness. And they was just like, just don't tell nobody. We paid a fee and you good. It's criminal.
Yeah, every savior of crypto, like supposed savior of crypto, or like the big head spokesperson of crypto, is a criminal. It don't make no sense.
There's not one that's come out, right? And we were like, man, this dude really took us to the promised land. It's like, he was a criminal too. I didn't see that coming. It's like,
right.
The thing that did it for me was when Sam Bankman-Fried got in all that trouble, and then, you know, CZ could have just been quiet, right? What did he do? He went right on mainstream media, did an interview, and they asked this man about they asked him about audits. He was like, yeah, they can't audit us because they don't really know what they're looking at. I was like, I'm pretty sure Coinbase goes through an audit all the time. So what is it that you have that's different from Coinbase? The answer is nothing. He was dodging the question, and now we know why, right? It's like Sam bankrupt fraud was just the sloppy one, right? And they caught his butt, right? I still don't think he's going to do any time because CZ's not doing any time. So why would he do time? Why can't he just pay a fine?
Because I don't think 100 years in prison.
Yeah. Crypto is mostly pump and dump scams and stuff. Bitcoin is king. I think if we get one more altcoin season, then alts will fade into irrelevance. I think this is the last altcoin pump. to be quite frank. I think Bitcoin and ETH will prevail. And I think everything else that doesn't have true value, meaning something that's tangible to the average consumer, will disappear, just like the dot-com bubble, right? I think if it's not tangible, it's going to go away. That's what I think.
Yeah, but the real question though is, in my opinion, Bitcoin and Ethereum really have already kind of outpriced most of people, right? Like if you're talking about like whole Bitcoin and Ethereum, most people have already been outpriced of that move. So I think there's got to be something that comes along that becomes like the everyman's crypto, in my opinion.
No, I think
You don't think so?
it's just like, no, I think it's just like, it's going to be traded just like shares of a company. The S&P 500 is outpriced for most people. Well, not most people, but for some people, but they still invest in it through ETFs. They invest in it through retirement funds. They buy shares in it when they can, right? Nothing's outpriced. Like, it is what it is. Like, the price is high, but nobody's buying. Most people aren't buying. The average American isn't coming in buying a $40,000 coin that's literally just a coin in your brain, right? Because you never get a coin, right? The average American's not buying that. But I think that's why it's so important to become a trader, or at least know how to trade, right? Because I feel like most people can invest with ease, but if they learned how to trade, they would be better investors, and they could profit from the moves of the market. I think that's where the true value of trading comes from, because I'm not gonna go buy a $40,000 Bitcoin, but I'll trade it, right? I showed you guys paper trades on Bitcoin the last couple of weeks that were monsters. I made enough on those paper trades that I could have bought a Bitcoin. But why? When I could just short it on the way back down. Like, I genuinely feel like if more people knew about trading, they wouldn't even care how much a Bitcoin was. I don't care how much a Bitcoin is, because I'm just going to trade it when it becomes an asset. It is an asset that I can actively trade now. That's all I care about it for. I don't want to own a Bitcoin. Why? Why do I need to invest $40,000 into something that's going to go up and down as volatile as Bitcoin is right now? I trade NQ. I got enough volatility in my life. You know what I mean? Like, I'm good. I would rather, instead of owning a Bitcoin, I would rather become a trader and be able to trade it.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that.
Bitcoin is divisible by 100 million. The smallest unit of BTC is like 2,500 per dollar, or like $0.0004. Like, that's stupid, right? Like, to me, that's dumb. You could take that same $2,500 and throw it into Mexi, throw it into Binance, throw it into wherever you can trade Bitcoin. You could turn that same 2,500 into probably 25K in one trade on Bitcoin. If you caught the Bitcoin at 39,000 and you loaned it for $2,500, like, you had $2,500 to enter Bitcoin with, right? And you were long at the bottom down there, not even the bottom, just the pullback to 39K, right? You could have bought probably 5 or 6 lots of BTC and rode it to 44,000 and probably made about 60 or 70,000, right? Here, I'll show you guys. You see exactly what I'm talking about. Let's get off of oil here while it's going crazy. The market's ripping out of this low here. I thought that previous day low would have been a good area to long. I wanted us to come down a little further to fill that gap, but once Apple got going, I was like, yeah, buyers are like, nah, we going up. But check this out. This is the paper trade I took, and I took it based off a multitude of confluences, right? Where is it at? I think it was at 39K. I think it was down here somewhere. Nope, it wasn't it. I closed the paper trade, but this is the 15 minute. Let's go down to the 4 hour. Yeah. Okay. So it was down here somewhere. This is the trade right here. I got long right on this pullback right here. Right. So I got long here. Right. If you were paper trading this, I don't know what the risk would have to be, but pretty sure it's insignificant. Look, if the trade came all the way down here to stop us out, that's $2,500 worth of risk, right? From 3,907, which is late, right, all the way down to this low is about $3,000 or $4,000 worth of risk. That's on 7 contracts. But look what happens when the trade goes in your direction, right? That's just the first candle. 4 hours later, this happens, right? 4 hours later, this happens. You're up $11,000 right there. Oh, they can't see my screen. Sorry, guys. 5 minutes until Powell. You got them pulled up, Jay? Oh, we got the statement. The statement's in 5 minutes, guys.
Yeah, the minutes come out.
But yeah, so this was the trade, right? This is off maybe like $2,500, right? Look at that. That's a 10x right there. Now, how much would you have made, right? That's a 10x, right? I put in 2,500, right? My stop was below this low, right? There's 2,500 right there. Let's say I risked this entire low, which I would have been in well before this. That's on 7 mini contracts for for Bitcoin. 2,500. That's the risk. That's not including leverage, by the way, because you can get more than this off leverage. I probably could have bought 14 if I put in 2,500. Just saying. Okay. Look at this. And I don't know when they started doing stop losses and take profit when you do back testing, but I'm glad they added that.
Oh, they added stop losses?
Yeah, and take profit when you do the back testing. So this is the back testing tool, but they added this to it because this wasn't here.
Oh, that wasn't there before.
That was not here. I was like, wait a minute, did I just see what I think I saw? But yeah, that's a really great tool to add. So look at this. This is a $30,000 trade right here in 2 days, right? So Monday you get in. This was Sunday because this is when I entered the trade. Sunday into Tuesday. 2 days passed, and now you can afford a Bitcoin. But here's the other part to it, right? You sell a Bitcoin here, and you spot selling pressure. So you go short the other way. I don't think we came up higher than this. But now you got 5K to waste, right? Oh, shit. You got to stop that. Hang on. Let's go the other way. Let's do it again. Wait, did Bitcoin go to 45K or did it go higher? I can't remember. There we go. All right.
I think we got rejected before 45K.
I think we got rejected before 45. All right. So we risk another 5,000. We just lost. We're still up 21,000 off our original, trade, right? And then on that dump, look at that. Boom. Another 20K. Why the heck would I buy a Bitcoin when I can make enough money in 2 or 3 days trading Bitcoin with the initial value of 0.04 of a Bitcoin, right? I can take that same bread and go make $38,000, $40,000 with the risk. That's why I won't buy a Bitcoin. My plan is to trade Bitcoin on the weekends with my profits from the market. That's my plan. So I don't know. Back 2 minutes till FOMC. Yeah, the statement should be out in about 2 minutes. I think Justin's tracking it right now. So
yeah.
It's 2,500 sats per dollar. I just don't understand. Like it literally makes me sick to my stomach when I hear people say, I just bought Bitcoin when Bitcoin's pumping to 45,000. I saw somebody on Twitter literally at 43K say, all right. I just bought a Bitcoin. I was like, what? Like, I was so confused. I was like, why would you buy it on a pump? Number one, right? I'm not saying don't buy it at 40, but let it come back, cool off a little bit. When something's rocketing up, that is not the time to buy, guys. It's not. We thank God for the leverage we given in trading. Yeah, 100%. 5 minutes until JPOW. Oh, my bad. Yep. Back to 2 minutes. Yeah, it's just the minutes, guys. We're waiting on the minutes to see if anything's changed. And that's kind of what we're waiting on first.
Let me look at the tape. Because the tape is clear.
Oh, yeah. The tape is 100% clear.
The tape is clear.
The whales are in a whatchamacallit right now.
But interestingly enough, the bid-ask spread has not really moved much. All right.
You guys hear this? You can't hear that, right? Okay, good.
Mm-mm. All right, here it goes. The bid-ask spread is moving. Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
Ooh.
Let's see if we get a rejection, though.
Ooh.
Dang. Oh, this is volatile. Oh my goodness gracious. All right, let's see. Let me look at the statement.
Oh my goodness.
Keep rejecting 29.
Got long. Lord have mercy.
Yeah. Good Lord.
Look at the 1 hour.
U.S. banking sounded resilient, committee to achieve maximum inflation rate over 2% in the long run. In support of these goals, the committee decided to maintain the target range. So they're maintaining the target range of 4 to 5.5%.
Oh, that's all the market needed to hear. That's all they needed to hear.
The committee will continue to assess additional information implication for monetary policy. Yeah, the market is going nuts.
We out of here. See ya.
Bro, Apple, look at Nvidia. Look at Nvidia's candle.
Goodness. $500 Nvidia. Here it comes. Oh my goodness. Let's go. All right. This is the key area right here. This is where sellers need to defend, right? We did all of that rocket ship stuff. Let's see if they just rip through this area, which it looks like they're going to. I don't see any reason. The tape is going nuts right now.
Oh my God. Yeah, we're going.
650 is the level. 650 is the level to break.
ES is sending right now.
Oh, is it?
ES just had a
candle. Oh, yes. I told you ES was the better instrument. I told you ES was the better.
Shut up. Look at Hustle for Life. ES moving again. That's right.
Oh my God. That is the most ridiculous candle I've ever seen on ES.
ES is sending.
Oh, that's a 20-point candle.
Oh my God. ES ain't pulling back, not a bit,
bro. Wow. Look at Meta. Look at Tesla. Look at the NASDAQ is out of here. Wow. Okay, we're approaching daily resistance now at 694. Whoa.
Oh
whoa.
My God. Bro,
man, I knew they was just waiting on that fund rate, bro.
Supply. Oh my God.
Look at the US dollar and the US 10-year.
It's gotta be going
my goodness.
Bro, look at
it is.
Hey, Mason, look at the VIX now, bro. Dumping. Oh my God. This is
why we say all the indicators were pointing to one. They end up pointing one direction. Look at the dollar. They're selling the heck out of the dollar, dumping the US 10-year, and they are ripping the Band-Aid off. Get out the way, Bears. Wow.
Yeah,
my friend, was impressive.
Valdez.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Yeah,
Microsoft,
this is
Apple
nuts.
has led this. We should have known because Apple was telling the truth. Apple was sending. I was like, yo, something's up right now. Somebody got the news beforehand. Because Apple is $1 away, $1.20 away from all-time highs right now. Once Apple hits all-time highs, it's about to get scary.
Look at Nvidia's 5-minute candle. This is a $4 candle. Oh my God.
Look at Meta's 15-minute candle.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is crazy.
This is the volatility I want. Now, to me, all this means though is like now we can trade, right? After today, now it's game on, right? It's like, all right, we don't need any more certainty. Once he gets done talking, we know we're good. The market can quit with this choppy ridiculousness now. Like, that's all I'm happy about. It's just, let's get the pump out of the way. Let's get the dump out of the way. Whatever it is, let's just get through it, right? And then we can just trade. The noise is gone. The uncertainty is gone.
Oh, look at ES go. ES is still pumping.
Oh, so is NQ. These things are going. Oh, there goes Bitcoin. Bitcoin's about to break 42.50, whatever this is.
Jesus.
Oh boy, look at the volume on this candle for Bitcoin. This is crazy. Send it, boys. And to be quite frank, like, oh my goodness, ES is freaking sending it. To be quite frank though, like we had enough time to get long. We had enough time to get long because we saw it coming. We were like, yeah, this is looking kind of bullish. Wow. All day to sell down to these lows. And in 5 minutes, oh my goodness, look at the 1 hour candle, bro. This is a 100-point candle. in one candle, we ripped the shreds off of NQ. Wow. Talk about a bullish engulfing.
Oh,
Holy smokes.
they're indicating 3 cuts are coming in 2024. That's what sent the market.
Oh, yeah, that's different. Yeah, we're going to all-time highs, boys. 17,000. It's a wrap. Do not short this market.
Oh my God!
Yes, it's up 27 points.
Send everything.
Send
everything. My God!
Everything is about to send. I did not hear that. Where'd you get that news from, Jay? Post it on the thing.
CNBC tweeted about it.
Okay. Let me drop it up here. Wow.
Yeah, I just retweeted it. CNBC tweeted a minute ago. Wow. Fed holds rate steady, indicates 3 cuts coming in 2024. Yeah, there it is right there. The Santa Claus rally continues. The gifts just keep coming and coming, baby.
It's about to be full sin. Look, don't even talk to me about puts or shorting the market, okay? If Justin comes out here tomorrow, he's like, yeah, I think this is a great opportunity to short. I'm like, okay, I'll see you at the bottom because I'm getting long. Yo, 3 rate cuts. My God. Who's trading the London session with me, baby? Who's trading the Asian session with me, baby?
Yeah, they about to go nuts. Oh my God.
I'm just waiting on pullbacks at this point. I don't care what this market does. Do whatever you want. I'll be back. Hobbs will be back. I just needed the clarity, and thank you. Jerome Powell has given us clarity. I was blind, but now I see, baby. Send it.
CPR, I hope for the life of me that you covered them shorts on NQ.
Bro, we were struggling to sell off so bad that I was like, whatever comes out of this, these bears are not winning this battle. Look at this 3-line strike on the 1 hour. It was so weak. It was like we cannot get below previous day high. Like this was so weak.
About this, yeah, I'm gonna get a few more combines and just hit the buy button.
And just hit the buy button, bro. That's it. Like, just wait for a pullback. Send it. Full send, baby.
Hey, CPR, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm cooling it. Bro. Yeah, I'm cooling it too. Jesus,
bro. Look at this 5 minute. This is a 5-minute candle. Hold on, bro. Look at NQ's 5-minute.
It's a 77-point candle on NQ.
This is one 5-minute candle. It's 77 and a half points.
That is nuts.
All right, bye supply zones. Let's get out of here. All right, I was just waiting on Jerome
first
Powell,
candle.
Man.
That very candle was a 57-point candle on the 1 minute.
On the 1 minute, stop.
Yeah, it's 57 points on the 1 minute.
We can trade now, baby. Niggas rich.
Candle. Hey, look, baby. Hustle for Life said, I love ES again.
Hey, I love it again too. Hey, Hustle for Life. I'm like, I love ES, man. I told y'all ES was the best instrument in the world. It's far more liquid. It's the most liquid,
I'm done with him. I'm done with him. I'm done with him. He does not get to come back over. This is not what we're doing.
I don't know why y'all would ever want to trade NQ. Do you see how much money you can make on ES? Are you kidding me? Right? Are you guys kidding me? Why would you even want to mess around with NQ? Whew, I don't even know why I got this thing on the chart. Let me go back home, baby. Man, I missed you, ES. God. You know what? I know you just run with Apple. I don't even need to watch these other stocks. I know that if I watch Apple and you, it's all I need to make it to the promised land. I don't know what Justin's problem is for leaving you, but I love you.
Whatever.
You know, I love you.
Whatever.
I don't got to risk as much. It's only like 2 or 3 points, right? Like it makes so much sense to trade just you and only you, baby. I got you, ES.
Whatever. Carlos says, as expected, Mason laughing. And don't give him that, Mason.
I called it from the start. I called it, Mason.
Don't give him that. Don't give him that. Don't give him that.
I've been telling this dude, ES is the way to go. I wasn't looking at ES went nuts. ES, look, when I saw Apple do this move, I said, yo, I hope you're not shorting this market right now. I said, because there is no way Apple is gonna break structure like this and this market not go super saiyan. It's impossible. Apple is a $3 trillion company. I said it. I said Everything's at the low right now, but Apple is sending. And as soon as that news came out, everything caught up with Apple. That was crazy.
That is true. And Apple's only $1 away or $2 away now from all-time highs.
I should have just bought longs. As soon as I saw Apple doing that, I should have just like, you know what, I'm long. And I don't need a stop loss because we're going up. I'm not putting a stop loss because I don't want to get stopped out. That's the only reason why.
Valdez, you better stop. I've always been Team Justin, aka
exactly,
ES.
bro. We always been rocking with him. I don't know why.
Whatever.
I don't know why anybody would ever want to trade anything but ES, bro. Like, what is your problem, Justin? Like,
whatever.
Dang, how could you ever leave? How could you ever leave?
I hate you all. You all suck.
All right, guys. I'm looking to get long right here at this fair value gap, this ridiculous fair value gap that was hit. We just hit daily supply here. I think the shorts are going to come in and they're going to pop right here at this box at 605. So I'm looking between this 55-point fair value gap right here, and I just can't believe it's 55 points. But I'm hoping that we come back and give all of this back up, and everybody be astonished and try to get long, try to get short, and then we can take the market long here. So told you, Justin. ES is the way to go, bro. Oh, what's wrong with this guy?
Saeed, we haven't seen you here before. What's up, Saeed?
What's up, Saeed?
Put a little app in.
All that argue you did with me about for NQ against ES. I don't know what. You're crazy, man. You're crazy. ES is clearly the better instrument, bro. It's way more liquid, right? J-Powell is gonna try to hammer this thing down. No way. He can't. He can't.
He's not.
The cat's out the bag now. If that report has anything about rate cuts in it and he confirms it in his speech, it's over. It's over. They cut rates in March. Oh, that's when the first rates are supposed to be coming down. They're gonna once they pivot this market. Look, just to clarify, guys, before you guys get all euphoric, understand that historically, before the Fed pivot, is when the market rallies, which is what we're experiencing right now. After the Fed pivots is when the market tanks. So think about what's happening right now. Everybody's buying what they think is the low, getting ready to send this to all-time high, in which the market will be glorious, right? To retail, they will go on the news. They will talk about, how you can't miss in the stock market. Everybody's getting rich in the stock market. And guess what retail will do? They will buy the news they will buy the news and sell the rumor versus buy the rumor, sell the news, right? Big money knows that once retail comes in, retail should have been in 7-8 weeks ago. But guess what they're going to do when it's announced about rate cuts? They're going to rug pull the dog crap out of this market, right? And historically, as soon as that rate cut comes, everybody's looking to get bullish. Big money pulls their money out. And guess who they're selling to? Everybody who bought the tops, okay? So just understand that historically speaking. He capping now, Jay.
I know.
Hey, don't put that comment up here. Don't put that comment up here.
I know he. I know he capping. I know he is. I know.
I told y'all, man. Yes, baby, all the way. I ain't never changed. Whatever. Hey, look, but low key, look at this daily supply that we had, right? Look at how price just halted. For anybody that doesn't understand supply and demand, you better start learning it. Look at how price literally halted at 69425. You think that's a coincidence? We drew this area this morning, and we talked about this area this morning. Look at how price absolutely halted directly at that level. You don't know, you better ask somebody. BTC gone? Is it gone?
That was the 1 hour. That was Malik's 1 hour.
Yeah, that's Malik's 1 hour. Remember, I said I'm gonna mark the daily because it engulfs what everybody is talking about. I was like, I'm done marking all of these levels. I marked the whole thing.
Yeah, yep. Yeah. That's a lot of supply.
And Malik had this dead to rights on the 1 hour, so we always right, man. That means we're reading the market really well. Really well. This market is impressive.
Yeah. He just didn't stick around for it.
I mean, he made his money in bounce. Good on him.
Yeah. but it said BTC gone. See you later.
My brother said that the Bulls and Eights or the Basie, they got their own sweaters at Walmart now.
Really?
Yeah, he just sent me a picture. Wow.
The Fed design. Okay, this should be.
BTC's okay. It's not really killing. Oh, there goes ES again. 428.
Hey, don't talk about ES.
You're right. Let me focus. There goes Microsoft. ES.
You better stop.
Yeah, y'all called that for real. Yeah, I mean, we hit it spot on the nose, bro. Like the only thing that we missed, I wouldn't even say this is a miss. I got you in the general area, but if you want to say I missed it, go for it. Right? We had previous day high hit at 580. I said that my target to get long was between 573.50 and 568. Price came as low as 576. So I got you within 3 points of the bottom. I don't know how much more accurate you want me to be, but I'd say that's pretty spot on, right? So we had this market dead to rights, right? And again, that doesn't mean you have to trade it all. It just means that when you start to put it all together, the emotional side of trading will start to go away. I'm very confident in my ability to read the market. Very confident. What I'm working on behind the scenes is I'm working on being less emotional and just being strategic in trading what I know should happen. Because if I just trade what I see and don't think, oh, this is magnificent. Usually Justin trades the opposite way, which is also usually on point, right? But I think between the two of us, we see this market very, very clearly, right? And yeah, like I said, I got you within 3 points of the bottom, maybe 5. Name the person that's out there giving you that, right? We got you within 3 points of the bottom and basically within a half a tick of the temporary top. So altogether, we were within 5 points of the range. Bang, 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 bang. And that's just, like I said, that's just using supply and demand, man. It's not magic. It's just price action. You know, it's price action. So right now, I'm just waiting to see if we can get a pullback. It doesn't look like we're going to at this level. What appears to be happening right here, you know, just calling it like I see it, what appears to be happening is that we're building structure, waiting on Powell to speak, potentially. And we're going to have what's called a rally-based rally candle that shows up here. So this this gap may not get filled today. I'm hoping that it does. I'm hoping Powell fills this gap for us, right? But if we don't come back down, we're just going to rally out of this and start eating away at this supply zone. And I think the next area price could be targeting is my next area, which is this white line up here at 76125, right? This was previous resistance on the 4 hour. I'll take you back in time where I found this level. I think it's 761. This area in here is previous resistance. So it's going to act as or previous support. So it's going to act as resistance on the way back up. And I'll show you where I found this level. Right here at these lows. Basically, all of these wicks right here. See how they were resistance here and they were support here. So this entire area right here is what I would mark. Bless you. This entire area right here is what I would mark as resistance on the way back up. So whatever happens, now we could go all the way up to 827 today, depending on how bullish Powell is going to be. But this will be the next area where I think price will be looking to slow down. It's not to say that it'll stop. I think we'll react to this unless we just get super bullish and we just push right through it. But 827, I said by the end of the week, we'd be at 17,000. So we'll see what happens. So far, so good. So far, so good. Jeez. What a candle.
Yeah, the 30-year dumped. Jesus.
Yeah, the 30 year went damn. Sorry. The 30 year almost went to 3%, 3.9, which is very good. The dollar's just flushing straight through these demand zones. And meanwhile, the VIX just not moving. So that's cool. I'm just ignoring the VIX at this point. Oh, there goes the 700s. And there's the rally-based rally we were talking about here. That aggressive push out of here makes sense.
Yeah, there's a ton of selling right there on NQ. It got absorbed and we took off.
Crazy part is CVD still red throughout all of this, but it's because we're filling all of this daily support. I mean, daily. Look at this daily supply zone area. If we push through this aggressive, oh my goodness, we're filling so much liquidity over here.
I think the CVD is just super red because there was a ton of selling that brought us down, and so now all this buying is bringing us back up because over on ES, it's very green, and ES is pushing even harder than NQ because it didn't get that as big of a pullback.
That's true. 47.32, 30 points on ES right now. 30 points. Yeah. Wow.
Oh, Dow Jones just hit all-time highs? Jesus. I know the Dow was getting close.
They said the Dow jumped 130 points. They said by the end of the year, everything's going to be at all-time highs. Everything. S&P, they're calling for the S&P to hit like 5,200 or something like that. The best part about being a trader is we don't care that it's moving. Like I could genuinely care less. I don't care if it's $1. Can I trade it? I'm cool with it.
This is about
as long as the price.
We're getting into that COVID mode of okay, it's time to long every single pullback.
In everything. Yep. That's why I said, Justin, if you come here with a short bias tomorrow, we fight.
Yeah, I think we're about to break over some major. Powell might break us over some major structure today.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh my goodness gracious alive!
I love it. All this means to me is just a green light to trade. Like this now gets me really excited because if you've been here all year, you know how hard it's been to trade this market, right? Like this just gets me excited. Yeah, I know, Mason. It's crazy. It just gets me excited. So I'm super excited for 2024. Who's with me, baby? We're going to make some money in the trader shop. Don't forget to tip the barbers, aka hit the like and subscribe button, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you turn those notification bells on. And by the way, it's 26 people in here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have not, if you want to know what order flow is and how to read order flow using the book map, if you haven't already, go and watch my man Justin's video. I don't know if the notifications, I don't know what's up, but I know we got way more, and y'all can go give some support for this dude. If you guys understood how hard it is to make videos, edit videos, and then try to make something that people see, right? Make something that people want to see. Justin's putting together some really good videos, really good educational videos. So when you come to the trader shop, do us a favor. When you come to the trader shop, jump in here. Go to the channel, right? Let me go. I don't know why I'm doing this. What am I doing? All right, there. Go to the channel, click on the actual icon, right? And then go in and watch some of these videos. We need to get these. What the heck am I doing? Oh my gosh.
So you did see that what Draymond Green did.
Oh yeah. I watched it this morning. You know I catch up on everything afterwards, bro. Yeah, Draymond is.
I just found out about. He's getting kicked out of the NBA eventually.
Yeah, so do yourself a favor, guys. These are really good videos. One, my man was recording his journey when we first started. Then we started going live, so he stopped doing those. And then he put out a report card. He's doing his lessons learned from trading, which I think is a really good video. I think this one is a really good video as well, but this one is really good, right? When it's about 20 minutes, but it's really, really good. Very detailed breakdown. If you guys want to understand what we see when we're watching Bookmap, go check out this video. Get the viewer count up. Post it on your Twitter. Post it on your Facebook, your Instagrams, or whatever, and get people to into some of this information. Not because we want to get this number up, like because I know that what we're talking about is really good information, right? It's really good information. So make sure you guys go check out the videos on the stream. That's all I'll say. All right. Apple's still pushing. Apple is, oh my goodness, it's making a push for it. It's going for it, ladies and gentlemen. It's going for it. All-time highs incoming on Apple. while NQ's pulling back aggressively. Come on down, NQ. Come on down. You got whatchamacallit pulled up, Jay?
Yeah,
This is a very good rejection candle on NQ here, guys.
It's right here.
ES at August highs.
All right,
nice,
we just broke
nice
through this. Man, supply zone got thrashed. Hoping we can get some type of nice pullback.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get these little baby pullbacks into demand. I just don't want to long this close to this supply zone. I'd rather let it push through this supply zone or come back. I think that's the other thing that we've grown to as far as our growth goes. Like the FOMO, I feel like is gone for me. Like, do you get that feeling sometimes? Like,
I don't mind watching this thing go up.
Yeah, I don't like I said, like I don't even get that feeling anymore. Like, man, I could have made X, Y. I don't even care. I'm like, whatever. Like, great. I'm glad you ripped through all of that. Now I know where you're trying to go. You know, I feel way more comfortable just letting things kind of pass me up and not try to gamble and get it, because I know that my strategy doesn't need gambling. And again, this isn't gambling because I knew that the market was headed in a bullish direction. I just didn't want to put the risk on, so I'm just waiting.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I need the market to. I really need the market to give me a decent size pullback. Hold something. Because at least, like NQ pulled back perfectly into that 5-minute demand and found a balance, but ES doesn't really have that at the moment. Yeah. So, let me turn this up real fast.
What you're referencing, I would ask him, is policy really restrictive? What evidence outside of housing do you have to suggest that policy is currently restrictive? So that'd be a bit of a counterfactual to his view. And otherwise, the third question I'd ask is, is it feasible, just to make it clear, is it feasible to cut on the inflation data alone, or do you need to see weakness in activity in the labor market? Those are three I would pose.
You don't get three, Mike. You're lucky if you get
That's
two.
A good
if you
question.
might be you're lucky if you get one. Sabatra, give us the final word. What would you ask today?
I'd be curious to see if the Fed would be inclined to deliver sort of, adjustments in policy like they did back in the 90s, because that's something that the market is looking towards, is perhaps they adjust, they stay on hold, and then they cut some more if needed. So it's not sort of your conventional cycle. I think, to me, that's a very underpriced risk in the market, is a 90s style rate cut cycle.
Sabatra Jaffa,
we got to them 700s and held it in a hurry.
As always, Michael Gapin over at Bank of America, back in a seat and good to see. Absolutely,
yeah, we are just like holding value up here.
Got in 2024.
This is price acceptance.
I think he's right to talk about not just dates but thresholds. What is the bar? Where is the bar for when you start to deliver those cuts? What are you looking for? And now you've priced that, implied that in your projections. Haven't they got to engage in that conversation over the next hour?
Yeah, is lower inflation enough, right? Just by de facto, or do they have to see some other sort of weakness? And what are the parameters? What are the levels? These are important questions. I also just think that right now, what's he going to say other than just read it? And we've got some sort of, new sense that we are disinflating, and it's a positive thing. And we'll be vigilant and watch it and go with where we think it's appropriate.
As I heard from our guests, they did not expect this. I did not expect this. This is a sea change shift back to the regime pre-pandemic. And John, you nailed it, bringing up John Williams and the idea months ago of a shocking reset to the R-star before the pandemic.
Kevin was so wrong.
A massive shift.
Oh, he called it the opposite way.
Change moment.
Yeah, Kevin was like, we're going to be in a recession. It's going to get horrible. He was very wrong.
And as we take the pictures,
we still might see a recession, but not in Washington, D.C. The stock market thrives.
I want to reflect on the quote of Chairman Powell's not even 2 weeks ago. It would be
but the economy's not saying that right now. The economy is basically saying
stance, or to speculate
it's
on when
strong.
policy might ease. Lisa, you wonder.
I think
what
I was
changed
more
in the
right
last
than
2
me, Kevin,
weeks?
when I said
Omar Sharif
this
of
may be the
Inflation
outlier
Insights actually put out that
where
quote just moments ago,
inflation
and it
comes
says,
down
turns out it
and
wasn't
we keep
premature at all.
the economy
And so if
strong
that's the
just because of
case,
how
what
much
has
money
shifted? Was it
was
the
pumped
CPI and the
during
PPI
the COVID
data?
era.
Can he say there just
Yeah.
has been enough cumulative data to suggest that this is a trend and not necessarily a one-off?
I'm watching for Chairman Powell here on Bloomberg Radio, and I would say, Lisa, that what's
He
so
always
important
late.
here is the
Nobody's on
massive
time.
street short
Yeah, I was about to
cover
say
of
normally
many
he shows
different
up pretty
asset
pretty
classes
punctual.
of people that got this wrong. We have, as we speak, in this press conference, many two standard deviation moves. That's not expected.
You think we're still covering those shorts after the move we've seen over the last month?
This is a reshort, precisely right. John, somebody's stepping.
The
This
chairman
is a
of the Federal
reshort.
Reserve. Let's
What?
take a listen.
Here we go. Here we go.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people.
Starts talking the bucket dumps.
As we approach the end of the year, it's natural to look back on the progress that has been made toward our dual mandate objectives. Inflation has eased from its highs, and this has come without a significant increase in unemployment. That's very good news. But inflation is still too high. Ongoing progress in bringing it down is not assured, and the path forward is uncertain. As we look ahead to next year, I want to assure the American people that we're fully committed to returning inflation to our 2% goal. Restoring price stability is essential to achieve a sustained period of
he's
strong
talking
labor
good
market
right
conditions
now.
that benefit all. Since
They like,
early
what?
last year, the FOMC has significantly tightened the stance of monetary policy. We've raised our policy interest rate by 5.25 percentage points and have continued to reduce our securities holdings at a brisk pace.
Uh-oh.
Our actions have moved our policy rate well into restrictive territory, meaning that tight policy is putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation, and the full effects of our tightening likely have not yet been felt. Today, we decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. Given how far we have come, along with the uncertainties and risks that we face, the committee is proceeding carefully. We will make decisions about the extent of any additional policy firming and how long policy will remain restrictive based on the totality of the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that growth of economic activity has slowed substantially from the outsized pace seen in the third quarter. Even so, GDP is on track to expand around 2.5% for the year as a whole, bolstered by strong consumer demand as well as improving supply conditions. After picking somewhat over the summer, activity in the housing sector has flattened out and remains well below the levels of a year ago, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. Higher interest rates also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. In our summary of economic projections, committee participants revised up their assessments of GDP growth this year, but expect growth to cool, with the median projection falling to 1.4% next year. The labor market remains tight, but supply and demand conditions continue to come into better balance. Over the past 3 months, payroll job gains averaged 204,000 jobs per month, a strong pace that is nevertheless below that seen earlier in the year. The unemployment rate remains low at 3.7%. Strong job creation has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers. The labor force participation rate has moved up since last year, particularly for individuals aged 25 to 54 years, and immigration has returned to pre-pandemic levels. Nominal wage growth appears to be easing, and job vacancies have declined. Although the jobs to workers gap has narrowed, labor demand still exceeds the supply of available workers. FOMC participants expect the rebalancing in the labor market to continue, easing upward pressures on inflation. The median unemployment rate projection in the SEP rises somewhat from 3.8% at the end of this year to 4.1% at the end of next year. Inflation has eased over the past year, but remains above our longer run goal of 2%. Based on the Consumer Price Index and other data, we estimate that total PCE prices rose 2.6%, over the 12 months ending in November, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 3.1%. The lower inflation readings over the past several months are welcome, but we will need to see further evidence to build confidence that inflation is moving down sustainably toward our goal. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. As is evident from the SEP, we anticipate that the process of getting inflation all the way to 2% will take some time. The median projection in the SEP is 2.8% this year, falls to 2.4% next year, and reaches 2% in 2026.
Jeez.
The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We're highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. As I noted earlier, since early last year, we have raised our policy rate by 5.25 percentage points, and we have decreased our securities holdings by more than $1 trillion. Our restrictive stance of monetary policy is putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation. The committee decided at today's meeting to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25 to 5.5%, and to continue the process of significantly reducing our securities holdings. While we believe that our policy rate is likely at or near its peak for this tightening cycle, the economy has surprised forecasters in many ways since the pandemic, and ongoing progress toward our 2% inflation objective is not assured. We are prepared to tighten policy further if appropriate. We're committed to achieving a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation sustainably down to 2% over time, and to keeping policy restrictive until we're confident that inflation is on a path to that objective. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. While participants do not view it as likely to be appropriate to raise interest rates further, neither do they want to take the possibility off the table. If the economy evolves as projected, the median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 4.6% at the end of 2024, 3.6% at the end of 2025, and 2.9% at the end of 2026, still above the median longer-term rate. These projections are not a committee decision or plan. If the economy does not evolve as projected, the path of policy will adjust as appropriate to foster our maximum employment and price stability goals. In light of the uncertainties and risks and how far we have come, the committee is proceeding carefully. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting based on the totality of the incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and inflation, as well as the balance of risks. In determining the extent of any additional policy firming that may be appropriate to return inflation to 2% over time, the committee will take into account the cumulative tightening of monetary policy, the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation, and economic and financial developments.
It's going.
We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Now here comes the real volatility.
Thank you, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. I wanted to ask, how should we interpret the addition of the word any before additional firming in the statement? I mean, does that mean that you're pretty much done with rate hikes and the committee has shifted away from a tightening bias and toward a more neutral stance?
Yeah, Powell,
Thank you.
what does that mean?
So specifically on any, we do say that in determining the extent of any additional policy firming that may be appropriate, so any additional policy firming, that sentence. So we added the word any as an acknowledgement that we believe that we are likely at or near the peak rate for this cycle. Participants didn't write down additional.
I was about to say night market,
likely.
night bears,
So,
night
that's what we
bears.
wrote down. But participants also didn't want to take
it's over.
the possibility
It's
of
over.
further hikes off the table. So that's really what we were thinking.
I'm buying all pullbacks, guys.
Mr. Chairman, oh, the microphone, sorry.
That was as
Steve
clear
Lewisman,
of confirmation
CNBC.
as you can get.
Happy
right
holidays, Mr. Chairman. Fed Governor Chris Waller said that if inflation continues to fall, then the Fed in the next several months could be cutting interest rates. I wonder if you could comment on whether you agree with Fed Governor Waller on that the Fed would become more restrictive if it didn't cut rates if inflation fell. Thank you, sir.
So of course I don't comment on any other officials, even those who work at the Fed. But I'll try to answer your question more broadly. So the way we're looking at it is really this. When we started out, right, we said the first question is how fast to move, and we moved very fast. The second question is really
Barely
how
moving the
high
market
to raise the policy rate. And that's really the question that we're still on here. We're very focused on that. As I mentioned, people generally think that we're at or near that, and think it's not likely that we will hike, although they don't take that possibility off the table. So that's when you get to that question, and that's your answer. There's a naturally it begins to be the next question, which is when it will become appropriate to begin dialing back the amount of policy restraint that's in place. So that's really the next question, and that's what people are thinking about and talking about. And I would just say
We're at
this,
that 760 resistance right now. Let's see how strong it is.
Strong growth that appears to be moderating. We're seeing a labor market that is coming back into balance by so many measures, and we're seeing inflation making real progress. These are the things we've been wanting to see. We can't know. We still have a ways to go. No one is declaring victory. That would be premature, and we can't be guaranteed of this progress. So we're moving carefully in making that assessment of whether we need to do more or not.
Has left
and
ES is up 50 points right now.
That's really the question that we're on.
I know, and still pumping.
The question of when will it become appropriate to begin dialing back the amount of policy restraint in place that begins to come into view. And is clearly a topic of discussion out in the world, and also a discussion for us at our meeting today.
Can you give some color as to the nature of that discussion today? Thank you.
Sure. So it comes up in this way today. Everybody wrote down an SEP forecast. So many people mentioned what their rate forecast was. And
right at that level,
there was
right at that
no
resistance
forth,
area.
No attempt to sort of reach agreement.
Immediately
This is what I
rejected.
wrote down. This is what I think. That kind of thing.
It does stuff.
And preliminary kind of a discussion like that. Not everybody did that, but many people did. And I would say there's a general expectation that this will be a topic for us looking ahead. That's really what happened in today's meeting. I can't do the head count for you in real time, but that's generally what happened today.
Hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thanks for taking our questions. At this point, can you confidently say that the economy has avoided a recession and isn't heading for one now? And if the answer is no, I'm curious about what you'd still be looking for.
Some more.
I think you can say that there's little.
You don't want to
basis
answer
for thinking
that.
that the economy is in a recession now. I would say that.
Not yet, CJ.
I think there's always a probability that there will be a recession. In the
Oh
next
my
year.
goodness! Did we call this level? Or did we call this level, y'all?
So it's
oh my goodness! Did we call this level? Or did we call this level?
So it's a possibility.
Oh,
I have always
beautiful.
felt since the beginning.
We just called it.
That there was a possibility because of the unusual situation that the economy could pull off.
Watching the market.
Yes is about to go.
We're gonna send through it. I think. I'm just saying that was the next level of resistance
associated with high inflation.
Definitely got it.
So far, that's what we're seeing. That's what many forecasters on and off the committee are seeing.
You can tell that there was definitely some sellers sitting.
It is far too early.
And they still might drop this thing.
And there are certainly risks. It's certainly possible that the economy will behave in an unexpected way. It has done that repeatedly through the post-pandemic period. Nonetheless, where we are is we see the things that I mentioned.
I'm curious if you're looking back on the past year. You talked about navigating by
Heard
the
you
stars
talking
and cloudy
about it.
skies. Can you talk
Yeah,
about
that
some of the
boy
ways
sent
in which the
hustle.
economy
Sent.
surprised you most this year, where you thought it would
Yeah,
behave
Carlos.
in one way and had to pivot to respond?
780 through
So I
761
think,
was the level that I thought we would catch some
forecasters
resistance.
generally, if you go
I don't know
back
if
a
we
year,
pushed through this
were
today,
very broadly
but it's kind of like the
forecasting a
halfway point
recession
of the daily resistance
this year,
So
for
we'll see what happens.
2023. And not only did that not happen, that includes Fed forecasters and really essentially all forecasters, a very high proportion of forecasters were expecting very weak growth or a recession. Not only did that not happen, we actually had a very strong year. And that was a combination of strong demand, but also real gains on the supply side. So this was the year when labor force participation picked up, where immigration picked up, where the distortions to supply
So we
and
got to break
demand from the pandemic,
47.50.
the shortages and the bottlenecks really began to unwind. So we had significant supply side gains with strong demand, and we got what looks like a 2.5% plus,
Definitely
or
a sticking point for pricing.
growth year at a time when potential growth this year might even have been higher than that.
Of course,
You got
buyers
the
sitting up
healing
here.
on the supply side. So that was a surprise to just about everybody. I think the inflation forecast is roughly
A lot
what
of
people
sellers
wrote
on
down
ES. I mean,
a
on
year
EQ
ago,
here.
but in a very different setting. And I would say the
I think we
labor
pushed
market,
down
because
from
of
here.
the stronger growth, has also been significantly better. If you look back at the SEP from a year ago, there was a significant increase in unemployment. It didn't really happen. We're still at 3.7%. So we've seen strong growth, still a tight labor market, but one that's coming back into balance with support from the supply side, a greater supply of labor. It's that's what we see, and that I think that combination was not anticipated broadly.
Too much euphoria makes me nervous. I'm ready to short.
Thanks, Howard Schneider with Reuters.
It's too much buying.
I wonder if you could give a little
Apple's
more
less than
color
$1
detail
away
on
from
what
all-time highs.
motivates
I
the lower
see it.
rates
It's
next
still
year,
pushing too.
whether
I'm
it's
just
a
watching this
coincidence,
area
for
very
example, that
closely.
the spread between PCE inflation, core inflation, and the federal funds rate stays constant over the year. Are you simply calibrating against the fall in prices, in the price level that you're expecting, the rate of inflation that you're expecting, as opposed to supporting the economy?
Nothing quite that mechanical is happening. The SEP really is a bottoms up, built from the bottom up, right? So I think people are looking
somebody's
at
absorbing
what's
price up
happening in the
here.
economy. And I think if you look at the big difference
It's
from
775
September
on
in the
NQ.
SEP, the
There's 3,000
expectations for
buyers up
inflation
here
this
that
year,
are about to get
both
trapped.
headline and core, have come down, really
Market
significantly
might be looking
in
to
3
reverse.
months. That's a big piece of this. At the same time, growth is turned out to be very strong in the third quarter, is slowing, we believe, as appropriate. And we've had several labor market reports which suggest, again, significant progress toward greater balance across a broad range of indicators. You're seeing so many of the indicators coming back to normal, not all of them. But so I think that people look at that and they write down they basically, each individual writes down a forecast and a rate forecast that goes with that forecast. We tabulate them and publish it. And so it isn't, you ask about real rates, I take it, that is something that we're very conscious of and aware of and monitor.
Back to
and
700.
it's certainly a big part of, it's a part of how we think about things, but really it's broader financial conditions that matter. And as you well know, it's so hard to know exactly, what the real rate is or exactly how tight policy is at any given time. So you couldn't follow that like it was a rule and think that you would get the right answer all the time. But it's certainly something that we're focused on. And indeed, if you look at the projections, I think the expectation would be that the real rate is declining as we move forward.
It sounds like the discussion over that I could
Oh,
follow
there's
up
the
has already kind of begun.
Nah, this
I'm
is
wondering,
the sweep.
just related to Steve's
think this
question,
is the sweep.
how the tactics of this play out, given the slowing of inflation and the fact that the deeper you get into 2024,
I want to see
the closer you get to a
775 fail.
presidential election.
I want to see us
You wanna
sweep it
front-load
and
this,
then
in other words?
fail, and then I'll short.
Yeah, no, we don't think about political events. We don't think about politics. We think about what's the right thing to do for the economy. The minute we start thinking about those things, we just can't do that. We have to think, what's the right thing? We'll do the things that we think are right for the economy at the time when we think is the right time. That's what we'll always do. So I mentioned we're moving carefully. One of the things we're moving carefully about is that decision over that assessment, really, over whether we've done enough, really. And you see that people are
There's
not
a
writing down
definite
rate hikes.
seller up here trying to
That's
push price back
us
down.
thinking that we have done enough, but not feeling that really strongly, confidently, and not wanting to take the possibility of a rate hike off the table. Nonetheless, it's not the base case anymore, obviously, as it was, 60, 90 days ago. So that's how we're approaching things. And as I mentioned, we wrote down this SEP, and it talks about people have individual assessments of when it will be appropriate to start to dial back on the tight policy we have in place. And that's a discussion we'll be having going forward, but that's another assessment that we're going to make very carefully.
There is a seller in here.
As time goes forward.
He means business. Damn. There's a seller that keeps coming to sweep the market right here, guys. Just be careful.
You've argued over the last year that policy tightening started before you actually lifted off because the market anticipated your moves and tightened on your behalf. The market is now easing policy on your behalf by anticipating a funds rate by next September that's a full point below the current level, with cuts beginning around March. Is this something that you are broadly comfortable with?
He says silly bears.
So this last year has been remarkable for the sort of seesaw thing back and forth we've had over the course of the year.
They're trying. I don't think that they're going to get it, but they're trying.
And what I would just say is that we focus on what we have to do and how we need to use our tools to achieve our goals, and that's what we really focus on. And people are going to have different forecasts about the economy, and those are going to show up in market conditions, or they won't, but in any case, we have to do what we think is right. And, in the long run, it's important that financial conditions become aligned or are aligned with what we're trying to accomplish. And in the long run, they will be, of course, because we will do what it takes to get to our goals. And ultimately, that will mean that financial conditions will
They
come
tried.
along.
They tried. It ain't
But
working.
in the meantime, there
tried.
can be back and forth. And I'm just focused on what's the right thing for us to do. And my colleagues are focused on that too.
The markets seem to think inflation is coming down credibly. Do you believe we're at the point where inflation is coming down credibly?
Listen, I welcome the progress. I think it's really good to see the progress that we're making. I think if you look at the 12-month measure, look at the 6-month measures, you see very low numbers. If you look at 12-month measures, you're still well above 2%. You're actually above 3% on core through November at PCE. That isn't to say I'm not calling into question the progress. It's great. We just need to see more. We need to see continued further progress toward getting back to 2%. That's what we need to see. So. It's our job to restore price stability. And
CJ said, "Try to short this is crazy."
And they're equal.
Yeah,
So
I would not be buying up here, but shorting is
as I
just
mentioned, we're moving
it just
carefully
hasn't
at
been
this
high
point.
quality at all. Like these
We're
bulls
pleased
have
with the
no
progress,
chill.
But we see the need for further
Agreed.
progress. And I think
Like I said, I don't think that I would be looking
there is a lot
long
of
this
uncertainty
high.
going forward. We see
But
the economy
I would be
move in
very,
surprising
very
directions, so we're
cautious
just going to
shorting
see
this
more
market up here.
further
So
progress.
take that with how you want.
Gina Smilik, New York Times. Thanks for taking our questions. In the SEP from today, growth is notably below potential in 2024. If growth were to surprise us again in the way that it has for years now by being stronger than expected next year, would it still be possible to cut rates? Or put another way, is below trend growth necessary to cut rates, or would continued progress on inflation alone be sufficient?
So we'll look at the totality of the data. Growth is one thing. So is inflation. So is labor market data. So
I
we
buy
look at the
775.
totality. We make decisions.
You had a
about,
good fight.
Policy changes.
You
going
had a
forward. We
good
look at
run,
all of those
775.
things. And
We'll
particularly
see you on
about
the
how they
next
affect the
episode.
outlook. It's
Goodbye.
ultimately all about the outlook and the balance of risks as well. So that's what we'd be looking for. If we have stronger growth, that'll be good for people. That'll be good for the labor market. It might actually mean that it takes a little longer to get inflation down to 2%. We will get it down to 2%. But, if we see stronger growth, we will set policy according to what we actually see. And and so that's how I would answer.
Yeah, it's a wrap. There's too many people
I
asking
guess
for
the question
price
I'm asking, if you don't mind a quick follow up, I guess the
above.
question I'm asking
Yeah,
is
it's gone.
above trend growth
Bye-bye.
itself a problem?
Bye-bye, market.
It's only a problem it's not itself a problem. It's only a problem insofar as it makes it more difficult for us to achieve our goals. And if you have growth that's robust, what that will mean is probably will keep the labor market very strong. It probably will place some upward pressure on inflation. That could mean that it takes longer
They
to
are just
get
cracking
2%
price
inflation.
wide
That
open.
could mean we need to keep rates higher for longer. It could even mean
Oh
ultimately
my
that we need to hike
God.
again.
Yeah, we about to sin. I'll be back. I gotta go unpause
It's the way our policy works.
Oh, here it goes. We're about to break over this 4 hour. Dang, I got long on the paper trade
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil
because I don't
Dunn
trust
with,
nothing in this
Axios.
market, but I got long
How
on
do
the
you
paper trade.
interpret
I'm
the
a
state of the
thousand.
labor market right
Jesus.
now? And in
It's
particular,
nuts.
you've referred even today to evidence that it's coming into better balance. What would you need to see to conclude that it has reached that balance?
Should have trusted
So on
myself.
the better balance side,
It's hard to get
just
long
a
up here
lot
at
of
these
things.
highs.
It's you see job growth still strong, but moving back down to more sustainable levels given population growth and labor force participation. The things that are not quite, but let me go on with that list. Claims are low. If you look at surveys of businesses, they're sort of the era of this frantic labor shortage are behind us, and they're seeing the shortage of labor as being significantly alleviated. If you look at shortages of workers, whereas they thought job availability was the highest that it had ever been or close to it, that's now down to more normal levels by so many measures: participation, unemployment, so many measures, the unemployment, job openings,
Yes, above July
quits,
highs.
all of those things. So wages are still running a bit above what would be consistent with 2%
It's above
inflation
April
over a long period of time. They've
2022
been gradually
highs.
cooling off, but if wages are running around 4%,
Damn,
that's
we're almost
still
above.
a bit above, I would say.
Yeah, we're almost above April highs.
And I guess there are just a couple of
Nuts.
other. The unemployment rate is very, very low, and these are. But I would just say overall, the development of the labor market has been very positive. It's been a good
They're
time
trying to push this back down
for
though.
workers to find jobs and
I don't
get
think
some
so.
wage increases.
Yeah, they're not winning because Apple's still pushing up toward all-time highs.
Jones, Financial Times.
Bruh. Apple's only
I'd
like
say
20
the mood
cents
among
away.
economists at the moment seems to be one of cautious optimism.
This is one
just somewhat
huge seller in the
corroborated by
market
your
that just
forecast by
sweeping.
this sense that we are
Or
going to
people
have a
taking
soft
profit.
landing.
Or
Yeah,
that.
then when we hear from the general public, there's a lot of discord about economic conditions. What do you think explains this disconnect, and does it matter for policymakers?
It may be. A common theme is that while inflation is coming down, and that's very good news, the price level is not coming down. Prices of some goods and services are coming down, but overall, in the aggregate, the price level is not good. So people are still living with high prices, and that is something that people don't like. And what will happen with that is wages are now real wages are now positive, so that wages are now moving up more than inflation as inflation comes down, and so that might help improve the mood of people. But we see those public opinion surveys. The thing that we can do is to do our jobs, which is to
Everything, bro. Every single dip is
price
being
stability,
absolutely
which has such great
bought
benefits
into.
over such long
Every
periods of
time you
time,
think we
which is
might
the
have
thing that
found a
really
high, like we
enables
just go
us
higher.
to work for and achieve an extended period of high employment, which is so beneficial for families and companies around the country.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. I wanted to ask, on the flip side of if things start to deteriorate rapidly, if we do fall into a recession, if we do start to see unemployment rise at sort of the levels of inflation that we're seeing now, how would you all think about that in terms of rate cuts? Would that be a sign that you've done your job demand-wise?
Sorry, if
the economy looks like it's starting to fall into recession, if the jobless rate starts to rise?
That's not something we're hoping to see. Obviously, we're hoping to see something very different, which is continuation of what we have seen, which is the labor market coming into better balance without a significant increase in unemployment, inflation coming down without a significant increase in unemployment, and growth moderating without a significant increase in unemployment. That's what we're trying very much to achieve, and not something we're looking to see.
But would you take that as a signal that you should cut rates?
Obviously what we'll do is we'll look at the totality of the data, as I've mentioned a couple of times, and certainly the labor data would be important in that. And
is the seller finally going to get rewarded?
You can describe a situation like that where if there were the beginning of a recession or something like that, then yes, that would certainly weigh heavily in that decision.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. Mr. Chairman, you were, by your own admission, behind the curve in starting to raise rates to fight inflation. And you said earlier, again, the full effects of our tightening cycle have not yet been felt.
It is so dangerous to be a bull right now. I mean, to be a bear right now. You are in thin company right now.
So
nobody wants to be a bear.
We're aware of the risk that we would.
Oh my God!
Hang on too long. We know that that's a risk, and we're very focused on not making that mistake. And we do regard the two. We've come back into a better balance between the risk of overdoing it and the risk of underdoing it. Not only that, we were able to focus hard on the price stability mandate, and we're getting back to the point where, which is what you do when you're very far from one of the two mandates. You're getting now back to the point where both mandates are important, and they're more in balance too. So I think we'll be very much keeping that in mind as we make policy going forward. And the things we'll be looking at, I've already described. We're obviously looking hard at what's happening with demand, and what we see the same thing other people see, which is a strong economy, which really put up a later performance in 2023. We see good evidence and good.
Oh, Jeffrey, trading's been good, man. Trading's been good. Justin and I are both green on the day.
And you see what the forecasts are.
Not taking any trades through this extravaganza, but
1.4% growth. But we'll have to see.
Been a good day.
It's very hard to predict.
There goes another
we'll also
supply
be looking
zone.
to see progress on inflation and the labor market remaining strong, but ideally without seeing the kind of large increase in unemployment that happens sometimes.
Look at the 4-hour on ES, bro.
Oh, I know.
When you begin the cutting cycle, will it be essentially
60-point rally, no
you do it now with raising rates, where you basically do trial and error cut and see what happens, or will you tie it to some particular measure of progress?
We haven't typically tried to articulate, with one exception, a really specific target levels, which was, some of you will remember the thresholds that we used in, I guess, 2013. The answer is, these are things that we haven't, really worked out yet. We're sort of just at the beginning of that discussion.
Edward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence of Fox Business. So if
Yes,
the
it's
Fed cuts rates as the dot plot
47.60.
is showing about 75 basis points,
Yeah,
does
I know.
that signal
60-point rally on
that
ES.
there's a belief of weakness
200-point rally
next
on
year in the economy?
Oh, here goes.
It wouldn't, if that were, first of all,
and they added more
that
liquidity.
isn't a plan. That's just accumulating what people wrote down. So that's not something, this,
We're
but
up
allow me to
200
say it
points
again.
from
We
the opening
don't
candle.
debate or discuss what the right.
Please, Lord, don't tell me we're about to go to.
SEP
If
is
we
right.
run
Just say
another.
what they are, and we tabulate.
I'm about to turn the
Yes.
computer off. I'm about to turn the computer off, bro.
There's no
It
way.
wouldn't need to be a sign. It could just be a sign that the economy is normalizing and doesn't need the tight
is
policy.
nuts,
It
man.
depends on the economy can evolve in many different ways, right? So, but it could be more what I just described.
And you focused on core inflation. We've heard from in other meetings. How sticky is core
Oh
inflation?
my God.
Yep. We're about to run some
Well,
more. 470,
That's what we're
61.
finding out, and we've
Oh my
seen
goodness.
real progress.
I don't think I've ever seen a market rally like this. Like, are you kidding me right now? Like, are we gonna go check out that?
In non-housing
We got a
services,
whole hour left,
which
bro.
was the area where
How
we
long
were
is this
able
gonna
to see
go?
Less
Look
progress.
at
We are seeing
VIX.
some progress.
Oh
there.
my
In fact,
God.
all three of the categories of core
VIX
are
is
now
probably
contributing.
gonna be
goods, housing services,
Oh, yeah.
non-housing
Look
services.
at the,
Apple
look at
Watch,
the US
Apple's-
10-year.
In different at
Well,
different
that's
levels,
probably dumb.
meeting by meeting, or rather report by report.
Apple's almost to
So,
all-time highs now.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Apple's right there. Apple's gonna be at all-time highs by tomorrow. It's gonna if it doesn't break it today, it's gonna gap up above it.
News. Thanks for taking.
We're
my
at 800 on NQ.
I just wanted to ask a little bit about.
We just blew
we
through
had
the
some
700s
pretty,
like they weren't even
positive
there. We're at
data this,
800 right
this
now.
morning and yesterday. I'm
This is
assuming
definitely a
those
short
were
squeeze
not
right now.
incorporated into the
Oh,
forecast we
facts.
see today. But I just wanted to ask, how that kind of adds to your thinking.
Jeffrey says 67% long on
the
ES using
inflation
Topstep
outlook.
tilt.
Right. So
Could be seeing slight pullback soon.
the morning of the
Oh, that's
first
fire.
day,
You can
and
see
we got
people who
PPI
are
the
who's
next day,
long.
which informs the
That's
the
actually good
easy
data.
Oh,
to know,
look
so
at
they're
this
trying to
seller.
into PCE.
Look at this
So it's
seller.
very,
And he's
very
getting
late in the
absorbed.
game, but nonetheless,
Every time they try to sell, they just
participants
buy
are
more.
allowed to encouraged to update
This is
their
nuts.
SEP forecasts
But I
until
don't think that's
probably
true sellers. I think this is
mid-morning
people
today.
who are
After
taking
that,
profit.
so staff has to
No, I agree with
accumulate
you.
all
I
that
think
and
I think
create
that's
the
100% the
documents
case. I'm
PPC.
just
So
saying, like,
until about
they're
mid-morning,
taking
or
profit,
maybe
and their
later,
profit is
late
being
morning,
eaten up so
it's okay to
fast.
update. And I
Oh,
believe
yeah.
some people did update.
It's
their
like no
forecasts based
interest
on what
in
we saw
people
today.
like potentially, be like, yeah, it's probably a good time to take profit. They're like, we're going up, we're going to 17,000. Like, I'm not taking profit up here. No, we're not. Keep going.
How do you think about the economy we're in now, kind of post-pandemic? Do you think that there's been significant structural shifts, and is that going to change how you look at a
Yeah, I'm about to
rate
get up
cut
out of
path?
here. I'm starting to feel really, really FOMO-ish right
The
now.
question of whether there have been fundamental structural shifts.
I thought
is
FOMO
a
was gone until the
really hard to
market
know the
ran
answer on a
200
very
points right in
interesting
my
one right now. The one that would affect
Yeah, this is
one
this
that
is
comes to
no-
mind, though,
I
is
have no
the question
desire
of where the
to
neutral rate of
market.
interest is.
Coinbase
And
up
so if it would have
6.5%.
risen,
Market's
and
R. Kelly.
I'm not saying that it has, but if it
Yo,
were to have risen,
I'm telling
that
you,
would mean
BTC
that,
when the
that
market closes is
interest
about
rates
to
would
go
need to be a little
absolutely
bit higher
berserk.
to convey the
Berserk.
same level
Yeah.
of restriction. The thing is, we're
Prepare
not
for your
really
Twitter
going
to
know
be
that.
lit,
People will be
litty
writing
tonight.
papers about that 10 years
Litty.
from now and still fighting about it. So it's just that it's going to be uncertain. So we're going to be making policy in this, difficult, uncertain, really unprecedented environment. Someone once said that the natural rate of interest by its works, and that's really right. But that's very difficult because policy operates with a lag. So it's one of the reasons why
Malik
we
about to tell us
slowed
he
down
made
this year. We started
20,000.
slowing down at this meeting last year, reducing the pace at which we were adding restriction. And over the course of this year, we really slowed down a lot to give those lags time to work. In terms of demand, has demand shifted more away from services into goods? You can make a case for that the shift back into services has not been complete, and it doesn't look like it's ongoing, but I don't know if that's right. Maybe people just bought so much stuff that they temporarily don't want any more stuff. They haven't got anything
And
to
didn't
put
you
it.
say the Dow was up 200 points? It's up 400 points now.
Yeah, that was like
Thank
an
you,
hour
Chair Powell.
ago.
Jennifer
It was up
Schonberger with
200.
Yahoo
And then
Finance.
that was
You
when the
said
news
back in
broke,
July
and then
that you needed to start
now it's
cutting
up
rates
more.
before getting to 2% inflation.
Oh my
As you mentioned,
God.
PCE
The amount of
inflation is
selling that's
now running
coming
at
up here
3.5
is,
on core.
like you said,
On a
it's either
6-month
profit
annual
taking or
basis
there's a
for
very
PCE,
angry seller up here.
2.5%. Though when you look at super core and shelter, they are of course stickier.
I don't know
when
how you
looking at
trade
the
this.
different components of
This
the
is just
data, how much
way too
closer do
volatile
you
for
have
me.
to get to 2% before you consider cutting rates?
I mean, the reason you wouldn't wait to get to 2% to cut rates is that policy would be too late. I mean, you'd want to be reducing restriction on the economy well before 2%.
The Dow has
before you get to 2%, so you
477
don't
points
overshoot.
since the news
If we
came
think,
out.
we think of restrictive policy as weighing on economic
That's
activity.
nuts.
Yes.
Yeah, bro.
It takes a while for policy to get into the
It
economy
was
like 300 points.
activity and affect inflation. So I can't give you a
Yeah, that's why I
precise
said you
answer,
must ain't
but
looked at the
if
market
you
yet.
look at what's in the SEP, and I think you'll see a reasonable estimate of the time lags and things like that it would take.
3% would be reasonable?
No.
I wouldn't want to identify any one precise point because I would
Did you
be
call
able
it
to
the
look
funny
at that and
account?
probably find out that it turned out not to be right. But
Oh.
we'll be looking at it and looking at the broad collection of factors.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Micaiah.
I
Guys, all right,
wasn't really looking to
gotta
trade it.
run.
And then when I came back, I was like, holy smokes.
Wanted to go back to
Look,
the
I made
stickiness
15K
of
in profits
inflation
today
question.
using the 1
Over
second
the
chart
past
just
couple
for
of years, a
fun.
lot of central bankers
Oh
have
my
talked
god.
about the more difficult last mile of getting inflation back down to 2%. Yet it's also been surprising how fast inflation has come down this year. I'm curious, do you think something has changed
Right,
in
Jeff?
our understanding of inflation? Or do you subscribe to this notion still, or is it something different about the U.S.
Oh my god! Like watching these people
think,
try to sell this market and then watch the market bounce right back up is
I think
insane
we
right
felt
now.
No, we're starting to
since the
actually get a
beginning
sell-off
that it
right
would be a
now.
combination of two
Yeah,
factors.
but it's
The first factor is
not
just the
really a
unwinding
sell-off yet,
of what
in
happened
my
in the
opinion.
pandemic, the
Like
distortions to supply and demand.
every attempt to
And
try
the
to
second thing would
sell, the
be
market's kind of
dollar
buying
cost,
is
which
being
was
bought right
running
back
along with
up.
the demand and actually making it easier for the supply side to recover.
Dude,
because
I
of lower
think we
demand.
need
thought
to sell off. Goodness
those
gracious.
two things were going to be necessary. Sorry, say the last part of your question again.
If there's something different about the U.S. economy.
We need an aggressive
Yeah,
sell
so
off.
it's not that it may or may not be about different.
This when
the
they're
US
yeah,
economy
this is
being
when they
different.
start
I
getting
think that
long up here.
this
They
inflation
not getting
was
long.
not
They ain't
the
get long
classic
at the bottom. They like, oh, we ripping
demand
all day. They getting long right now.
pot boiling over kind of inflation that we think about. It
This
was
is
a
where I'd be looking for
combination
long on a
of
fullback.
very
though.
strong
It's
demand
where we're
without
at right now
question,
on ES.
and unusual supply side restrictions, both
Not
on
gonna
the goods
take it,
side, but
though.
also on the labor side, because we had a
Why?
huge
Every time you
participation
say
shock.
that, you regret
So
it.
this is just very unusual.
I'll
And,
continue to
we
regret
had
this
the view,
one.
my colleagues and I broadly had the view that we could get a lot of, you had a
Well, I don't want to hear
supply curve because
later when he be like,
you ran
man,
into
I
the
did it
limits
again. I'm like,
of
all right,
capacity
I
at
don't want to
very
hear
low
it because
levels
every time you
because
say
there
you should
weren't
have took it,
workers and
you
because
take it,
people couldn't- the
you
supply
don't
chains
take it,
were
and then
all
it
broken.
goes.
So
There's a lot of selling
we
though.
had the view that
A
you could
lot.
come straight down that vertical supply curve to the extent
I would not be
demand
trying to
lowered,
loan this. I would
reduced.
not be
And,
trying to loan this.
Something like that has happened. It happened so far. The question is, once that part of it runs out, and we think it has a ways to run. We definitely think that the
I just think we've hit,
sort of
we've
supply
ran
chain
far enough.
and
Like we hit the
shortages side
800s.
has
Like, it's
some
time to
ways
calm
run.
down. Like
Does labor
we
force
go really
participation
blow
have
through
much
the
more to run? It
6s, the
might.
7s, and
Immigration
the
could
8s
help,
in
but
one day.
it may
Like,
be that
nah,
at some
come on
point
down, man.
at
Quit
some
playing.
point you will run out of supply side help, and then it gets down to demand, and it gets harder. That's very possible. But to say with certainty that the last mile is going to be different, I'd be reluctant to suggest that we have any certainty.
Yeah. I got
We just
stopped
don't
out at
know.
611, and the
Inflation
market
keeps
ripped
coming
200 points
The
from
labor
there.
market keeps getting back into balance.
Yep.
And, it's so far so good. Although we kind of assume that it will get harder from here, but so far it hasn't.
Okay, we'll go to Megan for the last question.
Oh, that's why the market's going to pull back. It has
Carol.
to
Thanks
build
for
some
taking
type
our
of structure.
questions.
I
Megan
don't know
Kinsella
when
with
it's going to pull
Barron's.
back.
I want to ask about the
But
balance sheet.
at
Given
some
the
point, we
Fed's
got to
focus
close some
now
of these
on
gaps.
proceeding
Like,
carefully
this gap was
and considering
enormous.
rate cuts.
This is
And
a
can
phenomenal
you talk
gap
us through
this
what
got
the
put
latest
in right
thinking
now.
is, and
So
has there been any
I think we've come
consideration of
back to at
altering the
least
pace of
690,
quantitative tightening at all?
700, somewhere around there.
We're not talking about altering the pace of QT right now, just to get that out of the way. So balance sheet seems to be working.
Well, he
pretty much
says
as
we're. I
expected.
mean,
What
there's
we've
nothing
been
he can
seeing
say once the
is,
meetings once the minutes
that
came
we're
out.
allowing
Right? Like,
runoff each month. That's adding up. I think we're down.
all right,
We're
hang on, we're
close
still
to
watching
1.2
this right now.
trillion now.
Give us a second.
That's showing up. The reverse repo facility has been coming down quickly, and reserves have been either moving up or as a result or holding steady. At a certain point, there won't be any more to come out of, or there'll be a level where the reverse repo facility levels out.
Microsoft is getting
And at that
denied.
point, reserves will start to come down. We still have, that we intend to.
Nvidia is blushing. Nvidia
reduce
never
our
really got
securities
going
holders
though.
until we judge that
Nvidia really
declining
just came
reserve
up to the high of
balances has
day and
reached a level
flushed.
somewhat above that, consistent with ample reserves. And we also intend to slow
15-minute
and then
candle
stop the
on
decline
NQ
in
looks
size
sick.
of the balance sheet when reserve balances are somewhat above the level judged to be consistent with ample reserves. We're not at those levels. With reserves close to $3.5 trillion. We don't think we're at those reserves. There isn't a lot of evidence of that. We're watching it carefully, and so far it's working pretty much as expected. We think.
adjusting that thinking at
Oh,
all?
there's a ton of buying
considering
out
or
here.
moving forward with rate
I
cuts?
cannot
Is
hear
that
you.
time to rethink? Or are you
So
saying
I don't know what you just
here.
did.
that thinking?
There's a ton of buying right here on ES at the 50. So this you
So-
should want to see this hold.
I think
It
there
should
are
act
an
as
independent
support.
track. So you're asking though the question. I guess you're implying the question of can you continue
I
as
don't know.
QT
Nvidia's going straight
at,
down right
at
now.
such time QT,
So
which
is
is
Apple
a tightening action at
and
such time
Microsoft.
as policy still.
We just got a
pending.
really ugly
And the answer
15-minute
is it
print.
depends on the reason. You know, if you're
I think we
if you're
continue to
cutting
come
rates
down.
because you're going back to normal, that's one thing. If you're cutting them because the economy is really weak, so you can imagine you have to know what the reason is to know whether it would be appropriate to do those two things at the same time. Thanks very much.
Chairman Powell wrapping up 2023 and unleashing a monster rally from New York City this afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Bravitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro.
He sounds like a he's like a soccer announcer and wrapping up 2023. He was definitely British. Yeah, I would really like to see these 50s hold, but it looks like we're about to give it up.
I think we about to fall. I'm just looking at the stocks. These stocks are looking really bearish right now.
Makes sense. A lot of people made a lot of monies.
Did you turn it off?
Yeah.
Oh. Why?
Yeah, he was done. He was done.
Oh.
Yeah, he's done. The speech is over with. They're done with questions. He just wrapped it up.
Well, I think that's it for me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm
tired.
I'm blown away by this market. The market looking like crypto pump and dump. Yeah, really it is. I don't know. I think we need to pull back some, but I don't know. I don't know what this market wants to do. I know that I'm glad that FOMC is over. We needed to have the market needed to have a little bit more certainty, and I think it got it today, right? So do we continue to pump? We could, but I mean, we just rallied. We just rallied a lot, and I think a lot of people are going to be wanting to take profits. I think a lot of people are going to be wanting to secure profits going into the rest of the week. We got unemployment claims coming up. We got a couple more catalysts coming up. So I don't know. I think 730 needs to hold. If it doesn't, I think we come all the way back down to 694, right? That 50% retracement on 689, 694, somewhere around there. I think we come back down and retest that level and then kind of consolidate out the rest of the day. We'll see what happens. Justin and I will be kind of watching it, but guys, for myself and Jay Seals at the Trader Shop, we appreciate each and every one of you guys tapping in with us today. And if you ain't got nothing else to add, Jay, I think we can call it, man.
Yeah, it's time for a nap. Time for a nap.
Peace. Peace.